Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 5 of What If I Was Reborn into the world of Avatar as the Prince Zuko and took over the world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 1, Beginnings anew. Water. Earth. Fire. Air. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed, and the Fire Nation neared victory in the war. Then, the Avatar returned. Hope stirred, until Prince Zuko, his body now bound to a foreign soul, captured him and dragged him in chains to the Fire Nation capital. Once more, the light of the world flickered, nearly extinguished. But the Avatar escaped. And now, as the world clings to fragile hope, the Fire Nation Prince moves in the shadows. His plans run deeper than conquest, deeper than thrones. He will shake the world to its core. The morning sun rose over the Fire Nation capital, its golden light spilling across the caldera like molten metal. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense and the murmur of 1,000 voices. The plaza was packed. Merchants, nobles, soldiers, and peasants, all gathered in a sea of crimson and black, their faces upturned toward the wooden platform erected at the center. Upon it stood a single figure, his once proud posture now broken, his hands bound behind his back. Commander Zhao. His armor had been stripped, replaced with a plain prisoner's tunic. His topknot, the symbol of his rank, had been severed, leaving his hair to hang in ragged strands around his face. His eyes, though sunken with exhaustion, still burned with defiance. A hush fell as Fire Lord Ozai ascended the steps of the palace's grand balcony, his silhouette framed by the rising sun. At his right stood Prince Zuko, his face impassive, his golden eyes fixed on Zhao. Ozai raised a hand. Commander Zhao, his voice boomed across the plaza, you have been found guilty of treason, incompetence, and the loss of the Avatar. For these crimes, you are sentenced to death. No drumroll. No final words. Just the hiss of a blade being drawn. The executioner stepped forward, his masked face unreadable, his dao gleaming in the dawn light. Zhao's gaze locked onto Zuko. This is your doing, boy, he spat. Zuko didn't flinch. No, Zhao. This is yours. The blade fell. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as Zhao's head thudded against the wood, his body crumpling beside it. Blood seeped between the planks, dripping onto the stones below. Silence. Then. Let this be a lesson. Ozai's voice cut through the stillness like a whip. Failure will not be tolerated. The Fire Nation marches toward victory, and those who stand in its way will burn. His gaze flicked to Zuko. Isn't that right, my heir? Zuko bowed. Yes, father. But as the crowd erupted into cheers, as the drums began to beat in triumph, Zuko's eyes remained cold. This was only the beginning. Zuko waited until the last of the court officials had dispersed before approaching his father. The scent of blood still hung thick in the air, mixing with the acrid smoke from the ceremonial braziers. Father, he said, falling into step beside Ozai as they walked the palace's shadowed corridors. A word. Ozai didn't slow his pace. Speak. The Avatar's escape is a setback, Zuko began, choosing his words with the precision of a knife fighter, but not an irreversible one. Ozai's golden eyes flicked toward him, unreadable. The incompetence of Zhao and your sister let the Avatar slip through their fingers. A carefully crafted pause. Zuko let the accusation hang, then countered. Of course, Zhao's incompetence let him escape. My ship was sabotaged as well, father. He touched the burn scar along his left eye. But this isn't a loss. It's an opportunity. Ozai stopped walking. Explain. Zuko straightened. Think about it. The Avatar is free, yes, but he's wounded. Weak. He'll run to find allies, to the places he thinks are safe. A calculated smirk. And we'll be waiting. Ozai's fingers tapped against his waist. You want to chase him again. Not chase. Hunt. Zuko stepped closer, lowering his voice. Send me with Azula. Together, we'll corner him. And this time, we won't bring him back in chains. A raised brow. No. We'll let him lead us to every last rebel stronghold, every traitor hiding in the shadows. And then... Zuko clenched his fist, flames licking between his fingers. We burn them all. Ozai was silent for a long moment. Then, you've only just been named Crown Prince. To leave now is exactly what I need to do, Zuko interrupted, then quickly corrected himself. With your permission, of course. The court still whispers. They say I only won my title because Azula faltered. How my capture of the Avatar was pure luck. A flash of manufactured bitterness. Let me prove them wrong. Let me show them why you chose me. Ozai studied his son, the set of his shoulders, the fire in his eyes. And why take Azula? Zuko didn't blink. 2 reasons. First, her talents are wasted here. A carefully placed barb. Second, if I'm to cement my place as your heir, I need the world to see her following my orders. A muscle twitched in Ozai's jaw. You think you can control her? I don't need to control her. I just need her to want the Avatar more than she wants to undermine me. Zuko allowed a cold smile. And we both know how she loves a hunt. Ozai turned toward the window, where the sun now blazed high over the capital. If you fail, I won't. Zuko's voice was steel. The Avatar's escape was a gift. Now we can dismantle his entire network in one stroke. He paused. Unless you prefer I stay here, polishing my crown while our enemies regroup? A beat. Then. Ozai's laughter was a low, dangerous thing. Very well, Prince Zuko. Take your sister. Take whatever resources you need. His smile vanished. But do not disappoint me. Zuko bowed, hiding the triumph in his eyes. Never, father. As he turned to leave, Ozai's voice followed him. Oh, and Zuko? Yes? If Azula becomes a problem, deal with her. Zuko didn't look back. Of course. The moment the throne room doors closed behind him, Zuko exhaled. Now to find Azula, and inform of her of the idea. The palace corridors were quiet as Zuko strode through them, the echoes of his father's words still ringing in his ears. The scent of burning oil from the braziers mixed with the distant metallic tang of blood from the execution grounds. His mind raced, plans within plans, each step calculated, each move deliberate. He pushed open the heavy doors leading to the royal training grounds, where the afternoon sun blazed over the hardened earth and scorch marks of countless firebending drills. The moment he stepped outside, 2 familiar figures snapped to attention. Prince Zuko, Lieutenant G greeted, his voice crisp with respect. Beside him, Sergeant Kyujin gave a sharp nod, his usual smirk tempered by the gravity of the day. Zuko acknowledged them with a curt tilt of his chin. Report. G stepped forward. The crew's been discreet. No leaks, no loose tongues. As far as anyone knows, the Avatar's escape was a result of Zhao's negligence, just as you intended. Kyujin added, and the Kyoshi operation is proceeding smoothly. The men are being informed. His lips twitched. Though some are more stubborn than others. Zuko's expression didn't waver. Good. Keep it that way. He reached into his robes and withdrew a tightly rolled scroll, its seal stamped with the royal phoenix. I need you both to leave immediately. My next phase is already in motion. He held out the scroll. When you arrive on Kyoshi, give this to Mayor Hanu. Him, and only him. When you give it to him, make sure that the mother of Suki is nearby. G took the scroll, his brow furrowing slightly. And you, Prince Zuko? What will you do? That's not your concern, Zuko said, his voice firm but not unkind. Just do this for me. I promise, This trip will be important. For all of you. A beat of silence. Then, take that young ensign Lee with you. Kyujin blinked. Lee? The kid who talks like a scholar? Precisely. Zuko's gaze sharpened. He's sharper than he lets on. And I need eyes on Kyoshi that aren't just brute force. Ji tucked the scroll into his belt with a nod. Understood. Kyujin saluted, his smirk returning. Guess I'll have to teach the brat how to hold his liquor on the way. Zuko didn't smile, but something flickered in his eyes, something almost like approval. Dismissed. As the two men turned to leave, Ji hesitated, glancing back. Prince Zuko, whatever you're planning is for the future of the Fire Nation, Zuko finished quietly. Now go. Ji pressed his fist to his palm in a final salute, then followed Kyujin toward the barracks. Zuko watched them go, the weight of the scroll's contents heavy in his absence. The training yard was silent save for the distant crackle of torches and the low murmur of soldiers in the barracks. Zuko stood with his arms crossed, watching the horizon where Ji and Kyujin had vanished. The weight of his plan settled on his shoulders, heavy, but not unbearable. Then, a voice cut through the stillness like a honed blade. Brother. Zuko didn't turn. Sister. Azula stepped into his periphery, her golden eyes sharp even in the light. She wore her armor, but her hair was down, loose and dark as spilled ink. A rare concession to informality. You've been busy, she said, her tone lilting with mock admiration. First, you convince father to let you lead the hunt. Then, you graciously invite me along. How thoughtful. Zuko finally looked at her. I live to serve. She scoffed. Let's not pretend this isn't exactly what you wanted. Our little arrangement stays between us. Of course, Zuko said, leaning against the training post. Wouldn't want anyone thinking you've gone soft. Azula's smile was venomous. Careful, Zuzu. I might start thinking you enjoy pushing your luck. Zuko shrugged. Just making sure you're holding up your end. A pause. Then, deliberately casual, so. How is it? Azula's eyebrow twitched. How is what? The sex. Her nails dug into her palms. You're insufferable. That bad, huh? I should have set you on fire when I had the chance, she muttered. Zuko chuckled. Too late now. He pushed off the post. We leave in 3 days. Try not to burn down the palace before then. Azula turned on her heel, her cloak snapping behind her. One day, Zuko, she called over her shoulder. One day, I'll make you regret everything. Zuko grinned. Looking forward to it. As she stalked away, he added, I'll be waiting for you tonight. Azula's response was a single, furious gesture, her middle finger raised high, before she vanished into the shadows. Zuko watched her go, his smirk fading into something quieter. The dim glow of lanterns flickered across the worn wooden tables of the Jade Dragon, a quiet tea house nestled in the shadow of the Fire Nation capital's bustling streets. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the low hum of murmured conversations. At a corner table, partially obscured by a silk screen, General Iroh sat with a steaming cup of tea cradled in his hands. His eyes were half-lidded, but his mind was sharp, attuned to every rustle of fabric, every footfall on the creaking floorboards. Then, an elderly man approached, his robes plain, his posture hunched, but his gaze piercing. He slid into the seat across from Iroh with the ease of long practice. Grand Lotus, the man murmured, bowing his head slightly. Iroh smiled warmly. Master Toya. It has been too long. He poured a second cup of tea and pushed it toward his guest. What news brings you, my friend? Toya accepted the cup but did not drink. His voice was barely above a whisper. Prince Zuko has sent his men away on some mission. The order does not yet know its purpose. Iroh's fingers stilled on his cup. And the Avatar? Word has spread of his escape, Toya admitted. But there is no evidence to suggest the prince was involved. As far as the world knows, the Avatar fled with the help of outside sympathizers. Iroh exhaled slowly, his breath stirring the steam rising from his tea. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Toya frowned. You suspect the prince orchestrated it? My nephew was once obsessed with capturing the Avatar, Iroh mused, his voice heavy with unspoken thoughts. Now, that fire in him has changed. It burns for something else, but for what, I do not yet know. Toya leaned forward. What does Prince Zuko know of the order? Iroh's gaze darkened. He knows of the White Lotus. But he does not know I stand with them. Does he suspect you? A pause. Iroh's thumb traced the rim of his cup. I no longer know what the prince suspects. The boy who once sought my counsel is now a man who keeps his own secrets. Toya absorbed this, then straightened. What say you, Grand Lotus? Should we move forward with the plan? Iroh shook his head. No. We wait. First, we must find the Avatar before the Fire Nation does. He met Toya's eyes. Inform our agents in the Earth Kingdom. Quietly. Toya nodded, rising from the table. It will be done. With that, he melted into the shadows of the tea house, leaving Iroh alone with his thoughts and the lingering scent of jasmine. One moment, Zuko was standing in the palace courtyard, the scent of smoke and steel still clinging to him. The next. Darkness. Absolute, suffocating, endless. He blinked, but it made no difference. No light. No sound. No ground beneath his feet. Just an abyss that stretched in every direction, swallowing even the echo of his own breath. What the? His voice vanished into the void. He spun, fists clenched, flames flickering instinctively at his fingertips, but no fire came. Only cold, empty air. Hello, he called out. Where am I? Silence. Then. Quiet. The voice was deep, rough with irritation, and seemed to come from everywhere at once. Zuko stiffened. Who's there? You're ruining my nap, the voice grumbled. Where are you? Zuko demanded, turning sharply. A pause. Then, with mocking slowness, did he send you? Who the hell is he? Annoying brat, the voice sighed. Zuko's patience snapped. Where the fuck are you? Behind you. Zuko whirled, and there he was. A man, slightly taller than him, middle-aged, bald, with a blue arrow tattoo spiraling over his scalp and down his forehead. His leather armor was reinforced with orange and brown robes, the fabric worn but sturdy. His arms were crossed, his scowl vicious. So, the man said, eyes raking over Zuko with disdain, you're the one that was brought here. Zuko looked down at himself, and froze. This wasn't Prince Zuko's body. This was Victor Crane's. Same clothes, same Fire Nation regalia, but the limbs, the build, the scars, all his own. From Earth. The spirit world, Victor muttered, piecing it together. But how? He hadn't meditated. He hadn't crossed over. This wasn't supposed to happen. The Airbender's smirk widened. You don't belong here. Before Victor could react, the man shoved him, a single palm to the chest, but the force was unreal. Victor flew backward, the world blurring, his scream trapped in his throat. Reality slammed back into place. He was on his knees in his bedroom, the plush carpet under his palms, the scent of incense thick in the air. His heart pounded like a war drum. Zuko, I'm talking to you. Azula's voice, sharp with impatience. She stood on the balcony, her silhouette framed by the city's glow, her fingers drumming against the railing. Victor, no, Zuko, gripped his own arms, confirming the familiar shape of his Fire Nation body. The muscles, the scar, the weight of the Crown Prince's robes. Back. But the man's words echoed in his skull. You're the one that was brought here. Did he send you? Who the fuck was he? And more importantly, why now? Just as his plans were unfolding, just as the pieces were falling into place. Fuck, he hissed under his breath. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Azula turned, her golden eyes narrowing. Are you just going to ignore me? Zuko didn't answer. His mind raced. That airbender, a master, clearly. The tattoos, the power. But why had he been there? And why had he known Victor didn't belong? Zuko! Azula's voice turned dangerous. He barely heard her. This wasn't part of the plan. The black abyss swallowed all light, all sound, all but the lone figure floating in its depths. The airbender hovered motionless, his eyes closed, his staff spinning idly in one hand. The blue arrow tattoos etched into his skin seemed to pulse faintly in the darkness, the only mark of color in an endless void. His face was calm, but his fingers gripped the staff just a little too tightly. Then, a blinding blood-red light tore through the abyss, searing like a wound in the fabric of nothingness. From it stepped a figure draped in a dark, billowing cloak, his features hidden beneath the shadows of his hood. Kano, the airbender said, not opening his eyes. It's been a while. I think. He tilted his head slightly. I can't really tell time in here. The cloaked figure, Kano, stood silent for a moment before speaking, his voice a low, grating rasp. Yogan. We sensed an extra presence in here. Yogan's staff stilled. You know the rules, Kano continued. Slowly, Yogan opened his eyes, gray, sharp, and burning with something ancient. An extra presence? He let out a dry chuckle. Kano, I have been alone in this place for what feels like thousands of years. If another existed in here, don't you think I would be entertaining them in some way? The abyss seemed to grow heavier, the air thickening with unspoken tension. Kano didn't move, but the shadows around him deepened. Be careful, Yogan. Next time, I report you to him. Yogan's fingers tightened around his staff. Then, in one fluid motion, he stood upright, his bare feet pressing against an unseen ground. His gaze locked onto the darkness beneath Kano's hood. By all means, Kano, Yogan said, his voice dangerously soft. Bring him next time you come. Silence. There was nothing in the abyss but the two of them, and the weight of a threat unspoken. Kano's cloak rippled, though there was no wind. Careful, Yogan. Remember what happened last time. Yogan's lips curled into a smile that held no warmth. It won't be the same next time. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then Kano vanished, the red light flaring once more before collapsing in on itself, leaving Yogan alone once more in the dark. The moment the light faded, Yogan's composure shattered. His staff slammed into the void, a shockwave of raw, unfiltered rage rippling outward. The abyss trembled, the darkness itself recoiling from his fury. Vumala. He snarled, the name a curse. His fingers clenched, his tattoos glowing brighter, not blue, but crimson, as if the ink itself had turned to fire. You won't keep me here forever. And then, just as suddenly as his anger had erupted, it cooled. Yogan exhaled, his staff spinning once more in his grip. He closed his eyes. And the abyss returned to silence. Chapter 3, A Threat Looms. The air was thick. Not with smoke or mist, but something heavier, like memory and shadow woven into the atmosphere itself. Aang stirred. His eyes opened slowly, squinting against the dim gray light. He lay on soft, damp earth, surrounded by towering, narrow trees that twisted toward the sky like skeletal fingers. Their bark was pitch black, and they swayed with no wind, moaning softly in protest. The forest stretched on endlessly in every direction. Nothing was in focus. The trees bled into the sky, the ground pulsed gently beneath him, and even his own limbs felt out of sync, as if reality refused to hold its shape. A voice broke through the haze, firm but echoing from nowhere. Stop! Aang turned sharply. The distortion in the air shimmered like ripples in water. From between two crooked trunks, she stepped forward, tall, statuesque, her feet not quite touching the ground. Avatar Kyoshi. Even in the dreamlike distortion, her presence was unmistakable. Her hair was bound in a high, regal topknot, held in place by golden pins. She wore her iconic green and gold robes, though the colors were dulled, as if seen through fogged glass. Her war paint, two bold red marks beneath piercing eyes, seemed to glow faintly. Yet her face, her entire form, flickered, as if some unseen interference refused to let her fully exist in this place. Kyoshi? Aang asked, stepping toward her. What's going on? She opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was thunder and whisper at once. We need to. But her words fractured mid-sentence. A strange distortion passed between them like a wave of static, and her voice splintered into echoes. You, enemy. Roku, must. More words followed, some desperate, some forceful, but they came as fragments torn apart before reaching his ears. He strained to listen, to understand, to catch even one clear sentence, but it was like trying to hold onto smoke. Then the world twisted. The trees melted into shadow. The ground dropped beneath him. Aang screamed. He shot upright, heart hammering in his chest. The fire beside him hissed softly, the night air cool and clear. A clear night sky above. His body moved on instinct, legs bent, arms raised, a defensive stance ingrained through years of training. For a moment, he looked around, unsure of where he was, unsure if he was still dreaming. Aang? Katara's voice was soft and worried. What's wrong? Sokka blinked blearily from across the fire. Dude, you okay? You look like you saw a ghost. But Aang didn't answer. He was breathing fast. Too fast. Like he had just flown across the entire Earth Kingdom in a single breath. Sweat clung to his back. His chest heaved with every inhalation. His eyes darted wildly across the dark tree line surrounding their camp. Still not speaking, still not sure he could. Katara slowly exited her sleeping bag and reached for a water pouch. Calm down, Aang, she said gently, kneeling beside him. Did you have, like, a bad dream or something? She offered the pouch. Aang took it with trembling hands and drank deeply. The cool water helped. A little. But his eyes were still fixed on the forest beyond the firelight, his thoughts lost in that broken voice, and Kyoshi's eyes trying to tell him something the world itself didn't want him to hear. Katara sat beside him quietly, her hand still on his arm as he drained the water pouch. The fire popped once, scattering a few sparks into the night. Sokka yawned and rubbed the back of his neck, still watching Aang carefully. Aang lowered the pouch slowly, his hands no longer shaking, but his eyes, still wide, were fixed on nothing. Roku. Kyoshi, he murmured. Katara tilted her head. What? He blinked and seemed to come back to himself. His gaze finally met hers. I saw her. Kyoshi. And I think she was trying to tell me something about Roku. Or maybe, about me. That got Sokka's attention. Wait, both of them? In your dream? Aang nodded. I was in this forest. It wasn't real, or not fully. Everything was wrong. The trees were huge, black, like they were burned or dead. I couldn't see clearly, and her voice kept breaking apart like there was something stopping her from speaking. Stopping her how? Katara asked. Like someone was jamming the spirit world, Sokka muttered, half joking, but Aang didn't laugh. He just stared back at the fire. She said something about needing to do something. About an enemy. Roku. Maybe me. But I couldn't understand her, it was all cut off. It was like she was trying to warn me. Silence fell between them, heavy and thoughtful. Maybe it's connected to what will happen during the solstice, Katara said softly, brushing her hair behind her ear. When you will meet Zuko and Roku, or his spirit. He is supposed to contact you in 2 weeks, right? Yeah, Aang whispered. That's coming up soon. Sokka crossed his arms and leaned back. And if it's anything like last time, it's going to be another fire-filled, death-defying disaster. So maybe Kyoshi showing up now is like a trailer for the sequel. Aang didn't respond to the sarcasm. He looked up at the stars instead. There's something coming. I feel it. Something big. Bigger than the Fire Nation even. Like something in the spirit world is shaking loose. That's comforting, Sokka muttered. Katara frowned. But what does it mean? Why would Kyoshi be warning you now? And why mention Roku and not a guy like Zuko? I thought he was trying to help. I don't know. Aang pulled his legs in and rested his chin on his knees. But whatever it is, I don't think it's just about mastering the elements anymore. A few crickets chirped in the distance. The night pressed in again, thick with tension. We've been heading north, Katara said slowly, hoping to avoid the Fire Nation, hoping to reach the Northern Water Tribe. Maybe we're not avoiding anything. Maybe we're walking right toward it. Great, Sokka groaned, lying back in his sleeping bag. So much for my don't die before breakfast strategy. Aang gave a faint smile but said nothing. Katara gently squeezed his arm again. We'll figure it out, Aang. Together. You don't have to carry this alone. He nodded, grateful, but in the back of his mind, the forest still lingered. So did Kyoshi's flickering form. And the sound of her voice, trying to reach him from beyond some unseen wall. We need to. The words echoed again. And Aang knew, as surely as he knew the moon would rise, that his time was running out. And so was the world's. The morning haze over the Fire Nation capital shimmered like rising steam, softening the blood-red banners that lined the rooftops and marketplaces. From the royal palace balcony, Prince Zuko stood motionless, shirtless and silent, the breeze tugging gently at his hair. Below him, the Caldera city stretched and stirred, waking slowly under the golden eye of the sun. His gaze swept across the streets, not with awe or pride, but calculation. Merchants opened stalls, soldiers rotated through patrols, commoners bowed to red-armored officers. It all moved according to schedule. Just as planned. And yet, Zuko's mind wasn't on the streets. Not entirely. His fingers rested against the railing, still warm from the night sun. He could feel it in his bones, the lingering heat from her skin, the imprint of her breath, her nails, her voice whispering sins into the crook of his neck. But when he'd reached for her at dawn, the sheets were empty. Cold. Typical Azula. Last night had been war disguised as desire. Their bond twisted, raw, manipulative, powerful. The kind of intimacy where you never truly let your guard down. Yet something about it had felt real. Dangerous, even. Something Zuko had expected but didn't want. And now, she was gone. No note. No sign. Just that familiar storm of her presence lingering in the corners of the room like leftover fire smoke. Zuko exhaled through his nose, forcing the distraction away. There was no time for sentiment. No time for second-guessing. The next stage of the plan was already in motion. Lieutenant G and the crew would be reaching Kyoshi Island in a few days. The scroll he'd given them would ensure cooperation from the local leadership. Suki's mother was the key to what came next. And Ensign Lee, if he played his role right, he'd be more valuable than the entire garrison combined. Zuko's lips curled faintly, but it didn't last. His thoughts, as they often did in moments of quiet, drifted back. To the spirit world. To him. The Airbender from last night. He hadn't spoken it aloud. Wouldn't. Not yet. Older. Wiser. Infinitely more dangerous. That strange, abrupt meeting, if it had even been real, was burned into his memory like a fresh scar. That crushing aura. That voice full of disdain. That moment when he'd been pushed across the void like a child struck by a master. A ghost from another life, maybe. Or a warning of what was to come. Either way, Zuko had no time for cosmic interference. "Don't get in my way," he muttered aloud to no one in particular. He turned from the balcony, leaving the city's light behind. Inside, the chamber was still dim. Silk curtains stirred gently over open windows, and the scent of last night's incense lingered, thick and cloying. Zuko crossed the room with purpose, pulling his robes from the dressing stand. Every motion was practiced, deliberate. The scar on his left eye throbbed slightly, perhaps from memory, or perhaps from the meeting ahead. He was late. Ozai waited. So did the generals. The admirals. The council. They would expect answers. They would expect fire. And Zuko would give it to them. He fastened his belt, smoothed his tunic, and stepped toward the door, each footfall echoing with the certainty of a man ready to reclaim not just a title, but the world. But as he reached for the handle, he paused. Just for a second. A flicker of the dream. Of the Airbender. Of the void. Of the question still hanging in his mind like ash in a breeze. What the hell is really going on? He shoved the thought down and opened the door. Let the spirits haunt him later. For now, he had a war to win. Chapter 4, Admiral Kuvok. The war chamber was already thick with heat and tension by the time Crown Prince Zuko entered. The great obsidian doors groaned as they opened, sunlight spilling in for a fleeting moment before the flames of the chamber swallowed it whole. Crimson tapestries hung like tongues of fire from the vaulted walls. A massive fire pit crackled at the center of the obsidian floor, its glow casting long, flickering shadows over the gathered council. Generals. Admirals. Sages. Advisors. And at the far end, standing like a carved monolith of flame and stone, Fire Lord Ozai. Zuko crossed the threshold slowly, his boots clicking sharply with every step, the burnt-scarred side of his face fully visible, unmasked, defiant. He wore his red and black armor with the golden phoenix crest, no helmet, no cloak. He wanted them to see his face. They all turned to look at him. Some nodded respectfully. Others murmured. And one, General Bujing, scowled like he'd swallowed ash. "Ah. The Crown Prince graces us with his presence," Bujing said, voice like rusted iron. "I was beginning to think the Avatar's escape left you too rattled to show your face." Zuko stopped 2 paces from the table and looked Bujing dead in the eye. "If I were rattled, General, you'd already be on fire." Gasps rippled. Ozai said nothing. Bujing sneered. "Threats don't become you, boy." "Good thing I don't make threats," Zuko replied coldly. "I make promises." Before the tension could boil over, Fire Lord Ozai raised one hand. The room fell silent. "Enough." His voice rang clear through the chamber, quiet but crushing. Zuko inclined his head respectfully and took his place beside the fire pit. Bujing grudgingly backed down. Ozai surveyed the room, his eyes like twin furnaces. "The Avatar has escaped. Zhao is disgraced and executed. Azula is stripped of her command. And yet, we are not defeated." A low murmur of assent followed. "The world believes this will slow us," Ozai continued. "That our enemies will gain strength in our hesitation. But we will not hesitate. We will advance." He looked to Zuko. "My son, you proposed a strategy after the escape. One that would use the Avatar as bait to uncover rebel movements and foreign sympathizers. Now, how exactly do you suggest we proceed?" Zuko straightened. "Let him run. Let him gather his allies. Every step he takes draws a trail of light in the dark. All we need to do is follow the glow." General Naren, one of the younger tacticians, nodded. "A trail of footprints to every rebel base from here to the North Pole." Zuko continued, pacing slowly around the fire. "The boy will run north. It's the only path that makes sense. He needs to master waterbending. The northern tribe is strong, isolated, but not impenetrable. If we intercept him before he arrives, we can cripple his growth. If we fail, then we'll know where to strike next." "And if you fail again?" Bujing snapped. Another escape? Another humiliation? Zuko turned to him. Then perhaps you can waddle into the snow and catch him yourself. Assuming you don't die of frostbite. Choked laughter from a few younger officers. Even General Narim tried to hide a grin. Bujing's face darkened, but he bit his tongue. Ozai gestured. Prince Zuko will pursue the Avatar again. He will leave within the week. Taking the finest scouts. Hunt him. But this time, I want his head, not his chains. Zuko bowed. Yes, father. And Princess Azula? Asked Admiral Ryan. She still commands loyalty in parts of the Eastern Fleet. If left idle. She won't be idle, Zuko interjected smoothly. I intend to take her with me. More murmurs. Even Ozai's brow lifted slightly. She is a dangerous element, yes, Zuko added. But one with ambition, discipline, and the skills we need. Let her prove her worth on the battlefield. Ozai considered. Then, slowly, he nodded. I already agreed to this request yesterday, but if she steps out of line again. She won't, Zuko said flatly. The Fire Lord turned away. Then this meeting is adjourned. Go forth. And do not fail me again. As the council began to their next discussions, General Bujing passed close by Zuko and muttered just loud enough for him to hear, You're still just a boy playing with fire, Prince. Someday, it'll burn you down. Zuko didn't even look at him. Maybe, he said. But when I burn, I take everything with me. Bujing paled, just slightly. Zuko smirked. He had a hunt to begin. Time passed. The council resumed after a short recess, this time focused on expanding campaigns in the Western Earth Kingdom. Much of the discussion centered on Omashu, one of the last unconquered Earth Kingdom strongholds. Intelligence confirmed the city remained under the direct watch of King Bumi, a legendary earthbender whose unorthodox power made siege nearly impossible. General Fong, a younger Earth Kingdom officer turned rogue, had been stirring unrest in the surrounding provinces. Fong commanded a fortress north of Omashu, and his forces, while not vast, were becoming a symbol of local resistance. The Fire Nation had repeatedly tried and failed to penetrate his outposts. Plans were debated, maps reviewed, and resources allocated. But by early afternoon, the chamber grew quiet again. Advisors and commanders filtered out for midday meals and private discussions. Only two remained. Zuko and Ozai. Lunch was served in silence at first. The table was long and wooden, carved with images of Agni, the spirit of flame. A set of grilled meats, spiced rice, and candied fire fruit rested before them. Ozai spoke first, slicing through the stillness. So, Azula agreed to accompany you. Zuko nodded. Yes, father. She's already making preparations. Ozai's gaze was unreadable. She may be unstable, but she is still a prodigy. Do you believe you can manage her? Zuko took a sip of tea before answering. I understand her better than anyone else. Understanding her, Ozai replied, and controlling her are very different things. Zuko shrugged. I don't need to control her. I just need to channel her. She wants her rank back. I gave her a path to reclaim it. Ozai cut into a piece of meat and chewed thoughtfully. This path you tread, you believe yourself ready for command? I've already proven myself, Zuko said. I captured the Avatar. I led my own ship. A single ship, Ozai countered, his tone sharp. With a skeleton crew. A vessel no larger than a trading barge. Zuko held his father's gaze. And I still succeeded. Being the Fire Lord is not about single victories. It is not about proving cleverness in isolation. It is about ruling men. Armies. Provinces. A single misstep will cost thousands of lives. Then I will learn, Zuko replied firmly. I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for the opportunity to become what you need me to be. Ozai leaned back slightly. The flames nearby cast his face in flickering shadow. Very well. You shall have the opportunity. But not alone. Zuko raised an eyebrow. You will be assigned a division. Not a ship, not a squadron, a full naval division. 25 ships. 5,000 men. And you will be the highest commanding officer. Zuko's mouth tightened slightly, his pride held carefully in check. I see. Do not mistake this for indulgence, Ozai said. You will be tested. Closely watched. And to ensure you are not overwhelmed, I am assigning you a handler. Zuko frowned. A what? Ozai gestured toward the side door. Enter. The door opened. A tall, lean figure stepped in. Straight-backed, clad in deep crimson naval armor with golden trim. He was young, shockingly so. No more than 30. His hair was trimmed tight in naval style, his eyes sharp, and his steps smooth with quiet confidence. Crown Prince Zuko, Ozai said, allow me to introduce Admiral Kuvok. Youngest admiral in the history of the Fire Nation. Zuko stood slowly, regarding the man who now approached the table. Kuvok bowed sharply. Your Highness. Admiral, Zuko replied coolly. Ozai continued, Admiral Kuvok will assist you in navigating the realities of naval command. Logistics. Strategy. Morale. His record is flawless, his loyalty unquestioned. Kuvok remained impassive. I am at your disposal, Prince Zuko. I don't need a babysitter, Zuko muttered. Ozai's gaze hardened. You need results. Kuvok is the one who delivers them. Zuko gritted his teeth, but nodded. Fine. Ozai leaned back, the faintest of smirks on his face. Then we are agreed. You depart in 4 days. Use them well. The fire between them crackled. Zuko's lunch was cold by the time he touched it again. His chopsticks snapped clean in his fingers. I don't need a handler, he said, voice clipped but heated. I've proven myself already. I commanded my own vessel for over 3 years without failure. Ozai didn't flinch. As mentioned, a single vessel. A single success. Temporary. Fragile. Zuko's eyes narrowed. You've always said results are what matter. I gave you results. I handed you the Avatar. And then, Ozai said sharply, the Avatar escaped. Zuko's mouth tightened. Ozai leaned forward, firelight playing across the planes of his stern face. And who was among those that helped him escape? The girl. The waterbender you took as your. The one you assured me was broken and loyal. I already explained that, Zuko growled. There were sympathizers embedded in the staff. I'm still identifying the ones who assisted. You approved the process yourself. Ozai waved a hand dismissively. You offered excuses. Not certainty. Not security. And that, my son, is precisely why you need Admiral Kuvok. Zuko turned his glare on Kuvok again, who stood impassive beside the table. Unflinching. Amused. A smirk tugged at the corner of the Admiral's lips. Zuko bristled. This is a test, Ozai said, as if explaining to a child. A true one. 20 equals 5 ships. Over 2,000 men. You will learn what it means to shoulder a true command. And Kuvok will ensure it does not become another disappointment. Zuko stood so abruptly his chair scraped hard against the stone. I don't need a spy watching over my shoulder, he snapped. If you doubt my loyalty, say it plainly. I don't doubt your loyalty, Ozai replied, I doubt your competence. The room fell silent. The flames between them cracked softly, like restrained laughter. Zuko stared across the table, jaw clenched, fists trembling at his sides. Kuvok gave the faintest incline of his head. I look forward to working together, Your Highness. Zuko's gaze drilled into him. He stared long and hard, as if trying to burn a hole clean through Kuvok's face. Then, without another word, he turned and stormed out of the chamber. The massive doors slammed shut behind him, echoing like thunder through the hall. The palace corridors twisted around him, all velvet banners and golden dragons, but Zuko barely saw them. His boots pounded the stone like war drums. His aura burned, visible, rippling in angry heat across his skin. "Fuck," he hissed. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Every turn of the hallway stoked the furnace in his chest. "I should have known," he muttered. He was never going to make it that easy. He cursed Ozai beneath his breath. Cursed his arrogance. His control. His game. Just when things were starting to move, starting to align, he throws in a leash. He clenched his fists so hard the leather of his gloves groaned. Of course Ozai didn't trust him. Of course he wouldn't let his heir off the chain without a blade pressed against his spine. That's what Kuvok was. Not an ally. A censor. A scalpel. A fucking spy. Zuko stopped at a window overlooking the city below. Smoke curled from the foundries. Bells rang in the harbor. He exhaled through his teeth. "I'll play the part," he said under his breath. "For now." But the next move would be his. And when the game changed, Kuvok would be the first piece to fall. From the shadows of a high stone alcove overlooking the outer corridor, Princess Azula watched. She had not attended the council, not officially. She hadn't been asked. She hadn't been expected. And yet, she was never far from the flame. Her arms were folded across her chest, back pressed lightly against a gilded column etched with scenes of Agni's ancient wrath. She stood barefoot, the ceremonial slippers tucked beneath her long formal robe, black and crimson silk that clung to her like shadows. Her hair was loose, falling like ink over her shoulders, unbound and wild. She saw everything. The burn of her brother's aura blazing against the smooth walls. The scowl carved into his face like stone. The way he stormed down the corridor with each step hotter than the last. Zuko, the golden sun. The prince crowned through fire and theater. And yet. She tilted her head slightly. "Interesting," she murmured. It was rare to see him like this, not performing, not posturing, but raw. Unfiltered. Genuinely furious. Not the kind of anger he faked for the council or wore like armor in front of Ozai. This was different. This was real. Azula stepped from the shadows once he passed, barefoot on the stone, silent as a shadow. She followed at a distance, not too close to be heard, but close enough to watch the rhythm of his rage. The tension in his shoulders. The stiffness in his stride. The way he cursed under his breath like the words themselves were weapons he needed to hurl just to stay sane. "Kuvok," he spat. "Fucking perfect. A leash wrapped in metals." Azula's smile returned, just a little. So. Father had clipped his wings again. She had wondered how far Zuko would be allowed to fly before Ozai reeled him back. Apparently, not very far at all. And not without someone like Admiral Kuvok watching his every breath. Azula didn't like Kuvok. Not because he was competent, not even because he was dangerous. But because he was exactly the sort of man Ozai loved, loyal, empty, predictable. A perfect tool. She followed Zuko past the Jade Dragon Fountain and the Hall of Ancestors. His aura began to dim slightly, his fire ebbing now that the adrenaline had bled off. His pace slowed. But his jaw remained tight, and his eyes still burned. Azula waited, just beyond the curve of the hallway, hidden by a stone lion's head. When he stopped at the colonnade overlooking the training courtyards below, she spoke. "You walk like you've just found out Father keeps secrets," she said casually. Zuko didn't jump. He didn't even turn. Of course he knew she was there. "Go away, Azula," he said, voice low. She stepped into view, arms still crossed, the faintest glint in her eye. "Let me guess. He gave you something you wanted, and now you're upset he didn't give it exactly the way you wanted it. Zuko turned to her slowly. He's sending a leash with me. That admiral. Kuvok, she said, raising a brow. Pretty enough. I might fuck him if I get bored. Zuko's scowl deepened. Azula smiled wider. Jealous? No, you are mine, he said. I just don't like spies. Azula approached, leaning one shoulder against the railing beside him. The wind stirred her hair slightly. I saw the look on your face, she said. Back in the chamber. You hated that. I earned this, Zuko growled. The command. The division. I orchestrated everything. And still he treats me like some half-trained brat. He does that to everyone, Azula said lightly. Even me. Especially me. Zuko's jaw tensed again. It's not just that. She studied him carefully. Then what? Zuko's voice was tight when he answered. It's the timing. The pressure. Just when everything was falling into place, just when I had a clean line ahead of me, he throws in someone loyal to him. Not to me. That's not oversight. That's control. Azula nodded slowly. He's testing you. That's what he does. No, Zuko said. He's afraid. She turned her head slightly, curious now. Afraid, she echoed. Zuko finally looked at her. He knows what I'm becoming. Azula blinked. And for once, she had no ready retort. Just the crackle of distant flame in the wind. Chapter 5, The Return of Tao. The chamber was quiet again. The doors had long since closed behind Crown Prince Zuko, their echoes swallowed by the ancient stone walls. The scent of grilled meat and fire fruit still lingered, untouched, though the flames at the center of the room burned with the same intensity as ever. Ozai didn't move from his place at the end of the long stone table. His hands were folded behind his back once more, his gaze fixed on the smoldering fire pit, where the embers pulsed like the last heartbeat of some dying beast. Admiral Kuvok stood motionless a few paces away, still as iron, posture crisp, chin high. He didn't dare speak until Ozai did. You saw how he reacted, Ozai said at last, his tone mild, but carrying iron beneath the surface. Kuvok nodded once. Exactly as expected, my lord. Ozai turned slowly, his golden eyes narrowing. Emotionally compromised. Easily provoked. He has ambition, yes. But it burns without discipline. Kuvok allowed himself a small nod. He is dangerous. But not yet in the right way. The Fire Lord stepped forward, the long red folds of his robes whispering across the polished obsidian floor. He plays the part well. The righteous prince. The loyal heir. But underneath it, he thinks he's clever. He's certainly calculated, Kuvok replied. The way he removed Zhao, humiliated the princess, consolidated influence in the war council, that wasn't luck. No, Ozai agreed. It was ambition. Raw and untempered. That's the fire in him. Not the kind that warms, only the kind that consumes. Kuvok folded his hands behind his back. And that is why you brought me in. Ozai walked slowly to the side of the room, where a great tapestry of the Fire Nation's conquests loomed, flames engulfing the continents, the phoenix crest rising above all. Yes, he said. Zuko does not trust you. He never will. But that is irrelevant. Your presence is the leash. He will know you are watching, and that will curb his behavior more than any threat I could make. Kuvok allowed himself the faintest smirk. You want me to be the ghost on his shoulder. Ozai turned to face him fully. Exactly. When he falters, you will catch it. When he moves too quickly, you will slow him. When he speaks to allies, you will be the silence that makes them second guess. Your very existence will limit him. And if he turns on me? Kuvok's eyes gleamed. Then we will know exactly how far he's willing to go. Kuvok inclined his head again. Understood. Ozai moved to the table again, picking up a thin scroll sealed in deep red wax. He held it up but did not extend it yet. Your orders are detailed. Your authority absolute when it comes to naval logistics. But you will not challenge him publicly unless I say so. Let him believe he commands. Let him taste leadership. Just enough to want more. Just enough to forget it's borrowed. Kuvok stepped forward, his expression composed. I'll shadow his orders. Guide the fleet where needed. Subtly. Quietly. He'll feel like the Fire Lord long before he becomes one. And that, Ozai said, handing over the scroll, is the trap. Kuvok accepted the scroll with both hands and gave a short, crisp bow. It will be done, my lord. There was silence for a moment, broken only by the crackle of flame. Then Ozai added, almost as an afterthought, keep your eyes on the girl as well. Azula. Jinzo raised an eyebrow. She'll be part of the expedition? Ozai's mouth tightened. She asked for redemption. Zuko offered her a path to it. I allowed it. She is too valuable to discard, but too volatile to trust. And you believe she might align with him? I believe she might align with power, Ozai answered. That has always been her flaw. She doesn't serve anyone, not even me. Only victory. Kuvok absorbed this quietly. Two dragons on the same ship. Ozai looked down into the fire. If they burn each other, so be it. The ashes will tell me who was stronger. Silence again. Then, finally, Ozai turned away. You leave in a few days. Dismissed. Kuvok bowed once more and strode toward the doors. As the heavy would shut behind him, Ozai remained alone in the war chamber, staring down at the fire. It twisted and coiled like a living thing. Unpredictable. Wild. Just like his son. Admiral Kuvok walked the length of the colonnade outside the war chamber, boots clicking rhythmically on the polished stone. The late afternoon sun cast molten lines through the high windows, lighting his path in fiery gold. His expression remained composed, the unreadable mask of a man carved from command and training, but inside, his mind was moving like a siege engine. Zuko. The name lingered like a taste in his mouth, something bitter and unexpected. He had watched the Crown Prince for years from the periphery of naval intelligence. Initially, Zuko had been a boy to ignore, banished, broken, a disgrace carried only by name. But that was no longer the case. The boy who once cried in courtrooms and scorned tactics now held the fire of inheritance behind his eyes. And what disturbed Kuvok more than anything was that, unlike Azula, Zuko had learned how to hide it. That made him dangerous. More dangerous than Ozai had anticipated. He remembered Ozai's tone back in the chamber. The calculated detachment. The warning he hadn't spoken aloud. Even Ozai, master of cruelty and control, saw it. Zuko was no longer simply a pawn. He was a player now. Ambitious. Clever. And if not properly checked, perhaps even capable. Kuvok reached the outer stairwell and began descending toward the barracks. The red banners fluttered on the breeze above, flapping like wings of some slumbering phoenix overhead. He mulled over Zuko's record. The Avatar's capture. The engineered downfall of Commander Zhao. The calculated way he maneuvered Azula out of the line of succession and then subtly extended a hand to pull her back into play, on his terms. It was all too neat. Too elegant. Too orchestrated. The prince had orchestrated his own redemption arc with the grace of a playwright. And Kuvok didn't trust that one bit. You're not your father's son, he muttered under his breath. You're something else entirely. He admired cunning. He had built his career on it. But there was a difference between cunning in service to the throne and cunning in pursuit of something else. That something else was what worried him. Kuvok turned into a private corridor and entered the lower command office assigned to him. The room was already being stocked by naval aides, its scroll shelves lined with sealed intelligence documents, maps of the northern seas, fleet rosters, and provisional supply chain charts. The admiral waved the aides away with a curt nod. Once alone, he unrolled a parchment from his belt, handwritten in his own cipher, the loops and spikes of it indecipherable to any untrained reader. The names on it weren't famous. Not yet. They were officers, quartermasters, engineers, men and women personally loyal to him, not the prince, not the crown. Loyal to discipline. To surveillance. To order. Captain Tayan, currently stationed aboard the Ember Fong, promotion pending. Lieutenant Saya, embedded within the fleet's quartermaster corps, efficient, invisible, and lethal if needed. Communications Officer Daku, mild, forgettable, but with the best memory of anyone Kuvok had ever met. All of them had been carefully cultivated over the past few years. And now they would serve as his eyes and ears aboard the ships Prince Zuko would command. Not just to monitor for treason, but to learn the prince. His tendencies. His shifts in tone. The people he trusted. The things he avoided. Kuvok didn't believe in immediate confrontation. He believed in data. In shadows. In watching long enough that, by the time you did strike, you didn't miss. He would create a latticework of loyal officers across every ship. A net of awareness so complete that Zuko would not take a breath without a whisper of it reaching Kuvok's ears. There were risks, of course. Zuko wasn't a fool, and Azula was even less so. But they were young. Still emotional. Still carrying ghosts and wounds they thought they could hide behind strategy and fire. But fire only burns. It does not watch. Kuvok, on the other hand, watched everything. He moved to the eastern wall of the chamber, where the tall naval charts of the Southern Sea and the Northern Ice Break formed a massive mural across the wall. His fingers traced the outer edge of the projection. Zuko would go north. That much was clear. To the water tribes. To the places beyond the map's edges. And Kuvok would be there. Behind him. Beside him. Always just a few steps back, never in the way, but always close enough to hear the next misstep. To record it. To understand it. Because Ozai hadn't said it aloud, but Kuvok had read it in his eyes. If the prince could not be controlled, he would have to be replaced. The capital slept under the pale weight of a cloud-choked moon. Firelight flickered only at the tops of towers and the gates of noble compounds. The alleys, back streets, and gutters below were dark, wet, and silent. A lone figure moved through the heart of it, cloaked and hooded, his footfalls silent despite the wet cobblestones. He passed under rusted eaves and broken awnings, weeding through crumbling lanes and half-collapsed plazas that the city had long forgotten. Twice he paused, once when a patrol passed near the edge of the industrial quarter, and again when a rat the size of a badger cat bolted from a mound of refuse and nearly tripped him. He breathed heavily, but pressed on, the alleyways closing around him like stone arteries guiding blood to a dying heart. Eventually, he reached a building, if one could still call it that. It leaned at an unnatural angle, three of its corners seemingly held up by hope alone, the fourth already consumed by rot. Its wooden siding was warped with water damage, streaked black with soot and mildew. The front door, unmarked and sagging on rusty hinges, looked like it would scream rather than creak. He stepped forward and pushed it open. It screamed. The stench hit him immediately, mold, old blood, something acrid and chemical, and beneath it all the foul sourness of death. Not fresh, but settled. As if the building had absorbed suffering into its very bones. He lowered his head slightly, breathing through his mouth as he stepped into the rotting interior. The floorboards bowed beneath him. The walls were blistered with old, flaking paint. A single candle guttered in a rusted sconce, barely holding the darkness at bay. Then, "You are late," a voice said from the shadows. Deep. Measured. Devoid of warmth. The hooded figure turned toward it, eyes narrowing beneath the folds of his cowl. In the gloom, figures emerged, half a dozen of them, cloaked in dark robes and heavy hoods. None stepped forward, yet their presence filled the room like a breath before a scream. "I was about to head south when I got your message," the man said, his voice tight with restraint. "You were never released from your duty," another voice replied, feminine and sharp as a knife drawn in the dark. "Did you think the death of your commander removed you from the order?" The man shifted slightly, hands still hidden beneath his cloak. "After the last conversation with the master, Zhao and I assumed we had been cut off. No orders. No contact. He thought we were being discarded." One of the robed figures stepped forward, gloved hand outstretched. "Remove your hood, Tao." The man hesitated. Then, slowly, he pulled the cowl back. The firelight revealed the face of the disgraced lieutenant, Tao. His face was leaner now, scarred just above his cheek from a wound he hadn't had when he'd last worn his uniform. His eyes, once sharp with military pride, were sunken, rimmed with sleepless tension and faint desperation. "The master told you both to wait," said a third voice, older, smoother, yet somehow more threatening for its calm. "Zhao lacked the patience to obey. That is why he is dead. You, however, survived. And now, your purpose is renewed." Tao opened his mouth to respond, but a different voice interjected. "Show yourselves." As if summoned by that command, half a dozen new shapes emerged from the far corners of the ruined building. Two were women, dressed in worn leathers beneath their cloaks. One of them, tall, tattooed, scarred across her nose, locked eyes with Tao and gave the faintest nod. The other's gaze was unreadable, eyes hidden behind a silk half-mask. The other four were men. One was enormous, broad as an ox and shirtless beneath his robes, tattoos marking his arms with fire-bending sigils. Another was shorter, wiry, with twin Dao blades strapped to his back. One held nothing at all, not visibly, but his hands twitched like he was remembering killing someone with them. The last was the smallest of the group, but moved with unsettling silence. All six knelt before Tao. His breath caught. "What is this?" "They are yours," said the older voice. "Your cell. Your blade. Your shadow. Your shield." Tao turned toward the first robed speaker, eyes flashing with wary suspicion. "Why me? Why now?" Another hooded figure answered. "Because the war is entering its next act. And the prince is no longer a pawn. He is becoming a player." Tao frowned. "Then why not strike at him directly?" The silence that followed was thick and coiled. "Because," came the final reply, "his flame is not yet meant to go out. But your role is to shape the pyre around him." Tao clenched his fists. "What am I going to do?" No answer came. Only silence. Long, cold. Final. The candle trembled in its socket. The building groaned as if exhaling. Tao looked again at the six kneeling before him, and felt the breath of fate on his neck. Chapter 6: The Unexpected News. The chamber was smaller than the war room, warmer in tone but no less suffocating in its purpose. Gold-cast lanterns lined the ceiling like inverted lotus flowers, their firelight subdued, casting long shadows along the lacquered walls. A private dining hall reserved for royals, too formal to be called cozy, too quiet to be comfortable. Prince Zuko sat at the head of the obsidian dining table, dressed in a more subdued robe of deep crimson edged with gold thread. His hair was tied back loosely tonight, not in the formal topknot expected of the crown prince, but in the way he used to wear it during exile. Familiar. Functional. Unceremonial. Across from him, Azula toyed with a piece of grilled fire eel, letting it spin slowly on the edge of her chopsticks. She had said little since arriving. Her hair was down again, oddly informal for her. Her golden eyes tracked Zuko's movements with feline stillness, unreadable. Between them, the steam of their meal rose in ghostly tendrils, curling into the space where neither dared yet speak. Zuko broke the silence first. "We leave the day after tomorrow." Azula didn't look up. "You said 3 days. Has the schedule changed already?" "Admiral Kuvok wants to make an early move south to test wind conditions." Zuko lifted his tea calmly, but his words were calculated. "And I want to strike before our enemies expect us to." She sipped her wine, not acknowledging the R. Which coast? Nanhai, Zuko said. You remember it, don't you? Azula finally looked up, an eyebrow raised. The rebel coast that turned your exile into a comedy of errors? Zuko's expression didn't falter. The same. A faint, sharp smirk curved her lips. You had one ship and a few dozen half-dead crewmen. You got pushed back by local resistance and rogue waterbenders hiding in the cliffs. I didn't have resources, Zuko said coolly. Now I do. Azula swirled her wine gently. So, what, this is about revenge? It's about showing the strength of the Crown Prince, he answered, leaning slightly forward. The Nanhai coast is still volatile. Intelligence suggests Earth Kingdom smugglers are using it to channel supplies to General Fong's partisans. I want to cut them off. And gain a victory that makes the war room shut up, she added. Zuko didn't deny it. She set down her cup. And I assume I'm not just coming along for decoration. I expect you to take command of our Eastern Assault Team, Zuko said. It'll be your first step toward restoration. Azula's eyes narrowed. You make it sound like charity. It's a partnership, Zuko said. You agreed to be mine. My weapon. My muse. This is what that means. The words hung between them like a blade left unsheathed on the table. Azula leaned back, folding her arms under her chest. And if I decide I'm tired of playing the whore behind closed doors while you toss me military scraps in public? Zuko's expression didn't change. But his voice came quieter. You could have walked away after the first night. Or the second. Azula looked away. You make it sound like I had a choice. You always had a choice, Zuko said, eyes locked on her. You still do. Silence again. Then she reached for a small bowl of rice, gathering a bit onto her chopsticks. Her hand was steady, but her voice had cooled. You're still afraid of father, she said, flatly. You pretend like you've outgrown it, but every plan, every maneuver, is built on proving something to him. Zuko didn't respond immediately. He let her strike. Let the wound bleed. I'm not afraid of him, he said eventually. But I understand him. That's more dangerous. Azula chuckled bitterly. And you think he'll just hand you the throne when you're done flexing for the council? No, Zuko said, meeting her gaze. That's why I'm not asking. She paused. Not because she didn't understand, but because she did. I hate you, she whispered, voice almost too quiet to hear. I know, Zuko said softly. And I still chose you. Azula looked at him, golden eyes sharp and wounded all at once. This deal, she said slowly, is going to kill one of us. Zuko leaned forward slightly. Maybe, I doubt it though. Another pause. The air between them was heavy with words they hadn't yet said, and ones they never would. She finally looked away again, stabbing a piece of roasted phoenix duck. Nanhai it is. There came a bit of a lull after that. Azula's voice broke the lull, sharp and silk-wrapped. So, what was she like? Zuko didn't flinch. He didn't ask who she meant. He simply finished sipping from his cup, placed it back on the lacquered table, and met her gaze. Be more specific. Azula gave a dry laugh. Don't play coy. The Water Tribe girl. Katara. You had her under your roof, in your chambers, in chains. And publicly, everyone believed you were enjoying her company in every imaginable way. I wonder, was the act only for them? Zuko leaned back, folding one arm across his chest. His gold eyes didn't waver. What are you actually asking, Azula? She tilted her head, golden eyes narrowing as a slow smirk curled across her lips. You tell me. You made her your muse, didn't you? Whispered that she was special. Paraded her around the court like a new trophy. You even had the nobles gossiping about your little exotic pet, purring under your heel. He said nothing. Azula clicked her tongue. I suppose I'm just curious. You've never been particularly subtle when it comes to your appetites. And yet, with her, there's still fog. No clarity. You let her go, supposedly, when the Avatar escaped. So tell me, what happened between you two in those quiet, locked rooms? Did she kneel? Did she fight? Did she weep? A beat. Did you? Zuko smiled faintly. There was no humor in it. You sound jealous. Azula scoffed, but it wasn't dismissive. She picked up a slice of seared eel with measured elegance, chewed, and swallowed before replying. Please. I'm only trying to understand the competition. Is that what she was? Zuko asked, his voice even. Competition? Azula studied him now. Serious. I don't know. Is she? Zuko leaned forward, elbows resting on the edge of the table. His eyes were still calm, but there was something else beneath, something unreadable. She was loyal. In her own way. Azula arched a brow. That's not an answer. It's the only one I'm giving. A silence passed. Azula's gaze sharpened. You offered her a place in your harem, didn't you? Zuko's lips barely moved. I did. Before she escaped? Azula's eyes darkened. That's what the going story is. Zuko offered the faintest shrug. Stories are tools. I used one. And her? Azula asked, voice quieter now. Did she use you? Zuko didn't reply immediately. He stared down into his wine for a long moment, then set it aside untouched. She had a choice. Azula tilted her head. But you're not saying what she chose. I'm not. More silence. She hated it. Azula could handle lies, cruelty, even betrayal. But ambiguity? Mystery? From him? That was unacceptable. She's still out there, she murmured. With the boy Avatar. Do you expect to see her again? Zuko looked up at her, and for a flicker of a moment, Azula thought she saw something unguarded pass behind his eyes. Something like regret. Or anticipation. Eventually. Azula's jaw tightened just slightly. She looked away, reaching for another bite of her food, but the act was mechanical now. Her thoughts were elsewhere. Zuko didn't press the moment. He let it sit. Let her turn. Then he said quietly, what we did, you and I, no one knows. It's a secret because it has to be. Just like what I shared with her, whatever that was. Azula looked at him again. Her expression was unreadable now, forged steel behind gold. And which of us do you think will stay your secret longer? Zuko didn't answer. He didn't need to. Because they both already knew, secrets never stay buried for long. A quiet knock at the door broke the moment. Neither Zuko nor Azula moved at first, their gazes locked. Then the door opened just enough for a uniformed messenger to step in, armor crisp, expression strained, eyes darting toward Zuko with urgency. He crossed the floor quickly and leaned close, whispering only 3 words. Urgent message, sire. Zuko's jaw tightened. The change in him was immediate, like steam rising from the surface of calm water. Azula noticed it instantly. His face didn't twist, but his eyes changed, went focused, harder. He stood without another word and turned to leave. Azula set her cup down with deliberate care. Going somewhere? She asked, voice deceptively casual. It's official, Zuko said, not turning to look at her. A matter of command. Oh, come now, Zuzu, she said, rising slowly from her seat, you were just starting to open up. You can't possibly expect me to let you walk out after that without explanation. It's nothing, he replied quickly, too quickly. I'll brief you later. You're lying, she said, her voice like ice now. I saw your face change. I've seen you bluff ministers with smoother expressions. He paused in the doorway, back still turned. Then you already know I won't answer. And with that, he stepped into the hall with the soldier in tow. The door closed sharply behind him. Azula stared at the shut doors for a long moment, then murmured to herself, one whisper in the ear, and suddenly he bleeds. She exhaled slowly, something dark flickering behind her eyes. I have to know. Then she followed. The tower loomed like a spike of volcanic glass rising from the base of the mountains. It was positioned just beyond the outer gates, high enough to catch the messages of carrier hawks and royal birds before they circled the city. The spiral path inside led upward through layers of silence and torchlight, carved in stone blackened by centuries of use. Zuko walked ahead of the messenger, his mind already racing. Only a handful of people in his chain of trust even knew the tower was used again. Fewer still knew to send anything there. When he reached the uppermost chamber, a man was waiting. The torchlight framed his worn armor and shaven head. Old, scarred, but unmistakably loyal. It was Rin, one of the last few from the days of exile. He bowed deeply and handed over a sealed scroll. Direct from Kyoshi Island, my prince, Rin said. Encrypted and untouched. Zuko nodded, his expression unreadable. Lead me. Rin bowed again and descended the stairs without a word. Zuko held the scroll for a long moment. It bore his personal seal and the watermark of Lieutenant Commander G, newly promoted, recently dispatched. He broke the seal with a flick of his thumb and unrolled the scroll. Transcribed report, Ensign Lee. Dictated by authority of Lieutenant Commander G. Encrypted route protocol, royal eyes only. To His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Zuko. May your ambitions bear fruit and your enemies sow salt. The operations on Kyoshi Island have concluded in adherence to the foundational directive entrusted to Commander G. I offer herein a precise summary of the developments, as per your directive for clarity without flourish, though I admit, restraint of diction is a burden I do not bear easily. The initial diplomatic proposal was met, as expected, with suspicion, though the undercurrent of disunity among the island's civilian elders facilitated a slower but eventual capitulation. Their mayor, one Hanu, a man of passive spine and bloated virtue, capitulated to avoid what he perceived as greater bloodshed. Resistance did bloom, as anticipated, and your forecast regarding the necessity of an external threat proved prescient. A staged or perhaps even genuine assault by third-party forces, later traced via documents to operatives sympathetic to General Fong, allowed for decisive intervention by our own troops. I note, with some satisfaction, that our response not only saved Kyoshi lives but reshaped public perception of our presence as protective rather than invasive. Suki of the Kyoshi warriors, whose reputation borders on local sainthood, has been offered the position outlined in your scroll. Her response remains contemplative. Additionally, all 5 designated marriage contracts have been acknowledged. I, however, must confess your assignment of Iroh to my person is a challenge I had not anticipated. She is spirited. Your sense of irony remains intact, my prince. More crucially, sir, there has been a leak. General Fong's involvement implies someone within your extended structure has eyes on our movements. I have not identified the point of compromise, but I would advise a counterintelligence operation before further directives are dispatched through traditional channels. I do, however, recommend your presence on the island post haste. Commander G remains loyal. As do I. For the flame and the throne. Ensign Lee. Zuko reread the scroll slowly, eyes scanning each line like a sculptor running fingers over fresh stone. He smiled. Not widely. Not in joy. But in satisfaction. Everything had gone wrong in the right way. Resistance. Fong's interference. Forced diplomacy. And now, eyes were on him. Watching more closely than he'd expected. Good. Because now he knew who the players were. Or at least that they were playing. He folded the scroll again, burned the edges in his palm, and let the flame consume it until only smoke remained. Then, as the last curl vanished into the air, he whispered. They're all watching. The heavy silence inside the tower was shattered by the door slamming open. Azula strode in like a blade drawn for war, golden eyes sharp, mouth curled in impatience. "Zuko," she snapped, "I've had enough of this." She stopped cold. The room was dark, save for the dying embers curling into black smoke above Zuko's outstretched palm. Whatever had been written on that scroll, it was gone. Reduced to ash. No trace, no parchment, no seal. Just the smell of scorched silk and char. She looked from the smoke to his face. It wasn't rage, or panic, or calculation she saw there. It was purpose. Zuko turned slowly, his expression unreadable. The firelight caught the edge of his scar, casting it like a brand against shadow. "To the harbor," he said to Rin, who'd returned at the sound of her voice. "Wake the officers who are in the capital. Get the ships fueled and loaded. We sail immediately." Azula blinked. "We were supposed to leave in 2 days." "I have another stop before Nanhai," Zuko replied curtly. "What kind of stop?" she pressed. "Where?" He looked at her, voice clipped and final. "I will meet you in Nanhai in 5 days." "It's the middle of the night," she said, narrowing her eyes. "You expect the entire fleet to back off?" Zuko roared. His voice slammed through the room like a living flame, rattling the walls, scorching the air. It wasn't just a command. It was a warning. A promise of annihilation. Azula froze. The air went still and dead. The embers stopped flickering. She stared at him, lips parted, but said nothing. Zuko took a single step forward, the fury still radiating from him like coiled lightning. "Inform Admiral Kuvok," he said without turning back to her. "Tell him the same. I have other business to take care of. I will meet you all in Nanhai." Rin approached carefully, his voice low but urgent. "Prince Zuko, the princess is correct. Most of the men are not even in the city. Half the officers are. Then get the ones who are," Zuko cut in. "And get them moving." He stormed past them, cloak flaring behind him, boots pounding with measured fury as he began the long descent down the winding stairs. Rin snapped to attention and followed, barking orders to the guards below. Fire Nation soldiers scrambled in the torchlight, tripping over themselves to obey. The tower buzzed with chaos. But Azula didn't move. She stood in the center of the black chamber, her eyes locked on the fading ash still suspended in the air. She had seen Zuko angry before. Arrogant. Even unhinged. But this was something else. There was no flailing fire, no boy trying to prove himself. There was no mask, no bluff. There was only power. Cold. Controlled. Coiled like a dragon waiting to strike. And for the first time in her life, Azula felt something she had never felt when looking at her brother. Doubt. She'd always known she could beat him. Even when he trained harder, screamed louder, tried to outmatch her, he was still the weaker one. But now! For the first time ever. Now she wasn't sure. Chapter 7, The Prince in the Dark. The harbor slept beneath a velvet sky, the stars above dimmed by the haze of smoke from the capital's furnaces. Lanterns bobbed softly along the piers, swaying in rhythm with the tide, their muted glow barely illuminating the outlines of dock vessels. Crickets whispered from the rocky edges of the seawall, and the quiet slosh of water echoed in the cold wind. It was the kind of silence that cities only heard in the depths of night, when even the criminals were too tired to conspire, and the ghosts of older wars paced the stone paths unseen. Prince Zuko walked through it all as if drawn by some invisible thread. Cloak pulled close to his armor, boots striking against wet timber, his eyes never once left the horizon where the sea swallowed the sky. Rin followed at his side, his stride brisk but his thoughts hesitant. The older soldier had served Zuko during exile, had seen him broken, furious, obsessed. He had also seen him reborn, sharper, more focused, dangerously so. But tonight, Rin couldn't place what he saw. It wasn't rage. It wasn't even resolve. It was something colder. A decision already made, one that no one, not Rin, not the Fire Lord, not even the stars, could change. They reached the far end of the harbor, where a modest Fire Nation ship bobbed alone in the tide. Sleek, well-maintained, but nothing like the grand ships assigned to the Crown Prince's armada. Just a single chaser-class vessel, lean and fast, designed for scouting or pursuit. It had no escort. No flags. No drums. Only a skeleton crew, barely 20 men. Half of them still groggy, armor askew, yawning behind hastily tied sashes. They stood straighter when they saw Zuko approach, though unease colored their faces. One of them, a young helmsman with sleep still clinging to his eyes, leaned over the railing as the prince stepped onto the gangplank. "Your Highness," he stammered. "We were told you wouldn't be departing until—" "We sail now," Zuko said without stopping. "Wake the engine chief. I want full pressure by the time we clear the mouth of the bay." The crew scattered like kicked embers. Rin paused at the base of the ramp. "My prince, forgive me. But we're not ready." The men barely had time to arm themselves. "We have no second ship. No supply barge. No forward scout. This isn't how we sail." Zuko turned, and for a moment, his face softened, not with kindness, but with a strange kind of clarity. A flame that burned inward. "I'm not bringing a fleet. Not this time. Not for where I'm going." Rin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then what are we walking into?" Zuko stepped closer, low voice barely audible over the sound of waves licking the dock. "An echo," he said. "A test. A door." The soldier looked like he wanted to ask more, but knew better. He gave a stiff nod and followed his prince up the ramp. On deck, the crew scrambled into position. The coal furnace below sparked into life. The sound of iron and fire rose up through the floorboards as pressure hissed from the steam vents. Zuko stood at the prow, arms folded behind his back, watching the city grow smaller as the ship drifted slowly away from the docks. The lights of the capital flickered like dying stars behind him. Rin came to stand at his side, silent for a long while. Then finally, "You should have told the princess more." "I told her enough," Zuko said. "She'll be where she needs to be." Rin grunted. "You trust her?" "No," Zuko said plainly. "But I trust that she wants her power back. That's all I need." The cruiser picked up speed, cutting through the moonlit water like a blade in silk. No banners flew from the mast. No horns announced their departure. Zuko didn't want them to know he was gone. Not yet. The ship cut through the sea like a needle threading black silk. The deck was silent save for the hiss of steam from below and the occasional muttered command as the crew adjusted their heading. No one shouted. No orders were barked. Even the younger soldiers, men who had never sailed without fanfare, had begun to sense something sacred, or perhaps dangerous, in their prince's silence. Zuko stood at the foredeck, eyes narrowed toward the open ocean ahead, arms folded beneath his cloak. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stared into the horizon as if daring the world to meet his gaze. He needed to reach Kyoshi Island, and soon. He'd read Lee's scroll half a dozen times in his mind already, every phrase echoing louder with each memory of what they had done. The political theater had played out perfectly, but now it was more than politics. General Fong knew. Somehow, he had learned of the mission, possibly before it even began. Too clean, Zuko thought. Too surgical to be mere chance. That meant the leak was real. Somewhere in the Empire, maybe even within the new fleet, eyes were watching. Words were being passed along shadowed routes. Messages intercepted, movements tracked. And if Fong could discover something as discreet as Kyoshi when it hadn't even left his head until the operation was underway, others might follow. The White Lotus. The people Zhao was working for before he was taken out. Kuvok. Even Ozai. And that was why Kyoshi could no longer be a shadow move. Now, it had to be reinforced, to ensure their control, to stabilize what had been won. And if need be, to send a message. But he wouldn't sail directly to the island. That would be reckless. Predictable. He was already taking a big risk with this whole losing his temper and nearly blowing the head off of Azula. No, he needed a mask. A detour that looked like a routine inspection. Something unremarkable, surrounded by enough noise to conceal his real destination. He heard Rin's boots approaching behind him. Measured. Loyal. Hesitant. The older man stepped to his side, arms behind his back. We've leveled the rudder and stabilized the heading, my prince. The crew requests final confirmation of our destination. Zuko didn't turn. Tutanaki, he said quietly. Rin blinked. The southern coast island? Yes. A few days west of Kyoshi. Close enough to look routine. Close enough to anywhere that no one will assume what I'm actually doing. Rin frowned slightly. No supply manifest. No courier relay. No military assets worth inspecting. It's a ghost post, sir. Exactly, Zuko replied. Rin studied him. So that's not our final stop. No. Rin hesitated. Then, Kyoshi. Zuko finally turned, the corner of his mouth twitching with a rare smirk. You've been with me too long. Rin exhaled. I followed you through pirate-infested waters and lightning storms. I knew what we were doing in the colonies before even you admitted it. I can tell when a course is just a decoy. Zuko nodded. Good. Rin paused. Sir, why not bring the full fleet if Kyoshi's truly that important? Why go now, in the middle of the night, with a skeleton crew and attracting this much attention with your father and the Admiralty? Because, Zuko said, his tone dropping into steel, I don't know how deep the leak goes. If they knew about Kyoshi once, they can know again. And if they know now, they'll be watching what I move and when. The moment I raise the banners and sail under official colors, the illusion collapses. I know this was very risky, but it's part of a large goal, to find the real players involved. My sudden departure will push everyone to act. I am not stupid enough to believe that people haven't noticed my change in behavior just as you have. Well, I can attest that you are not the same boy prince exiled by his father anymore, Rin admitted. I have done a fine job of hiding my intentions and not making reckless moves, so this will obviously get their attention and force them into action. He turned back toward the sea. We move quiet. We reinforce what we've claimed. And we ensure that no one, no general, no spy, no masked old man in a white robe, rips it out from under us. Rin didn't speak again. He simply bowed, low and deliberate, before retreating back to the command rail. The sky above was still clouded, stars dim behind the haze, but Zuko stood tall against the wind. The smoke of the capital was gone now, replaced by brine and salt and the sharp tang of the open sea. His cloak whipped behind him like a banner without a name. He did not smile. But in his chest, beneath armor and silence, something ancient burned. One whisper in the wind, he thought, and the world repositions its gaze. The night air still hummed with residual heat, but inside the tower, everything felt cold. Azula stood where Zuko had left her, framed in shadow and cinders, her arms crossed beneath her outer robe, her golden eyes fixed on the empty doorway. Outside, the sounds of scrambling soldiers echoed like a song of chaos, boots slamming on stairs, orders shouted with more desperation than discipline, steam whistling from the engines far below. She had never seen the harbor come to life so fast in the dead of night. And it was all because of him. Her brother. No, she corrected herself. Not just him. Something else now. Something different. Since returning from exile with the Avatar in chains, Zuko had been many things: smug, confident, ambitious. Cunning, even. But tonight, something had slipped. Not just his temper. Not just the mask. Something deeper. Something real. Azula's fingers traced the edge of the railing as if touching the ghost of that moment, the fire that flared in his voice, the sharp edge of command, the finality when he had barked at her to back off. Not pleaded. Not reasoned. Commanded. And for the first time, Azula hadn't pushed back. You hesitated, she scolded herself. You froze. But still, her heart beat faster. Not from fear now, but from the thrill of it. This wasn't the plan. Zuko's plan or hers. This sudden departure wasn't rehearsed or rehearsable. No smug smirks. No clever manipulations. He had been hit with something unexpected, and it had thrown him just far enough off balance to show his real footing. She licked her lips slowly, a grin forming as she turned toward the windows and watched the harbor blaze with hurried movement. So, she whispered to herself, you can still bleed. She stepped back from the ledge, wrapping her arms in the silken folds of her robe. This was an opportunity. Zuko hadn't made many mistakes since his return, but this? This was the first true fracture. And if she timed it right, if she struck in the right places, she could make it count. But she would need help. Not guards or soldiers. Not council sycophants. She needed people she could control. She needed her circle. By the time she returned to her private quarters, the lanterns had begun to dim across the palace grounds, but her mind was alive with motion. A handful of servants jumped at her sudden entrance, bowing deeply. She waved them away with a single gesture, already moving toward the tall lacquered wardrobe in the back corner. From beneath a false bottom, she withdrew a small travel scroll, stamped with her personal seal, hidden from court records. She unraveled it on the desk and scribbled a quick, elegant message. To Ty Lee and Mai. By order of the Princess of the Fire Nation. You are hereby summoned to the Imperial Capital by my personal request. Circumstances demand your presence immediately. You will be transported by Royal Hawk escort. Expect departure at dawn. Bring only what you need. We have work to do. Azula. She sealed it, pressed it to her flame, and handed it to the fastest runner she could summon. Send it by Hawk and make sure it flies tonight, she ordered. Wake the aviary if you have to. No delays. The servant bowed and fled. Azula stood by the window once more, watching the last flicker of Zuko's ship disappear beyond the bay. 1,000 questions pulsed in her mind. Where was he going? What did he see in that message? What was so important that he'd risk pissing off Kuvok and Father all at once? She didn't know. But she would find out. And when she did, she'd be ready. The pounding at his door was relentless. At first, Admiral Kuvok stirred beneath the layered covers of his estate quarters, groaning low and curling an arm across his eyes. He had always been a light sleeper, but this was different. Urgent. Desperate. Not the kind of knocking a servant used to wake a superior. This was panic. Admiral, a muffled voice called from the other side. Admiral Kuvok, forgive the hour, it's urgent. Kuvok blinked into darkness, the haze of sleep still clinging to him like ash. His hand shot to the bedside table, pulling the covers aside and reaching for the small lantern. With a flick, it sparked to life, bathing the room in dim amber. He swung his legs over the side and marched to the door in nothing but a thin undershirt and silk trousers. The door burst open before the attendant could even finish knocking. What in Agni's name is going on? Kuvok growled. A junior officer, pale and sweating, stood outside. Behind him, 2 others waited, their faces just as strained. My lord, the officer stammered, I Prince Zuko, he's gone, sir. Kuvok froze. Gone, he repeated. His voice wasn't loud. It was sharp. Precise. As if the word itself were poisonous in his mouth. He departed the harbor an hour ago. A single ship, no escort. Minimal crew. The admiral's brow twitched. Gone where? We don't know, sir. No orders filed. No banners raised. Just, gone. Kuvok stared at the boy. At the sweat on his neck. At the tremor in his fingers. He turned slowly and grabbed the dark navy cloak hanging on the wall, throwing it over his shoulders. And no one thought to stop the Crown Prince of the Fire Nation from vanishing in the middle of the night with a ghost crew? We tried to get confirmation, sir, another officer piped up. But the dock commander said the prince left under royal discretion. He even signed the clearance himself. Kuvok's teeth clenched. And where was the princess during this little exodus? Still at the tower, said the first. She returned not long after the prince departed. Kuvok stormed back into his quarters, grabbing his boots and pulling them on hastily. His hands were shaking slightly. This makes no sense, he muttered aloud. He was just at the war chamber. I read the movement orders myself. 2 days. Full fleet. Coordinated departure. He looked up at them. What changed? The room was silent. Kuvok's voice dropped low. Answer me. One of the aides swallowed hard. A messenger arrived during his dinner with the princess. Whispered something in his ear. After that, he left. Did anyone intercept the message? No, sir. He destroyed it. The scroll's ashes were seen in the tower chamber. Kuvok's fists closed slowly. He's hiding something. They didn't respond. They didn't need to. He paced across the room, boots thudding softly against polished stone. Each step felt heavier. Louder. His mind reeled. He's only been crowned prince for days. Ozai trusts him, but barely. And now he disappears in the dead of night without so much as a formal dispatch? This wasn't recklessness. This was deliberate. Prepare my command staff, he barked. I want every officer currently in the city assembled in my secondary strategy hall within the hour. No exceptions. Yes, Admiral. The men turned and ran. Kuvok stood alone now, breath shallow, sweat forming at the back of his neck. The fire in his room flickered uneasily. Then he crossed to the writing desk, grabbed a sealed parchment scroll and the Fire Lord's personal sigil. He dipped the tip of his quill into red wax and began writing. To His Majesty, Fire Lord Ozai. Subject, unauthorized departure of the Crown Prince. At the second hour past midnight, Prince Zuko departed the imperial capital aboard a lone vessel, without naval escort or fleet support. His stated departure was not recorded in formal manifests and contradicts both our shared campaign timeline and the orders issued earlier the day before. No dispatches have been submitted since. His last known act was the personal authorization of his own departure through clearance at the southern harbor. The ship was a scout-class vessel with minimal crew. No information was disclosed to command staff, Admiral Kuvok included. I will pursue investigating his projected course immediately with all caution, but request that the court be made aware of this irregularity. Respectfully. Admiral Kuvok, Commandant of the Imperial 13th Southern Division. He rolled it, sealed it, and handed it to the fastest courier he had. Fly it. Now. No stops. As the door slammed behind the runner, Kuvok stood staring into the fire. Something wasn't right. This wasn't an impulsive prince flailing for independence. This was a man executing a plan too quiet to be noticed and too dangerous to be ignored. Chapter 8, Even Fire Has Limits. The throne room of the Fire Lord was not built for mourning. Its high ceiling and towering obsidian pillars drank in the sun without ever softening its presence. The flame-lit braziers along the perimeter gave off no warmth, only light, casting long streaks of orange and red that made the polished stone floor glisten like molten metal. There were no windows. No breeze. Only the slow, controlled breathing of fire. And Fire Lord Ozai, seated high upon his dais, was breathing very carefully this morning. The parchment scroll in his hand trembled slightly, though not from age or frailty. His eyes, golden and sharp, scanned the text with a stillness that made his attendants hold their breath. A single page. A single paragraph that appended protocol. Zuko has vanished. Not in hiding. Not in failure. But by choice. By will. Admiral Kuvok's words had been precise. Diplomatic. Measured. But the meaning was unmistakable. The Crown Prince had taken a single vessel and slipped away in the night, no escort, no war banner, no listed destination. Only a ghost crew and an empty space where a timetable used to be. Ozai reread the report in silence. Not once. Not twice. 5 times. Each time, the fire behind his eyes burned colder. "Bring me Kuvok," he said at last, his voice like a blade scraped across stone. The nearest minister bowed and fled the chamber with haste. Behind the flame basin at the base of the throne, a high-ranking scribe shifted uncomfortably. "My lord," he began, hesitant, "shall I prepare a public explanation? A reason for the delay in naval deployment?" Ozai did not look at him. "No." The scribe blinked. "No, my lord." "There will be no delay," Ozai said calmly. "We move forward with deployment as planned. Admiral Kuvok will lead the remaining fleet to Nanhai. If Zuko is not present upon arrival." He finally turned his gaze toward the scribe, and the weight of it made the man fall silent. "Then the council will be informed of the prince's disobedience." The scribe bowed deeply. "Of course, Fire Lord." Ozai stood slowly from his throne, cloak trailing behind him like a shadow made of smoke. "He believes I will forgive this," he said, mostly to himself. "That his recent victories have bought him leverage." He stepped down from the dais, his movements precise, deliberate. "This is not the first time he's acted without my leave," Ozai continued. "But until now, it was always to please me. To earn my favor. This is different." A pause. "This is the first time he's moved without caring what I think." He walked past the brazier, flame light dancing across his face. "And that," he said softly, "is the most dangerous kind of disobedience." By the time Admiral Kuvok arrived, boots clicking crisply against polished stone, Ozai was already seated again, the scroll neatly rolled in his hand. "My lord," Kuvok greeted, kneeling at the base of the steps. Ozai did not gesture for him to rise. "Report again," he said. Aloud. Kuvok's jaw tightened. At approximately the second hour past midnight, Prince Zuko departed the capital aboard a single chaser-class vessel. He issued personal clearance at the southern harbor, bypassing fleet protocol. Destination? Unknown. The harbor master believes the heading was southeast, though there is no way to confirm. No escort. Minimal crew. No logs? None filed. Ozai's eyes narrowed. "You spoke to the princess?" "I did." She was unaware of his intentions but witnessed his departure. She was shaken. Ozai allowed that to sit for a moment. "Then she saw something real," he said. Kuvok nodded. "It appears so." A beat passed. Then, Ozai finally gestured. Kuvok rose to his feet. "My lord, what are your orders?" he asked. "You will sail to Nanhai with the division as scheduled," Ozai said. "When you arrive, if the prince is there, observe him closely. If he is not..." Ozai's gaze sharpened to a lethal point. "You will begin acting in his absence. Wait for his return. Quietly. Assert command as needed. The men follow him, yes, but they fear you." Kuvok bowed. "As you command." "And Admiral," Ozai added, his voice soft as ash, "if he does not return with something worthwhile." Kuvok waited, the silence stretching between them. Ozai's next words were quiet, but final. "Remind him that even fire has limits." As the Fire Lord conversed with the rest of the council, time passed. The court chamber had changed since the war meetings of the day before. Gone were the banners of naval strategy and fleet manifestos. In their place, silence, tension, and veiled suspicion. A smaller, tighter circle of ministers now flanked the Fire Lord's throne, high-ranking generals, sages, and internal intelligence advisors. No junior staff. No scribes. Every man in the room had bled for the Fire Nation, or made others bleed on its behalf. And in the center of it all stood Azula. She bowed deeply before her father, her silks crisp and composed, her golden eyes lowered, but only just. Ozai said nothing at first. He studied her in silence, as though weighing the balance between bloodline and betrayal. When he finally spoke, his voice echoed across the chamber like thunder across still water. "You were the last one to see the Zuko before he vanished." Azula straightened with practiced grace. "That is correct, father." "Explain." A flicker of something, fear, calculation, amusement, passed behind her eyes. She clasped her hands together just below her waist and tilted her head ever so slightly. "We were having a private dinner. A moment of reconciliation, perhaps. We discussed the campaign. Our shared objectives. He even spoke, briefly, of strategy." "Strategy?" one general repeated skeptically. "Yes," she said smoothly. Zuko was unusually focused. Tense, even. "I had suspected for some time that he was concealing something." "And you said nothing?" a sage pressed. Azula frowned with subtle theatrical precision. "I said what I could, when it was appropriate. Zuko has changed since his return from exile. The capture of the Avatar emboldened him, but also unbalanced him. His methods became erratic. Unpredictable. I thought it best not to stoke his instability while he still walked in Father's good graces." A whisper rippled through the circle. Ozai's face remained unreadable. "You said he was tense. What happened next?" "A messenger arrived mid-meal," Azula continued. "Delivered a message in private. I attempted to remain calm, to observe. But his expression changed immediately. Whatever he was told, it shook him." "Did you see the contents of the message?" "No," she answered truthfully. "He burned it before anyone else could." "And you made no attempt to stop him from leaving?" Kuvok asked now, stepping forward from the firelight. Azula turned her gaze on the admiral, measured and cool. "I did. I pressed him. I demanded answers. I even offered to deploy my own guard to accompany him. He refused." She paused. "He shouted at me. Roared, in fact. With fire. I'd never seen him like that." Ozai's gaze narrowed, studying her. "And you let him leave," he said. Azula inclined her head with a shadow of wounded grace. "He is the crown prince, father. My word, my authority, only carries as much weight as you allow it to. He made it clear that I was not to interfere. That if I tried, I would regret it." She let the statement hang in the air like smoke. One of the sages finally murmured, "She tried to stop him. We can't fault her for that." Another added, "And if she'd drawn flames on the prince, it would be seen as treason." She acted with restraint. Kuvok, for all his suspicion, said nothing more. His jaw remained clenched. Ozai's eyes never left his daughter's face. "You claim he has changed?" Azula nodded. "He hides more. Plans more. The boy who once begged for your approval now speaks as if he doesn't need it. And you're frightened by this?" Azula smiled faintly. "Frightened? No, father." She stepped forward into the firelight. "But I would be a fool not to recognize that he's becoming dangerous. Perhaps more dangerous than any of us realized." Ozai didn't speak. But the fire behind the throne flared, just slightly. Azula dipped into another bow. "I only wish to serve the Fire Nation. As I always have." She turned on her heel and exited the chamber without another word. Behind her, the chamber murmured and buzzed like a beehive disturbed. But Azula smiled to herself. Play the victim. Warn them gently. Let them think she's the loyal one again. Let them think he was the one spiraling out of control. The sea had grown quiet since sunset. No gulls cried overhead. No distant ships dotted the horizon. Only the rhythmic hiss of the steam engine and the groaning sway of the hull broke the silence. Above them, a blanket of stars stretched wide and sharp against the inky sky, like 1,000 eyes too old and too patient to blink. Zuko stood alone on the aft deck, the wind brushing past his cloak, warm and dry. His arms were folded behind him, but he wasn't looking at the sea anymore. He was looking inward. The silence helped. By morning, they'd reached Tutanaki, a burned-out fishing island on the edge of nowhere. A dot on the map that barely made it into any conversation that mattered. That was why he chose it. Close enough to Kyoshi. Far enough from suspicion. He heard the hatch open behind him, the soft clink of boots approaching across the wooden deck. Rin's silhouette came into view, but the older man stayed a respectful distance. "My prince," he said. "We received 3 messages by Hawk. One marked from the crown. The other, from a less official channel. A third, coded, from the east." Zuko turned slowly. "Let me see them." Rin handed him the folded scrolls one by one, each sealed with different markings. One bore the red wax crest of the Imperial Council, stamped over Admiral Kuvok's cipher. Another was a plain scroll, no official seal, but the ink mark near the fold confirmed what Zuko already suspected, one of his own. An inside contact among the palace guards. The last had the Kyoshi crescent burned into its edge, discreet, but familiar. Zuko broke the Imperial Council scroll first. Royal dispatch issued by command of Admiral Kuvok. To His Royal Highness, Prince Zuko. Crown records have acknowledged your unauthorized deployment from the capital as of yesterday's 2nd hour. The Fire Lord has authorized continued naval mobilization to Nanhai as scheduled. Your presence is now publicly expected in Nanhai within 5 days' time. Her Highness, Princess Azula, has confirmed your arrangement to rendezvous at the fleet's first forward base. Admiral Kuvok assumes command until your arrival. All formalities and fleet chain of command are to remain active in your absence. May your actions continue to reflect the strength of the throne. Admiral Kuvok. Zuko scoffed lightly. Of course she'd tell them. He'd expected nothing less. Azula knew better than to miss an opportunity. She'd tie herself to his movements just enough to keep herself innocent and wrap him in consequence if anything failed. He tossed the scroll aside and opened the second message, his thumb brushing over the tiny dark smudge near the crease, a mark made by thumb ink, passed silently within the palace's inner staff. He read quickly. Private Observation, Operative 12, Palace Guard Corps. Intercepted verbal account, War Chamber. Princess Azula presented herself to the Fire Lord and High Court as the final witness to your Highness's departure. She described you as unstable, agitated, and in violation of protocol. Emphasized your destruction of the received scroll. Allegedly claimed you roared with fire and threatened her person when questioned. Multiple sages and ministers expressed concern regarding your Highness's mental state. Admiral Kuvok's tone during follow-up questioning was hostile, though still deferential. Princess Azula maintained a tone of humility, painting herself as loyal and fearful. It was received favorably. Recommendation: expect narrative consolidation against your decision within Council. Loyalty maintained. Awaiting further instructions. Zuko's jaw flexed as he rolled the parchment closed. He hadn't even left sight of the mainland and already the story had changed. Azula was fast. Smarter than most of the court, certainly. But he'd given her just enough rope. Let her paint him volatile. Let Kuvok play the heavy. Let the court worry. It would only make what came next more effective. He turned to the last scroll. This one, he took his time with. He recognized the handwriting instantly, G's, precise and efficient. The message was short, he'd kept it simple on purpose, to avoid drawing attention if intercepted. To His Highness, Crown Prince Zuko. Preparations at Kyoshi Island are complete. Village is stabilized, local resistance has quieted. Mayor and Kyoshi warriors expect your arrival in 2 days' time, as indicated in original directive. We have maintained the facade of negotiation. Our personnel are embedding steadily. Ensign Lee reports minimal external contact since last message. Earth Kingdom activity has slowed. Monitoring continues. Your timing is ideal. The balance is tipping. Lieutenant Commander G. Zuko let out a slow breath, folding the scroll neatly and tucking it into the inner lining of his robe. Everything was aligning. The timing. The pressure. The narrative of him slipping. Kuvok watching. Azula whispering. The court second-guessing. And here, in the shadows, on a ship barely big enough for 20, Zuko moved closer to what they couldn't see. Let them call him reckless. Let them whisper madness. By the time they realized what he'd truly built, it would be too late to stop it. He looked out at the horizon. The stars above still shimmered. The sea below rolled like a serpent waiting to strike. "Tell the helmsman," he said without turning. "We make for Tutanaki at full speed." Rin nodded, his voice low. "Yes, my prince." Zuko stood still, the wind teasing the edges of his cloak. Let Kuvok hold Nanhai. Let Azula summon allies. Let Father sharpen his throne. For now, Zuko was headed where none of them would look. And when he returned, it wouldn't be as the prince they remembered. The dawn rolled in thick with the smell of smoke, coal, and steel. Across the expanse of the southern harbor, 25 massive Fire Nation warships stood ready, lined like obsidian teeth beneath a crimson sky. Their hulls gleamed with fresh oiling, thick armored plating catching the first glimmers of morning sun. Black smoke coiled from every stack, hissing upward into the lightning clouds as deckhands rushed across gangways, loading crates, checking seals, barking commands over the rhythmic hiss of pressurized steam engines. The 13th Southern Imperial Division, Kuvok's command, was no minor display of force. These were ships of conquest, floating citadels crafted not for diplomacy, but for domination. Each vessel bristled with fire-powered artillery ports, retractable flame projectors, and the dark banners of royal authority fluttering along their reinforced towers. And at the edge of the pier, framed by the glow of firelight and the glow of rising sun, stood Princess Azula. Arms folded, black and red robes fluttering in the wind, her gold eyes traced the operation with the quiet intensity of someone already anticipating the next move before this one had finished. She stood tall and perfectly still, the very image of control. Except she wasn't controlling any of this. That was the problem. Footsteps approached from behind, metal boots striking the dock with mechanical weight. Admiral Kuvok came into view, his black and crimson armor catching glints of steam-reflected light. The silver trim along his shoulder guards shimmered, denoting his admiralty, but the lines beneath his eyes and the hardness of his mouth were those of a man with no interest in ceremony. "Princess," he greeted, voice flat. "We cast off in 40 minutes. The itinerary is fixed. No delays. No unscheduled landfalls. Once we're underway, this fleet moves like a hammer. I trust you're ready." Azula turned her head just enough to show him her profile, but not enough to give him the full satisfaction of eye contact. "I don't need a briefing from my escort," she replied with cool disdain. "Especially not one who keeps forgetting who he's speaking to." Kuvok didn't blink. "With respect, Princess, you are a royal in name. That title remains. But your military authority? Your chain of command privileges? Those were stripped by the Fire Lord himself." Azula's eyes narrowed slightly, jaw tightening. Kuvok continued, "I'm not your subordinate. I'm not your pawn. My assignment is to keep you safe and informed. That's all. I don't answer to you." Azula turned fully now, eyes like twin coals smoldering under high wind. "Careful, Kuvok. You may be protected by Father's trust now, but even stone melts under enough heat." "I look forward to the attempt," Kuvok said with a faint smirk. "But until then, you will follow my orders while aboard this fleet. That's not a challenge. That's a fact." He turned and strode up the gangplank of the Ember Spire, the largest of the warships. As he disappeared behind the steel flank of the vessel, the gangplank was drawn slightly up, engines roaring louder as the ship neared final launch protocol. Azula stared after him, seething in silence. Coward in armor, she thought. "I'll peel you like fruit the moment your usefulness ends." She inhaled deeply, slow and controlled, and was just about to turn when a pair of female voices broke through the rising din of the docks. Azula! Princess! She blinked and turned to see two familiar figures emerging from the side lane leading down to the harbor. Both were dragging lightweight travel trunks behind them, flanked by two young attendants carrying the rest of their gear. Ty Lee, all bright eyes and soft steps, bounded forward in her acrobat stride, arms already spread wide. "Wow, you actually sent for us in time for something for once." Mai, trailing slightly behind, walked with her usual effortless calm, parasol folded at her side. Her black robes were elegant but practical, her expression unreadable, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity. Azula allowed herself a small, genuine smile. "You came." "We always come when you call," Ty Lee said as she threw her arms around the princess. "But it's not often you sound so serious," Mai finished as she stepped closer, giving Azula a once-over. "Or polite." Azula raised a brow. "Is it so unbelievable that I might actually be glad to see my oldest companions?" Ty Lee pulled back, blinking. "Wait, are you happy we're here?" "I said I was glad," Azula corrected. "Let's not stretch the moment." Still, her tone carried warmth, just enough to disarm. Ty Lee's grin widened, while Mai's lips curled into something faintly resembling a smile. "It's been nearly a week," Mai said. "We missed your brother's coronation." "Count yourselves lucky," Azula replied dryly. "It was just as tedious as it sounds." "I heard he made some kind of dramatic speech," Ty Lee said, spinning once with her bag in tow. "About duty and flame and balance, very poetic." Azula rolled her eyes. "He loves the sound of his own voice now. Almost as much as father loves pretending that he understands what the boy is actually planning." Mai's gaze sharpened slightly. "So, things aren't going according to plan?" Azula's eyes flicked toward the ocean, where the largest ships were now belching thick columns of black smoke. Their hulls groaned as the engines warmed for departure. The flames beneath were rising. Time was narrowing. She turned back to them. "I'll explain once we're aboard. There's a lot we need to catch up on, and even more I need you two for." Ty Lee's eyes sparkled. "You're pulling us into one of your big moves again, aren't you?" Azula's smile widened just slightly. "The game's already started. I intend to win it. With you both at my side, of course." "Lucky us," but followed as Azula turned and began walking toward the nearest boarding ramp. And as the smoke thickened and the ship horns began to sound, the three girls disappeared into the mouth of the fleet, united again, for the first time in far too long. And so they sailed, 24 ships, carving across the sea like blades in ink. 8,000 strong, their flame-bound zeal. Unknowing what shadows began to think. The world would later name it. The day the ash fell differently. A ripple turned tidal. A flicker turned storm. Not from conquest, but from a door that should never have been opened. For Zuko, the dragon who thought he held the reins, did not yet see the beast within the flame. Eastward, the wind screamed warnings to the air. As a boy not yet a man, dreamed of lives that weren't his, but were. Northward, where stone ruled under crown, two titans smiled in silence, preparing to bring mountains down. And farthest still, in frost and mist, where ice met moon and silence kissed, a girl touched by starlight opened her eyes. And somewhere in her blood, the tide began to rise. The war was not ending. It was only beginning. And this time, balance would not be asked for. It would be taken. Author's note: Volume 2 begins. With this chapter, Volume 2 is officially underway in full. The first 8 chapters were crafted with a singular purpose: to realign the board, set the pieces, and raise the curtain on the true conflict behind the conflict. Political games, secret alliances, betrayals, infiltrations, and hidden truths, all of it has only been groundwork. Now, the true arcs begin. This volume, as promised, has been longer and will be longer. The chapters, deeper. While volume I often dance between 1,400 to 2,000 words per chapter, you've probably noticed the difference already. Volume 2 will gradually shift toward the length and pacing of the second avatar. Why? Because the scale demands it. The stakes are higher. The world is bigger now. The players more dangerous. Short chapters started to feel like a cage, pushing cliffhangers where none were needed, or forcing scenes to rush where they deserved time to breathe. So moving forward, expect longer chapters, more layered dialogue, more complex setups, and consequences that stretch far beyond the Fire Nation's reach. To everyone reading, thank you. Your support, your patience, your eyes on the page. It means the world. Chapter 9, Arrival and Departure. The island of Tutanaki came into view just as the sky began to shift from rust to pale gold. It was a quiet mass of jagged rock and broken coastline, its docks stretching out like skeletal fingers into gray water. Beyond the harbor, the land was sparse, no banners, no villages, no gardens, only blunt ridgelines and a few crooked trees shaped by wind and neglect. The base was visible even from a distance, squat, utilitarian, constructed of thick steel panels bolted to stone foundations. A thin trail of smoke curled from its engine stacks, trailing upward into the sharp morning. This wasn't a stronghold. It wasn't even a fortress. It was a listening post, a forward station used mostly for weapons testing, sea chart corrections, and brief refueling. A place the Fire Nation forgot until it needed reminding that the sea beyond wasn't always theirs. It was perfect. Zuko stood at the prow of the ship, arms folded, cloak sweeping behind him as the Chaser-class cruiser slowed its approach. The deck beneath him rumbled gently, steam pressure hissing through release vents. His golden eyes studied the coastline like a man searching for meaning in a bruise. Beside him, Rin stood silent, his posture alert, but not rigid. He had been Zuko's shadow since the journey began, never more than a few paces behind. Where Zuko walked, Rin followed. Not as a bodyguard. As a constant. The ship's klaxon sounded once, low and brief. Zuko exhaled. "She's uglier than I remember," he said flatly. Rin smirked. "You've been here before?" "Once. During exile," Zuko replied. "You were out with a cold then." "We were low on coal. Thought the place was abandoned. Commander nearly shit himself when I walked in through the back gate." Rin chuckled quietly. "How long ago?" "Just over a year ago," Zuko said. "They didn't even know who I was back then. Bet they'll remember this time." Zuko didn't respond right away. He watched as dockhands below scrambled into view, waving red signaling flags and guiding the cruiser in. There were no cheers, no ceremonial fanfare. Only motion and hesitation. The presence of a royal ship, any royal ship, this far out was enough to shake the foundations of routine. "I want to keep this quiet," Zuko said at last. "No full entourage. Just you and me." "Understood," Rin nodded. "What's the cover?" Zuko tilted his head slightly. "Routine inspection. Noticed some inconsistencies in last season's maintenance logs. Came to verify resource reports firsthand." Rin raised a brow. "That's not even remotely interesting." "Exactly." The cruiser hissed as it locked into the docking clamps. The gangplank dropped with a clunk, its rails extending to meet the pier. A gust of sea wind swept across the deck, catching the edge of Zuko's cloak as he stepped forward. "You think they'll buy it?" Rin asked as they began their descent. "They'll have to," Zuko replied. "This base isn't used to attention. Least of all from the Crown Prince." As they reached the dock, boots echoing softly against salt-warped planks, a small unit stood at attention near the entrance gate to the base proper. The leader, a narrow-shouldered officer with a starched uniform and soot-smudged gloves, stepped forward and saluted. He looked barely 30. His posture was nervous. His boots were clean. "Lieutenant Chien, acting base commander, Your Highness," the man said quickly, bowing. "We received no warning of your arrival. I wasn't aware this post was under review." Zuko nodded, keeping his voice calm and clipped. It wasn't. That's the point. Lieutenant Qian blinked, visibly caught off guard. I prefer surprise inspections, Zuko continued, folding his arms behind his back. It separates the well-run from the well-painted. Of course, Your Highness, Qian said, sweat already starting to bead at his temples. Forgive the state of the exterior. We hadn't expected. I'm not here to inspect the walls, Zuko cut in. I'm here to verify the base's operational integrity. I'll be reviewing your supply records, crew manifest, outbound message logs, and patrol cycles. Yes, of course, Qian said quickly, gesturing toward the gate. This way. I'll personally escort you to the command hub. Zuko started walking without waiting, Rin falling into step beside him. As the steel gate creaked open and the three of them stepped inside, Rin leaned slightly closer and murmured beneath his breath. This is going to be not fun. Zuko didn't answer. But his eyes were already moving, counting doors, scanning towers, watching the men who didn't salute and the ones who saluted too late. Tutanaki was small. But it would do. The inside of Tutanaki's command station was hotter than it should have been. Steam lines ran just below the floors, and the ventilation system, such as it was, consisted of a few grated panels on the ceiling that hissed like tired tea kettles. The walls were bare metal, sweat-stained and rust-licked at the corners. A handful of junior officers snapped to attention as Zuko passed through, some too quickly, others too slowly. It smelled like copper, coal dust, and panic. Apologies again for the condition of the base, Your Highness, Lieutenant Qian said, walking slightly ahead and trying to sound composed. We've had some delays in maintenance. Last shipment of sealant was rerouted to a colony dock last month. Priorities, you know. Bigger fish. Zuko said nothing. Qian cleared his throat. The command room is just ahead. We've prepared the records you requested. The door slid open with a reluctant creak, revealing a wide circular chamber filled with long steel tables and a floor-to-ceiling map of the southern sea quadrant. Two soldiers sat hunched over ledgers, a third monitoring the communication documents. And at the far end of the room, poring over a folder twice her size, stood a young woman, no more than 20, her black hair tied into a high, no-nonsense bun, her uniform too crisp, too perfect, like she'd ironed it twice that morning. Her posture was immaculate, but the pencil in her hand was tapping a mile a minute. Qian cleared his throat again. Ensign Misa, this is well, you know. She looked up, eyes wide. Then froze. Zuko watched as she stared a moment too long, then hastily bowed so deeply her forehead practically kissed the table. Why, Your Highness, she stammered. We weren't, I mean welcome. Zuko gave a curt nod. At ease. Misa didn't stand up right away, and when she did, her ears were visibly pink. Qian coughed loudly. Yes. Well. Ensign Misa is our lead communications officer and record keeper. Brilliant. Very meticulous. She bowed again. I'll begin the review here, Zuko said. Rin entered behind him and took up position near the door, arms folded but watchful. Qian hurried to the first stack of files and flipped them open with a flourish. As you can see, we've cataloged all incoming and outgoing patrol routes, coal stock distribution, shift rotations, and the seafood inventory. Zuko raised a brow. Seafood inventory? Yes, Qian said quickly. We, keep records of the fishing quotas reported by local independents. It's a coastal courtesy. Zuko flipped through the pages. These fuel reports are a mess. Dates are inconsistent. Several shipments logged, but no outbound freight signatures. Qian blinked. Yes. That's because, well, we sometimes use that coal to heat the lower barracks. You see, when the junior officers get cold. Zuko held up a hand. And here, there's a 3-week gap in patrol records. That was during the storm season. Misa piped up nervously. The smaller patrol craft were grounded due to hull stress tests not being passed. Zuko looked at Chien. He shrugged. Our best boat has a dent. Captain swears it's haunted. Zuko stared. Chien smiled apologetically. In his defense, it does whistle at night. Rin coughed into his hand. Zuko continued scanning. These requisition logs show a 20% fuel loss margin every quarter. That's not inefficiency. That's theft. Chien's smile vanished. Ah, about that. We may have a raccoon iguana infestation. Zuko slowly turned his head. Chien held up his hands. I said nay. Zuko set the files down with a dull thump. This base is operating at 40% of its reported capacity, and none of your equipment meets standard military regulation. I can explain, Chien said, sweating now. I'd prefer you didn't. Behind him, Misa stepped forward, biting her lower lip. We're understaffed, Your Highness, she said quickly. And forgotten. No one comes out here. Our last audit was over 2 years ago. And the supply chain. Chien turned to her sharply. Misa. No, she said, glancing at him, then back to Zuko. If he's here, he deserves the truth. Zuko studied her. She stood straighter than Chien. More confident. Honest. He tapped the table once with his hand. You've been keeping the place afloat with tape and borrowed coal. Misa nodded. And writing padded reports to keep from getting reassigned. Better than letting the post get shut down, Chien mumbled. Zuko turned to Rin. You think anyone from Central Command has read a report from this place in 2 years? Not unless they were very bored, Rin said dryly. Zuko paced once around the table. Then we'll maintain the fiction. For now. But from this point forward, you answer to me. Chien blinked. You mean directly? I mean completely. He turned to Misa. You. Pull all surveillance logs from the past 4 weeks. I want full transcriptions of outgoing messages, and I want a new patrol schematic drawn up for the surrounding waters. Anything that moves within 80 clicks, I want to know about it. She straightened. Yes, sir. Zuko turned toward the door. Chien started after him. Wait, you're not reporting us? Zuko paused. I'm using you. Chien opened his mouth, then closed it again. That feels like a promotion. Rin clapped him on the shoulder. Congratulations, Lieutenant. By midday, the command room had been cleared. Most of the junior officers had been dismissed with vague orders to improve alert readiness or reorganize rations by weight class, which meant they would spend the next 2 hours arguing over supply crates and cursing Zuko's name under their breath. That was exactly what he wanted. Zuko stood at the base's central table once more, now with fresh ink maps spread before him, updated coastline scans, shipping lane estimates, wind and current models, and smudged hand-drawn terrain renders of nearby sea routes. He ran a finger along the line of red ink that snaked westward toward Kyoshi. Rin leaned over beside him, his expression taut, his breath quiet. You're sure about going alone? He asked without looking up. Zuko nodded. More eyes means more weight. If this post is compromised, if the palace leak goes deeper, I can't risk this trip being tracked. A cruiser flagged by Central Command would light up like a comet. You're not even taking an escort boat? No, Zuko said. A repurposed signal skiff. Modified hull. Civilian registry. Low profile. Rin folded his arms. You're the Crown Prince. And you want to sneak out of a military base on a fishing tub. Exactly. Rin exhaled, slow and dry. You're going to give Kuvok a stroke when he finds out. Zuko smirked. Kuvok's not going to find out. There was a pause. Then, you've already picked the boat, haven't you? Zuko tapped a square on the blueprint in front of them. Vessel number 12. Outdated, but serviceable. Was decommissioned for deep-sea recon training 2 months ago. Still runs, if sluggish. Low enough on the asset log that Chien won't even remember it exists. And your crew? Zuko turned to him, golden eyes calm. You. Rin raised a brow. You want me piloting the damn thing? You said you missed the sea. I said I miss getting paid to punch people on the sea. Not navigating leaky crates through contested waters. Zuko leaned closer. I trust you. That hasn't changed. Rin grunted but didn't argue. They worked in silence for another few minutes. Zuko scanned the logs again, making minor adjustments to his transit calculations, double-checking harbor tides. Rin shifted between crates and drew out a stubby charcoal pencil to begin charting a potential escape route should things go wrong. Then Rin spoke without looking up. So what do you want the cover to be? Zuko stood straight. I'm assuming command of Tutanaki indefinitely. Emergency reassignment by royal discretion. Emergency, for what? Zuko raised a brow. The base is operating at 40% efficiency. That's a threat to national security. Rin grinned. You're starting to sound like your old man. Don't insult me. They shared a brief laugh before falling into a more comfortable rhythm, one that had become second nature over the years. Zuko issued, Rin adjusted. Rin questioned, Zuko justified. The layers formed quickly, believably. By the time Chien's report filters reached Kuvok or the palace, they would show a crown prince dutifully correcting a neglected outpost. No one would suspect he'd sailed west into contested waters alone. And certainly not to Kyoshi. Not yet. Zuko circled the table once more, arms folded. We leave at midnight, he said finally. Just the two of us? Rin asked again, half out of instinct. I'll bring a single guard from the base. One I can vet directly. Rin nodded. And what about Ensign Misa? She's already suspicious of something. Zuko considered it. She's sharp, but young. If we leave before the next duty cycle and I make her head communications for the base, she'll be too busy managing Chien's chaos to notice I'm gone. She'll notice eventually. Zuko's eyes narrowed slightly. Eventually is fine. By then, I'll already be in Kyoshi. And by the time they're ready to send word north, you'll already be back. They both looked at the sea, visible through the narrow slits in the steel window. It shimmered beneath a brightening sky, calm and endless. Zuko's voice was quiet when he spoke next. This is where it begins. Rin didn't ask what this meant. He didn't need to. He just nodded. Tonight, then. Night fell over Tutanaki without ceremony. The moon hung low and wide over the eastern horizon, a pale coin flickering beneath the haze of coastal mist. Fog clung to the docks in long gray fingers, curling around the metal hulls and whispering between rusted posts. The waves lapped gently against the stone quay, the wind too lazy to stir. The base, for once, was still. Inside the command post, the night watch had been rotated. Half the garrison was off duty, and the others had been strategically assigned to interior posts, storehouse inventories, fuel monitoring, bunk quarter rotations. The only ones near the harbor were two bored dockhands sipping boiled radish broth and grumbling about night air. Zuko moved through the corridor with measured silence. He wore a hooded sea cloak over dark leather armor, standard officer cut, but stripped of sigils or ranking. The folds of the cloak swayed only slightly with each step, his boots muffled against the steel. Behind him, Rin followed, similarly dressed in utilitarian black, his hair tied back in a loose knot beneath his hood. No armor, no sword. Just a long dagger sheathed across his back and a coil of rope slung over one shoulder. The two of them moved like smoke. They emerged through a low side door near the barracks loading ramp. No guards. No alarms. Just the ocean and the fog. Vessel number 12, a squat, outdated signal skiff, sat bobbing just beyond the first dock slip, tethered to a cleat with a fraying rope and half-submerged or rack. Her once red hull had faded to an iron-gray rust, and her engine stack listed slightly to port. She looked miserable. She's hideous, Rin muttered. Perfect, Zuko replied. They reached the skiff without being seen. Zuko climbed aboard first, his boots barely thudding on the deck, then turned to catch a supply pack that Rin tossed his way. Inside, dried rations, a flask of distilled water, 3 signal flares, a weather-stitched map, and a compass. Minimal. Intentional. Rin untied the mooring and stepped aboard after him, drawing the rope inside. The vessel groaned once beneath their weight, then steadied. Engines loud when it starts, Rin whispered. Zuko crouched by the control panel and began priming the ignition. Push off. Let's drift to the current for 20 meters. Then start it. Rin nodded and braced himself against the pier. With a gentle push, the skiff slipped away from the dock, joining the water like it had never belonged to land. The fog swallowed them within seconds. They moved silently, ghosting past the patrol towers and comm antennae. No horns. No lanterns. Only the lapping tide and the creak of the hull. Zuko crouched low near the bow, eyes narrowed at the mist ahead. He counted each breath. Each second. At 20 meters out, Rin crouched beside the engine. He turned the crank gently, once, twice, then engaged the priming lever. The engine sputtered, coughed once, and held. A low hum buzzed through the hull. Quiet. Muted. Rin looked up, eyebrows raised. Huh. That actually worked. Zuko gave him a look. Have some faith. I do. In well-maintained things. Not this iron bathtub. The fog thickened, and the silhouette of Tutanaki's outer wall faded into a jagged blur behind them. No alarm sounded. No lights shifted. No voices called out. They were gone before anyone knew they'd left. Zuko sat at the skiff's helm, adjusting the tiller with careful hands. You know your heading? Rin asked. Zuko tapped the compass on the panel. Straight east-southeast. Follow the inner island trail for 5 hours, then cross open water for 10 hours or so. We should reach Kyoshi by late afternoon. Rin sank onto a crate beside the engine panel and rolled his shoulders. I still say we're insane. You've said that about every mission. And I've been right about at least half of them. Zuko smirked faintly, but didn't reply. They sailed for several long minutes without speaking. The fog curled along the water like a second sea, muffling the outside world. Zuko kept his gaze fixed ahead, his hand steady on the controls, his mind already moving toward Kyoshi. Toward Ji. Toward Lee. Toward what needed to be set in motion next. Behind him, Rin shifted and reached into the supply crate. You want water? He asked. No, Zuko said. You drink. I'm fine. Rin took a sip, wiped his mouth, and leaned back. You know, he murmured, eyes half-lidded, it's nights like this I remember why I stuck around. That feeling. When it's just us and the mission. No pomp. No spies. No royals breathing down our necks. Zuko didn't turn. You miss the exile? Rin shrugged. Parts of it. Zuko was silent for a long time. Then, we're still exiled. They just gave us fancier robes. The fog thinned slightly as the skiff broke into wider water, the wind picking up just enough to send ripples across the waves. Stars flickered faintly above, hidden behind drifting cloud banks. Zuko's hand stayed steady. The current was with them now. They would reach Kyoshi by noon. And once they did, the real work would begin. Chapter 10, Returns and Reunions. The sea stretched wide and dull beneath a slate sky. A thin sheen of cloud hung low over the water, softening the horizon into an indistinct smear of gray and silver. Seabirds wheeled lazily above the current, their cries distant and irregular. Waves lapped gently against the weather-worn hull of the skiff, now barely more than a smudge on the tide. It had been more than 24 hours. And Rin was officially out of patience. This took longer than expected, he muttered, glowering over the edge of the boat. Much longer. Zuko adjusted the tiller without looking at him. Tide shifted. We had to adjust course. We were supposed to adjust 5 hours ago, Rin grumbled. That sandbar back near the reef wasn't on your fancy map. I drew that map. My point exactly. Zuko rolled his eyes but said nothing. His face was calm, but his knuckles were faintly white on the controls. The ocean might have been still, but the quiet had become tense. Rin sat back and crossed his arms. Also, he added, we're out of seaweed crackers. You ate them. You let me. You're the one who said you missed exile. I missed the danger, not the diet. Zuko's mouth twitched, but he kept his focus on the horizon. A faint outline was emerging from the mist ahead. Not the jagged silhouette of some distant peak or volcanic mass, but soft ridges, forested edges, and familiar cliffs, Kyoshi Island. They were approaching from the eastern side, far from the harbor village or the warrior outpost. The coastline here was rugged and unguarded, bordered by steep rocks and narrow inlets where only locals, and smugglers, dared dock. It was exactly what Zuko needed. As the shore came into sharper view, Rin squinted. You're sure we're not going to be spotted? Positive, Zuko said. Pretty sure Misa's bright enough to notice her base commander and her royal prince disappearing in the middle of the night. Zuko finally looked at him. I left enough bureaucratic busywork to keep her distracted for 3 days. Fake requisitions. Incomplete repair manifests. Conflicting shift schedules. If she's half as meticulous as she seems, she'll spend the next 72 hours just sorting the mess. Rin raised a brow. And the lieutenant? Zuko allowed himself a small smirk. Chien's too busy pretending to be competent to question anything. Rin's grin returned. I knew you were playing them. You're lucky Misa's not secretly one of Kuvok's spies. Zuko tilted his head. If she is, she'll file a full report in 4 days, and by then, we'll already have set everything in motion. The skiff dipped slightly as it passed a line of half-submerged rocks. Spray kissed the sides of the vessel, and the wind picked up just enough to rustle their cloaks. Rin adjusted the folds of his hood, brushing salt off the back of his hand. He glanced sidelong at Zuko, then grinned. So, be honest. You think they're a thing? Zuko didn't glance up. What? Misa and the lieutenant. You saw it. Zuko blinked once, then groaned. Rin. I saw the way he looked at her, Rin continued. Like a man who once asked her to dance and got stabbed in the foot for it. She's his communications officer. She's his reason to shave in the morning. Zuko shook his head. We're here for diplomacy, not matchmaking. Bet you a gold piece they're sharing a mess tray by the time we get back. Double or nothing she punches him first. Rin laughed, the sound short and clean. The cliffs were closer now. The trees that crowned the hilltops swayed in slow rhythm, the wind carrying the scent of damp leaves and wet stone. A narrow inlet opened just ahead, a place Zuko remembered well. He'd seen it once during his exile, when he chased rumors of a rebel hideout. It had been abandoned then. Hopefully it still was. He steered the skiff toward the rocks. Rin stood and took up the mooring hook. This place always looked too peaceful, he muttered. It's the quiet ones you gotta watch. Zuko stood beside him. The whole island's like that. Calm on the surface. But look deeper. And you find steel under the silk, Rin finished. The skiff scraped lightly against the rocky shelf, and Rin hopped out first, steadying the line. Zuko followed, his boots crunching on damp gravel. The trees just ahead thickened quickly, forming a wall of green and gray just beyond the waterline. No torches. No patrols. No sound but the rustle of leaves and distant surf. Zuko looked inland. They had arrived. Kyoshi awaited. The inland path was little more than a wild trail. The trees of Kyoshi's eastern ridge pressed close, trunks gnarled and thick, their high canopies blotting out the silvered sky. Ferns and moss blanketed the forest floor in dense, uneven carpets. Roots snaked underfoot like sleeping serpents. Each step forward was slower, softer, an unspoken understanding between Zuko and Rin, stealth now, noise later. They were no longer sailing blind. But they weren't safe either. Zuko slowed his pace, eyes darting upward. Something felt wrong. The forest was too still. Even for early morning, the birds were quiet. The wind rustled, but no branches moved. The deeper they went, the heavier the air became, like the trees were watching. He stopped. Rin nearly bumped into him. "What is it?" Zuko said nothing at first. His shoulders stiffened. He turned his head slightly, his gaze narrowing. "We're being watched." Rin's hand immediately went to the hilt of his short dagger, fingers tightening. His voice dropped. "I thought you said they were expecting us." "They are," Zuko murmured. He tilted his head toward the shadows in the canopy. Eyes. 6. Maybe more. But not the Kyoshi warriors. Rin turned his head just in time to catch movement, just a flicker, high above. Then. Thunk! The hiss of an arrow slicing through the air came faster than the sound of its release. Zuko turned with a snap and caught it mid-flight, inches from his forehead. His fingers closed around the shaft, the fletching still vibrating between his knuckles. Rin staggered back with a shout. "What the fuck?" More arrows. They came like rain, hissing from both sides, sharp, precise, and unmistakably coordinated. Zuko grabbed Rin by the back of his cloak and yanked him behind a thick tree trunk, his other legs sweeping out in a low arc. With a fierce grunt, he snapped a wide circle of flame from his foot, a burning arc of fire that fanned out in a half-moon, scorching through the volley mid-air. Arrows exploded in sparks and ash. The air smelled of smoke and pine. "I thought you said we were expected." Rin shouted again, crouching low. Zuko's eyes blazed. "By my men. Not the locals." He flung the burnt arrow aside and took a stance, fire dancing along his fists. "Try that again," he growled, voice deep and sharp, "and I'll burn this whole forest to the ground." For a beat, there was silence. Then, a blur moved. Fast. Low. Silent. Zuko barely caught the motion before it reached him. His instincts kicked in. He pivoted, fist igniting in a burst of flame, and punched toward the blur, a tight, searing strike meant to disable, not kill. But the figure was gone. The flame struck a tree, blackening bark. Something tumbled past, a flash of blue and green, movement too fluid to be just a soldier. "A woman," Rin hissed. That was a woman. Then a voice, cold and amused, from the trees above. "I'd like to see you try." Zuko stepped back, fist still alight. He searched the shadows, but the blur was gone. "Hanero, did you see who it was?" Another voice called from nearby. Zuko turned toward the sound, and froze. A figure was emerging from the brush, tall, young, and armored head to toe in Fire Nation red and black. No helmet. No mask. Just long black hair falling in straight rivers to his back, eyes sharp and unreadable behind circular bronze-framed lenses perched on the bridge of his nose. His voice was calm and composed, but carried an unmistakable arrogance. "Your Highness. I must admit, we expected you to arrive aboard a ship, not a canoe." "Ensign Lee." Rin blinked. "Wait, you?" Lee inclined his head. "I see my reputation precedes me, Sergeant Rin." Rin groaned. "You nearly got us killed, you insufferable son of a—" "Correction," Lee said, adjusting his gloves, "they nearly killed you. The Kyoshi warriors were unaware of your stealth arrival. Had you come as instructed, this could have been avoided." Zuko extinguished the fire from his fists. "I didn't want to be tracked. And so instead you were nearly impaled." Zuko stepped closer, eyes sharp. "Was that her?" Lee blinked. "The one who attacked." Zuko nodded. "Fast. agile. Moved like a dancer. Lee turned his gaze toward the trees. That would be Hinero. She's one of the Kyoshi elite. And exactly the person I warned about in my last report. Zuko gave a slow exhale. So she's real. Oh, exceedingly, Lee said, straightening his coat. And very protective of her homeland. She's not fond of visitors, much less those who burn the sky when they arrive. She's lucky I missed, Zuko muttered. She's luckier you didn't try again, Lee replied. Rin stepped forward, brushing bark and leaves from his shoulders. So is she going to keep shooting at us, or? Lee gestured calmly. She's already gone. She never lingers. But rest assured, she now knows you're not a threat. Or at least, probably not. Zuko gave him a look. Lee smiled faintly. That was a joke. I was told people do that. Zuko exhaled slowly. I need to speak to G, he said. Now. Lee nodded. He's expecting you. I'll take you to the safe house. Rin shook his head as they began walking. I swear, if one more arrow comes out of nowhere. Then next time, Zuko said dryly, you catch it. They walked in single file through the underbrush, the sound of boots on damp earth and Lee's unrelenting lecture trailing behind like a second fog. The terrain of Kyoshi Island, Lee said, sweeping aside a leafy branch with the grace of someone who had clearly memorized the local botany, is quite fascinating when studied through both geostrategic and cultural lenses. The eastern cliffs, where we intercepted your arrival, are composed primarily of volcanic basalt, worn down by centuries of oceanic erosion. They're also where local folklore believes Avatar Kyoshi commune with the spirits. Rin groaned audibly. We're 5 minutes into walking, and you've already given a geology lecture and a ghost story. Lee didn't even glance back. Knowledge is armor, Sergeant Rin. Yeah? Then someone please get me a helmet. Zuko chuckled under his breath but didn't interrupt. His eyes were focused ahead, but his voice cut through cleanly. Tell me about the pirate attack. Lee straightened a little more, as though shifting to a topic he truly relished. A coordinated assault, orchestrated by hired privateers of unknown origin, initially presumed to be waterborne raiders, but further inspection revealed them to be Earth Kingdom proxies. Rin blinked. Earth Kingdom has pirates now? Not officially, Lee replied. But one of the captured orders bore the seal of General Fong, stationed near Omashu. We suspect it was a misdirection, a false flag attack to destabilize Fire Nation influence before it fully took root. Zuko's brows furrowed. They attacked civilians? The town square. Homes. Even the local shrine. Lee's voice didn't change, but there was a flicker of heat beneath the surface. Several Kyoshi warriors were injured. Had Commander G not intervened when he did, the death toll would have been significantly higher. Zuko nodded. And the villagers? Rescued. Impressed, even, after the battle. That's when you gave them the marriage and surrender ultimatum? Lee gave a small, pleased nod. Correct. G presented the scroll you provided immediately upon our arrival. A diplomatic unification effort. Fire Nation soldiers assigned as protectors and husbands. Rin made a gagging sound behind them. You guys proposed after the island got firebombed? Zuko smirked. That's one way to make an impression. Believe me, Lee replied without irony, the combination of deliverance and alliance made the idea quite palatable to the elders. Especially when reinforced by Quartermaster Kyujin's charm and my own persuasive rationale. Rin muttered, persuasive rationale, huh? Lee turned his head slightly. I used logic. And 3 scrolls of historical precedent. Rin looked at Zuko. You sent these guys to win hearts and minds, and they showed up with math homework. They got the job done, Zuko said. Barely. The only thing drier than this jungle is his personality. Lee, undeterred, continued, Suki, the headstrong daughter of their captain Ikari, was the most hesitant. She remains wary, rightfully so, but has not rejected the invitation. Which you phrased, how? Rin asked. Li cleared his throat. To serve beside the prince not as prisoner, but as honored companion, granted the choice denied her during the war. Zuko glanced at him. You actually used those words? Li gave a small shrug. Not me exactly. The commander may have added flourishes. You live in flourishes, Rin muttered. Li smirked faintly. Better than living in profanity. The brush began to thin ahead, the trail sloping downward toward a small hollow flanked by mossy stone pillars. Hidden beneath overgrown vines was a heavy iron grate, camouflaged, hinged, and partially rusted. Li stepped forward and pulled a lever hidden beneath a rock. The grate lifted with a loud mechanical clunk. This way, he said. You'll be safe inside. The villagers allowed us use of this tunnel network. Rin peered inside. And this doesn't lead to a bear pit? Only metaphorically, Li said. Welcome to our safe house. Zuko stepped past the gate without hesitation. Good. I need to speak to Ji. Li nodded, his tone turning more formal again. He's inside. We've secured the perimeter. I assume this visit is as urgent as we predicted. Zuko glanced back once at the path behind them, then descended into the passage. You have no idea. The safe house was larger than Zuko expected. The tunnel led to a reinforced chamber beneath the hillside, part cave, part command post. Reinforced wooden beams held up the stone ceiling, and a long metal table dominated the center, flanked by crates, wall maps, and a half-dozen lanterns dimmed to keep the light from seeping through surface cracks. Inside stood Lieutenant Commander Ji, already in uniform, standing stiffly at attention beside a squat, broad-shouldered man wearing a dented chestplate and a crooked smirk, Quartermaster Kyujin. Your Highness, Ji said with a deep bow. Welcome back to Kyoshi. Kyujin gave a casual salute. Look who showed up without a parade. Thought we'd be throwing flower petals or something. Zuko waved them both to ease. Report. Ji nodded. Everything is in motion. As per your directive, the island is now under your personal authority. Mayor Hanu and head warrior Akari were notified of your imminent arrival 2 days ago. Word of your arrival should reach them shortly. They're expecting you to appear before the village council, Kyujin added. They've prepared the formal welcoming ritual. I'm told it involves tea, a blessing, and a lot of glares. I'll survive, Zuko said flatly. And the warriors? Standing down, Ji confirmed. Once word came from Suki that you were to be treated as an ally, the hostility faded. Mostly. Mostly? Rin raised a brow. Let's say, some of them still sleep with knives under the pillow, Kyujin muttered. And after this morning's arrow storm, I can't blame them. Li, standing by the map wall, cleared his throat. An unfortunate misunderstanding. Already smoothed over. Zuko exhaled slowly. Good. Then let's deal with the real problem. The air in the room shifted. Everyone understood. The leak, Zuko said. Ji nodded grimly. General Fong didn't just guess Kyoshi was being courted. He sent mercs posing as pirates to destabilize it before our ships arrived. That means someone, somewhere, knew your plan. And not just knew, Li added. Knew early. Kyujin leaned back against a crate. You telling us you didn't tell anyone else? Not even the generals? Zuko's eyes narrowed. I didn't tell a soul outside this room. Rin held up a hand. Not even Azula? Especially not Azula. Li blinked. Fascinating. Then the implication becomes troubling. Or obvious, Ji said. Someone we don't know about got wind of it. One of the clerks? Lower-level captains? Message intercepts? Already considered, Zuko replied. I handwrote the scroll to the mayor. No intermediaries. I chose you Ji and Kyujin because I trust your silence. Okay then, Kyujin said, rubbing his temples. Let's narrow it. Who knew we were sent here? Who might have guessed what we were doing? Let's list possibilities, Rin said, pulling a sheet toward him. We've got palace staff. Random admiralty aides. One of the sages? Too messy, Zuko said. Kuvok only found out I left after I was gone. Rin crossed his arms. What about that crazy navigator who always smells like fish? He's dead, Lee said dryly. Then I rescind the suspicion. Good, Lee sniffed. Kyujin scratched the back of his neck. Look, I hate to say it, but maybe the leak wasn't our end. Zuko frowned. You think it came from the village? Kyujin shrugged. Mayor Hanu's a shrewd old eel. And those elders don't trust us yet. One word from them to a sympathizer in the Earth Kingdom. Ji frowned. No. We didn't send the scroll until after we landed. The attack came immediately after our arrival. Nobody knew of our destination and the purpose of our journey. Fong was already in motion. That brought silence. Zuko looked between them. Then someone made a guess. Lee cleared his throat again, stepping forward. If I may. Kyujin groaned. Here we go. Lee ignored him. Your Highness, did it never occur to you that your choice of Kyoshi was predictable? Zuko raised a brow. Explain. Lee gestured precisely, hands cutting the air like a professor mid-lecture. Think back to your exile. When you pursued the Avatar across the Earth Kingdom and South Pole. After the capture of the Avatar, you were spotted here. We battled the Kyoshi warriors. Burned parts of their village. Left an impression, one might even say, a legacy. The ship, your insignia, your bending skills, they were all seen. Witnessed. And remembered. He walked to the map, tapping it with one gloved finger. Now imagine a military strategist in the Earth Kingdom, General Fong, perhaps, reviewing the state of the world. He sees your coronation. Hears of the Avatar's escape. Wonders where the Fire Nation might attempt to tighten its grip next. Where was the Avatar last seen in the public besides the Fire Nation? On Kyoshi Island. He looked at them all. Would it not make sense that he might anticipate your return to the last place the Avatar was seen during your rise? Ji rubbed his chin. So you're saying, there was no leak? Lee nodded. Only assumption. Informed deduction. Kyujin squinted. That's the dumbest smart thing I've ever heard. Agreed, Rin added. I need subtitles to understand this guy. Zuko stared at the map, jaw tight. But it fits. Rin glanced sideways. So what? This wasn't betrayal, it was foresight? Lee smiled thinly. Sometimes the most dangerous information isn't what's whispered, it's what's obvious. Zuko exhaled and leaned on the table. If that's true, we're dealing with a tactician. Not a mole. And if it's not true? Ji asked. Then someone still talked, Zuko said, voice low. And I'll find out who. Zuko stood straight and let his fingers drum lightly against the edge of the map table. The flickering lantern light threw shadows up his scarred cheek, highlighting the narrow tightness of his eyes. We'll meet them at noon, he said at last. Formal, but without fanfare. Have the Fire Nation standards displayed, but no helmets. No marching. Ji nodded. You want to look like diplomats, not conquerors. Exactly, Zuko replied. Let the island see that I came in peace. That we're not here with chains. Subtle, Rin muttered. But I like the chains better. Zuko didn't dignify it with a glance. Kyujin, he added, organize the honor escort. 2 banners. No spears. And keep your mouth shut unless spoken to. Kyujin grinned. I feel targeted. You are. Zuko's tone was final. Go! Prepare. The 3 men gave nods of varying sharpness, then moved toward the stairwell, Rin with a lazy groan, Kyujin humming something tuneless under his breath, and G glancing back once with his usual calm before disappearing out the passage. That left Zuko and Lee. The safe house quieted again. Zuko stood by the map. Lee stayed near the crates, arms folded behind his back like a statue waiting for a question. It came quickly. "How's the crew?" Zuko asked. Lee blinked once, caught just slightly off guard by the shift in tone. "Tense," he answered. "But loyal. No issues?" "None to report. Ensign Kyujin remains, spirited. And our newer recruits have acclimated. But there's been no sedition. No suspicion. Not even whispers." Zuko nodded slowly. "And you?" Lee tilted his head. "My loyalty is undiminished." "I wasn't asking about that," Zuko said, sharper than before. "I'm asking about her." Lee didn't flinch. But his breath caught, just for a moment. "Iroh." Zuko turned his head slightly. "You mentioned her in your report." "I did." "You said she was unpredictable. Dangerous. That she's suspicious of the Fire Nation, of you, and not in line for what the elders agreed upon, yet," he took a step forward. "You didn't mention that she saved you." Lee finally met his gaze. "She didn't." Zuko frowned. "She spared me," Lee corrected. "There's a difference." "Still sounds like a connection." Lee was quiet for a moment. Then, almost hesitantly, he spoke. "She's a contradiction. Fierce, but calculated. Loyal to her island. Hates occupation, but follows orders from Suki without question. And, when she moves..." He trailed off. Zuko arched a brow. "Are you smitten, Lee?" Lee's mouth flattened. "I don't indulge in primitive infatuations." Zuko turned away, hiding a smirk. "That wasn't a no." Lee stepped closer, lowering his voice a fraction. "My prince, my loyalty to you cannot be understated. Lieutenant Commander G only assigned me to her because he trusts me. Falling for her is not my issue, Lee," Zuko warned. "I trust that you are loyal to your ambitions, but I also believe your ambitions are tied to my own ambitions." "I understand, sire," Lee accepted. "She actually remembers our last time here very vividly." Zuko's expression hardened. "She was a girl when you burned their shrine. She saw you fight the Avatar. Saw what you left behind. I believe she's been training ever since, for the day she could face you again. And now I'm here as their ruler," Zuko said dryly. Lee nodded. "History has a sense of irony." Zuko looked back to the map one last time. "Keep her close," he said quietly. "But don't get stupid." Lee allowed himself a small smile. "Stupid would require emotional impulse. I'm not Kyujin." "No," Zuko said. "You're worse. People like you who would rather bury their feelings have a hard time controlling them when they come forth. People like Kyujin, they have a much easier time of it. You'd write a love letter and footnote it." Lee folded his arms. "In ancient script, probably." They stood in silence for a long moment. Outside, the sounds of boots and murmured orders rose faintly through the stairwell. Noon was approaching. And the island was beginning to stir. Zuko took a breath and turned. "Let's see how much they still hate me." Chapter 11, Citizens of the Empire. The sharp, clean crack of boots upon stone echoed with discipline across the long winding path leading to the heart of the village. At the forefront, the Prince of the Fire Nation walked with measured calm, his crimson and black robes glinting beneath the pale morning sun. Behind him followed Sergeant Rin, then Commander G, and close to 60 Fire Nation soldiers, handpicked from the exile ship and the Prince's personal cohort, marching in quiet, impeccable unison. The banners of the Fire Nation fluttered from their spears, but none were held aloft. Zuko had commanded restraint. This was not a conquering, sort of. It was a homecoming. The village of Kyoshi, nestled between coastal cliffs and deep pine hills, had never looked more orderly. The main square had been swept clean, its earthen walkways stamped into readiness, and jade-green banners hung from posts and balconies alike, each flanked by the gold-painted masks of Avatar Kyoshi, stoic and fierce in her eternal vigil. Standing at the center of the village square beneath the tallest post, Mayor Hanua waited, hands folded respectfully at his stomach. He was a broad man in his mid-50s, his robes finely embroidered, a sky blue and ivory silk clasped with an antique stone brooch bearing the Kyoshi insignia. His beard was long and messy, stained gray at the corners and oiled flat. His shoulders held a quiet tension, and though he bore no weapon, his posture told of a man who once had to fight for peace. To his right stood a figure far more striking, Lady Akari, wife to the mayor and current head of the Kyoshi warriors. She wore the traditional Kyoshi battle dress in full regalia, jade armor plates over black undercloth, her lips painted red and her face ghostly white beneath the golden warpaint. Her dark hair was tied high and fanned in a lacquered crest of pins and combs. The nearly 6 Kyoshi warriors behind her, all women, all tall and broad-shouldered, stood with matching poise, their fans folded, blades sheathed, yet eyes sharp. Not one of them flinched as the Fire Nation column approached. And then the villagers began to kneel. One by one. First an elderly potter near the wells, then a fishmonger boy who dropped his woven basket. Then a couple with their arms wrapped around a daughter. The bowing spread through the square like an invisible wave. The blacksmith and his apprentices, the seamstress, the tavern keeper, the orchard owner, the messenger boys, all fell to one knee, heads bowed low to the earth. Even the warriors did not remain standing, only Akari and Hanu held their upright stance. And behind Zuko, his own soldiers mirrored the gesture with the precision of training, boots planted shoulder-width, left fists slammed across armored chests, heads lowered in a unified sign of respect. Zuko walked forward in silence, his steps neither rushed nor regal. Each movement was a deliberate balance of authority and restraint. His topknot was bound in imperial fashion, high and tight, and his flame-shaped circlet gleamed beneath the sun. Ji, ever the shadow, flanked him on the right, his hair longer than the last time they'd stood here, his armor dulled from travel but kept spotless. His face remained unreadable, though his eyes swept the crowd constantly, memorizing faces. As Zuko stopped before the mayor and his wife, he gave the village a pause, just long enough for the silence to deepen. Then he spoke, low and clear. Mayor Hanu. Head Kyoshi warrior, Lady Akari. The mayor lowered his head in a bow, slow and ceremonious. Akari did the same, dipping only her chin, her eyes never leaving Zuko's. Your Highness, Crown Prince Zuko of the Fire Nation, Flame of the East, defender of the Caldera throne, rightful heir to the Phoenix throne, Hanu's voice was practiced, smooth. We are honored to receive you on Kyoshi soil. Zuko nodded slightly. I remember your voice from my last visit. It hasn't aged. Hanu smiled, but carefully. Neither has your presence, my prince. It fills the square more sharply than any blade. Zuko's eyes flicked sideways to Akari. And the head of the warriors has not changed either. She changes when her duty commands, Akari answered evenly. Not when men do. Zuko's smirk was the barest twitch. Spoken like a true Kyoshi. Behind him, Ji leaned in slightly. Sir, the perimeter is secured. Zuko gave a half nod but didn't break eye contact with the mayor's wife. Good. Let's not keep the village waiting. Mayor Hanu turned and lifted both arms. Rise, sons and daughters of Kyoshi. Stand in honor. We welcome the Prince of Fire, not as conqueror, not as enemy but as a savior. As one who kept his word. The villagers rose slowly. Some hesitated longer than others, their eyes clinging to the red-clad soldiers. But there were no jeers. No murmurs of rebellion. Just the careful breath of civilians weighing survival against pride. Hanu turned back toward Zuko, gesturing toward the main longhouse behind him, its painted doors wide open, incense already curling in faint streams from within. We have prepared a welcome feast inside the Hall of Clouds. There will be smoke-grilled boarfish, seared pine-grass dumplings, and plum wine from the last Kyoshi harvest, stored in casks older than your exile. Musicians will play before sunset, and a dance by our youngest warriors has been arranged. Zuko nodded once. Then I accept the hospitality of this island. He stepped forward, hand open, not in a bow, but in gesture of political respect. Mayor Hanu returned the gesture, clasping wrists, a Kyoshi tradition. I had hoped, Zuko said softly, that this time I could stay longer than a day. Unfortunately, there is much more to do. Akari's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, and her lips pursed. For the sake of the island. I hope so too. Commander G stepped forward and bowed. We will secure the Hall of Clouds. Sergeant Rin has the escort detail. Hanu gestured, and the Kyoshi warriors stepped aside, their movements synchronized and silent. One of them, shorter than the rest, with a thin scar above her right brow, glanced at Zuko briefly. Perhaps it was recognition. Or a grudge remembered. As the soldiers and warriors moved in tandem to escort the crown prince inside, Zuko took one long look over his shoulder at the village square. The people were watching him still, some with fear, others with curiosity, a few with what might have been hope. Or calculation. He was no longer a stranger here. Not entirely. And soon, he wouldn't be a guest either. The Hall of Clouds was a long, lantern-lit structure, curved at the edges in traditional Earth Kingdom fashion but retouched with fresh lacquer and meticulous tapestries, likely commissioned in haste after the pirate siege. It smelled faintly of juniper wood and steamed rice. Dozens of low tables had been arranged in tiers, and musicians with bamboo flutes and sunji horns lined the eastern wall, playing soft, warm melodies. Fire Nation and Kyoshi Island dishes intermingled in elaborate spread, roasted sea fowl, pepper-crusted pork belly, mango blossom salad, and flame-brewed rice wine shimmered in carved jugs. At the center of it all sat Prince Zuko, reclined against a silken cushion at the head of the highest table. His circlet had been replaced by a slimmer band of bronze, ceremonial rather than warlike. His expression was unreadable, though his eyes never stopped moving, taking in every gesture, every sideways glance. To his right, Lieutenant Commander G sat in full uniform, arms folded over his knees, head slightly bowed in the presence of higher rank, though not without a veteran's poise. To Zuko's left, Mayor Hanu occupied the honored guest position, a subtle honor the prince had not granted lightly. Hanu's robes were more formal now, a thick green sash replacing his everyday shawl, and though he spoke with courtly calm, sweat glistened at his temples. The rest of the hall was filled with a mixture of Fire Nation officers, Kyoshi elders, surviving warriors, and village heads. Akari sat further down the left side, speaking in hushed tones with two of her captains. Suki was notably absent. A hush passed through the hall as the first toast was offered. Zuko rose with his cup, wine deep and red as lacquered armor. To those who held the line when the Earth Kingdom turned its blades inward. And to those who rose from ash to offer their loyalty. A resounding echo of "to the prince" followed, though some Kyoshi voices were quieter than others. The music resumed, and with it, the ceremonial start of the feast. Zuko sat again, letting the silence between him and Hanu stretch for just long enough to remind the mayor who truly commanded the tempo of the evening. Then he leaned forward, his voice low but precise. Let's begin with the casualties. Hanu blinked. The feast was barely underway. Of course, Your Highness. A formal report is being compiled and will reach your ship by dawn, sealed and notarized. I don't need a ledger to tell me what I've already seen, Zuko replied, his gaze locked ahead. The square smelled of burnt cloth and blood beneath the incense. The shrine roof was scorched, and your soldiers were missing limbs. I want a number. Dead. Wounded. Displaced. Hanu cleared his throat. 83 dead. 52 wounded, of which 11 are children, for beyond healing. We've buried 47. The rest are in temporary shrines awaiting family rites. We lost 3 entire warrior trainees, and 9 structures along the western ridge were razed. And the artifacts? Zuko asked without turning his head. The Kyoshi masks were saved, but the shrine's east chamber was looted. 2 original fans belonging to Avatar Kyoshi herself are missing. So are 7 ancient scrolls, 2 ceremonial spears, and 3 jade medallions once worn by the first generation of Kyoshi warriors. Zuko's jaw clenched faintly, and Ji caught it. Was it the pirates? Zuko asked. Or your people, hiding them away before surrendering? Hanu's face darkened with offense, but he kept his voice even. We would never desecrate our own legacy. The pirates ransacked the shrine before retreating to the sea. Ensign Lee retrieved part of a manifest. Some of the relics were listed as sale items for an auction east of Omashu. Then we'll recover them, Zuko said. He let the words settle, like a promise of thunder before the storm. Hanu hesitated, then shifted slightly. Your Highness, if I may, before the wine flows freely, may we speak of your scroll? Zuko looked at him then, fully. You've made your decision? I've made 5, Hanu replied quietly. The families have been spoken to. The girls are aware of their role. They understand this is not about love, but legacy. Zuko's gaze flicked past him toward Akari down the table. And what of Suki? The mayor's expression grew guarded. She has not yet spoken her answer. But the others, Hinaro included, will honor the pact. Ji raised a brow, but said nothing. I trust, Zuko said coolly, you've explained to them that these are not concubine arrangements. They will be honored as diplomatic wives. Officially recognized in the land. Should any husband dishonor them, it will be treated as a violation of Fire Nation military oath. We made that clear, Hanu confirmed. Though some still struggle with the terms. Kyoshi women don't yield easily. They shouldn't, Zuko said. The mayor blinked. You'll send their names and profiles to my staff. Commander Ji will confirm compatibility and oversight. The ceremonies will take place on your soil, he added, not mine. This is an alliance, not a relocation. Hanu nodded slowly. It will be done. For a long moment, neither man spoke. Then Zuko's tone softened, just enough to suggest humanity beneath the armor. I don't take daughters lightly, Hanu. I understand what I've asked. No, the mayor said, eyes distant. You don't. But you've given us a better chance than any Earth Kingdom general ever did. That doesn't make it right. But it makes it survivable. Zuko nodded once, accepting the weight of that truth. As servants began to bring in hot plates and fresh fruit trays, the prince leaned toward Ji. You'll need to monitor the candidates personally. Any signs of resistance, disloyalty, or subversion, deal with it discreetly. No executions. But no indulgence either. Ji gave a slight bow of acknowledgement. Further down the table, one of the young Kyoshi warriors glanced at Zuko. It was Hinaro. Her hair had been redone for ceremony, her face clean of soot, but her eyes remained iron. She lifted her cup toward him. Zuko returned the gesture with an unreadable smile. The flames of the banquet torches flickered across their faces as the hall began to murmur with cautious celebration. Yet beneath it all was the thrum of unresolved lines, the silent agreements written in blood and smoke. This was no longer just about Kyoshi Island. This was now about how much the world would be allowed to change before someone snapped. A few minutes of eating and pleasantries passed. The music slowed. Not stopped. Slowed. Like a wave pulling backward just before it crashes against the rocks. The murmur of conversation dulled into expectant silence as Prince Zuko rose once more from his place at the head of the table. This time, he did not raise a cup. His hands remained at his sides, fingers twitching ever so faintly. Across the hall, Commander Ji stood as well, and with a curt motion to one of the Fire Nation aides by the door, gave the signal. A moment later, the large oak doors at the rear of the hall creaked open, and 5 couples entered, 5 matches of political theater, bound now by terms written in blood and ash. They walked slowly but with dignity. The room turned to face them. The eyes of Kyoshi and the Fire Nation watched in equal measure. Curiosity, resentment, and admiration mingled beneath paper lanterns. Ji stood tall, composed but clearly on edge, his uniform pressed, his brow calm, but his fingers betraying the slightest twitch. Beside him walked Reyna, the eldest of the Kyoshi warriors, not in age, but in spirit. Her armor was older, reworked with heavier padding at the shoulders and knees, and she bore a long diagonal scar that trailed from temple to jawline, an old pirate wound she wore like a badge. She moved with slow confidence, a soldier's grace rather than a dancer's poise. Of all the warriors chosen, Reyna had been the most practical about the arrangement. If we're to be bartered, she had said bluntly, better it be to a man with a spine and not a smirk. Ji had offered her no flirtation, only a firm nod of understanding. Together, they now stood not like strangers forced into a pact, but like two soldiers reading the battlefield, waiting to see who blinked first. Kyujin grinned like a wolf beside a woman who clearly wanted to run him through. Kyari was the tallest of the Kyoshi warriors, her cheekbone scar healed poorly, evidence of battle, not ceremony. Her armor still bore the scratches from the pirate raid. She did not bow. Not to anyone. Her fan remained folded but in her hand. Try something smart, she muttered as they stepped into the circle. I'll bend you like a garden rake. Kyujin winked. So romantic. Lee's uniform was pristine. He adjusted it thrice between the doors and the dais. His eyes flicked from face to face, calculating, constantly aware. Beside him walked Hinaro, spine straight, chin high, her movements as sharp as the fans she wore. She had cleaned the blood from her boots, but not the fire from her eyes. She said nothing. She didn't need to. Everyone in the room could feel her hatred. It hung off her like perfume. Barn walked with the confidence of a man who had survived too many battles to care about titles. His armor was dented in the chest and shoulder, and he bore the look of a brawler. His brow was heavy, but his smile was real. Meika, his partner, was short and wide-hipped, her hair in a long braid over her shoulder. She did not look like a warrior. She looked like a tavern cook, but the twin knives at her belt were sharpened to a mirror's edge. I'll cook for you, she'd told Barn in private. And if you cross me, I'll season your entrails. He had laughed for 10 straight minutes. They walked now like old frenemies, annoyed to be together, but strangely in sync. Rin, silent, lean, the darkest of the 5 men, with ink tattoos coiling down his neck and under his collar. His eyes never blinked more than necessary, and he smelled faintly of ash and lacquered blades. He said little. He watched everything. His partner, Tanari, was the second youngest of the warriors, barely into womanhood but already marked by the horrors of war. A burn scar peeked from her sleeve to her wrist. Her expression was hollow, detached, her body moving as if guided by muscle memory rather than choice. But she didn't falter. They were both ghosts. Both survivors. And they stood together in silence that echoed louder than words. The 5 couples lined before Zuko. The room held its breath. The prince stepped down from his dais. He did not shout. He didn't need to. I asked you all to gather not to shame you, but to mark a beginning. His voice echoed through the hall, iron wrapped in velvet. No stutter. No hesitation. Kyoshi Island once belonged to no one but itself. It was a whisper of the past, a monument to a long-dead avatar and her ideals. But the world does not bend to ghosts. He began to walk, slowly, eyes passing over each couple. This island is no longer irrelevant. It is mine now. But not because I marched in with fire and swords. Not because I burned your homes. No. I took this island with a scroll. With ink. With will. And with the awareness that legacy, true legacy, is not born from conquest alone. His eyes met Suki's. Then Ji's. Then Akari's. You surrendered. Let's not pretend otherwise. Some of you bowed out of survival. Some out of strategy. Others still kneel only in your bodies while your hearts remain clenched like fists. That is understandable. It is even expected. He stopped. But from today onward, you are more than survivors. You are witnesses to a shift in history. This island stands now not as a broken province, not as a victim, but as an extension of the Crown Prince himself. You are a jewel in the flame. And flame, though dangerous, gives light, when respected. He turned slowly, letting the weight of his words settle over the crowd. These marriages, yes, they were proposed by me. Arranged, calculated, and undeniably political. But don't mistake strategy for cruelty. Each of you, he said, gesturing to the couples, were chosen not for obedience, but for your strength. Your fire. His tone deepened. You don't need to love each other. But you will respect the vows you've taken. Because if you do, you'll carry your names into legend as the first wave of the new accord. If you don't. He paused. Then you'll remind the next generation what happens when loyalty is taken for granted. Murmurs spread through the villagers. Akari's jaw clenched. I did not force you into these bonds. I offered a blade with one edge dulled. You took it. Now wield it. Raise your children knowing they will be safe under my shadow. Build homes that will never see pirate sails again. Because I promise you this, no one will touch Kyoshi Island without facing the full fire of the royal lineage. He stepped closer to the couples now. To the brides, your bloodlines are now immortal. Your names will cross maps. Your children will be taught in Fire Nation academies and worshipped in shrines with both Kyoshi and Flame. He turned to the men. To my soldiers, dishonor them, and I will make you disappear without flame or sound. Guard them with your lives. Serve with them. Build with them. Or die quietly. He stepped back. This is not peace. Peace is a lullaby whispered between wars. What we have here is stability. Claimed through fire, preserved through unity, tested by blood. The hall remained in silence. Then Zuko raised his hand and gestured to the crowd. Kneel. Not to me. But to the future we are forging. One that may scar you. But one you'll survive. And one by one, they did. First the elders. Then the soldiers. Then the warriors. Then the brides. Even Hinaro. Only after the hall had fully been did Zuko speak again. Rise, as citizens of my empire. Chapter 12, Matrimony Rushed. The Hall of Clouds remained aglow with the warm hum of controlled festivity. Lanterns swung lazily on silk cords, casting gentle waves of amber light across polished wood and newly laundered robes. The hum of stringed instruments continued to pluck away the tension in the air as dancers began their slow entrance in preparation for a ceremonial performance. But near the farthest edge of the hall, half-shadowed by a thick support beam and the curtain of incense smoke, a figure stood motionless, unseen and unacknowledged. His hood was pulled low, face obscured, posture hunched just slightly, not from submission, but from practiced stillness. He watched the couple stand. Watched the prince speak. Watched the room bow. He didn't blink. The speech ended. The fire crackled. The figure took a slow, silent step backward, then another. Then, slipping just outside the frame of attention, he turned and vanished through the northern exit, where the light of day spilled hot and unwelcome across the stone. The midday sun burned overhead, cruel and unwavering. The figure moved with swift purpose, dark robes trailing behind him like a streak of soot against green. No one followed. No one even noticed. Villagers bustled through the square, children playing near the rebuilt market stands. Fishermen sat under the shade of tarps mending nets, and several Fire Nation soldiers passed him with nods of disinterest. The robed figure didn't slow. He turned down a narrow stone path and vanished from sight before anyone registered his presence. He didn't stop until the village was no longer visible behind him. The slope turned steep, the trail narrowed, and soon only mountain and wind remained. Down the spine of the Kyoshi cliffs he ran, nimble and sure-footed as a hawkhound. His boots barely disturbed the gravel. His breaths were shallow, efficient. He reached the overgrown descent toward the eastern dock in less than half an hour. Below, a series of carved steps hugged the mountainside, leading to a quiet, private dock, overgrown with seaweed-covered posts and half-rotted planks. A lone boat awaited there, a black paddle skiff, low to the water, moored to a mossy stump. The figure stepped in without hesitation and began to paddle. The waters off Kyoshi Island were deceptively calm. Pale jade waves curled lazily beneath the boat, reflecting the sunlight in fractured prisms. The wind offered no resistance, and even the gulls remained silent. The figure rowed with steady, mechanical rhythm, each stroke precise, his breath never faltering. Minutes passed. Then tens of minutes. Then an hour. His back never slouched. His arms never slowed. And then, on the eastern horizon, a shadow emerged. First as a speck. Then a silhouette. Then a dark, jagged ship, larger than any merchant vessel, rising from the sea like a floating mound. The skiff drifted closer. Barnacles lined the hull. Rusted iron studs dotted the stern. Torn black sails, stitched with gold teeth and serpent motifs, flapped like the wings of vultures. The pirate ship bore no flag, only the burnished emblem of a bleeding coin held between fangs. Two sailors at the gunwale spotted the approaching skiff. One grunted. The other spat. Without a word, they tossed a thick rope net down. The figure climbed. Effortlessly. And with no greeting, no announcement, he stepped aboard and walked the deck as if it were his own. The crew, a slithering, ragged assortment of buccaneers, deserters, and outlaws, paid him little mind. Some offered nods. Others stepped aside. The stench of sweat, salt, and old blood clung to every inch of wood. Above, a harpy's cage rattled with the wind. Below, hatches groaned with shifting weight. The man moved through the deck like a shadow returned to roost. He descended the lower stairwell, then passed two guards without a glance. Finally, he reached a heavy iron door framed in dark wood, its hinges thick, its surface scarred with the marks of old blades. He entered without knocking. The room was dark. No windows. Only a few hanging lanterns and a single desk carved from shipwreck wood, its surface cluttered with faded maps, stained letters, and half-melted wax. A throne-like chair faced the opposite direction, high-backed and crimson-leathered. A slow column of smoke rose from behind it, thick, curling, pungent with the oily burn of a black cigar. The voice came low, gravel-pitched. "Speak." The robed figure bowed his head. "Captain. It is as you suspected." A pause. The summons to Kyoshi Island, it was all a ploy. A smokescreen by General Fong of the Earth Kingdom. The Fire Nation wasn't trying to seize the island militarily. They were trying to hide the fact that they already have. The general was trying to weaken their hold on the island by using us. Another drag of the cigar. Another exhale. "Who showed up?" the voice asked, unmoved. The chair remained turned away. Two pirate captains, Shinu and Rodko. Their crews stormed the island weeks ago. Shinu came from the western cove. Rodko from the beach cliffs. They thought the village would be weak, open, divided. A beat. They were wrong. The chair remained still. The Fire Nation forces there, small in number, but efficient. I saw it myself. Lieutenant Commander G led one defense. Wiped out Shinu's advance with a fire circle. And Ensign Lee, I believe, dealt with Rodko's men by luring them into a bluff collapse. Ruthless. Surgical. The crews didn't stand a chance. And now, the voice rasped, still calm. Now, the Fire Nation holds Kyoshi. The robed figure leaned forward. Not exactly, Prince Zuko holds it. Personally. It is not Fire Lord Ozai's flag flying over the village, Captain. It is his son's seal. No orders came from the capital. No fleet commands. This is a private occupation. The chair remained still, but the cigar paused. The figure continued, voice low and careful. The villagers swore fealty not to the Fire Nation. They swore to him. And he's marrying his officers into their warrior caste. 5 of them. Official unions. Tying the land to his blood. He's not building a camp. The voice behind the chair didn't move. He is building for himself a throne. The silence was deafening. Then, slowly, the chair turned. Leather groaned. And for the first time, the pirate captain revealed his face. A tower of a man, with broad shoulders, a long dark mane of tangled brown hair, rings pierced through both ears, and a brutal scar running across his collarbone. His jaw was square, his stubble patchy, his lips curled around a thick cigar. He wore the traditional garb of a high-sea raider, blackened coat with red silk lining, shark bone belt, and an old Earth Kingdom saber strapped to his back. He was grinning. But there was no joy in it. So that brat is taking the island for himself. The rogue figure nodded. This is not the same Zuko we fought in Shujing. Or in the Maelstrom Straits. That Zuko was angry. Lost. Predictable. This one calculates. Commands. Inspires. Rumors say he bends like no one seen before. They say he even speaks with avatars now. The captain exhaled, smoke curling from his nostrils. So he's got a backbone now. Good. Makes this more interesting. He stood. And the deck seemed to groan under his weight. Tell the crew. Full sail. We head for Kyoshi. The figure hesitated. You plan to parley? The captain grinned wider. No. I plan to meet this new prince. Face to face. And find out. He stepped past the map table and toward the porthole, the ocean's reflection gleaming in his eyes. If he's a king in the making. His hand clenched around the saber hilt. Or a boy playing war. A hush lingered over the hall of clouds like the smoke from a burnt offering. The last echo of Zuko's words still floated in the air, heavy and transformative. The couples before him remained standing, still absorbing the speech that had redefined their place in the world. Behind the line of warriors and soldiers, the villagers were slow to rise, knees stiff, spines hesitant, as if afraid that standing upright might invite the Fire Prince's gaze. Servants remained frozen mid-step. Musicians had quietly let their final notes die off. Even Akari had yet to shift from a rigid posture beside the dais. Zuko stood at the center of it all, flame and silence wrapped in human form. Then, his voice cut again. Sharp. Cold. Now that I am here, everything will be settled. The room barely had time to blink. Cancel all other activities. No more performances. No dances. No ceremonial nonsense. He turned on his heel, his cloak trailing like a shadow through blood. The weddings are to be held now. Here. Today. In this hall. Before this sun sets. The words hit the room like a gong. Conversations erupted all at once, clashing voices, gasps, scrambling servants, elders murmuring, warriors stiffening. And from Zuko's left, Mayor Hanu stood abruptly, his chair nearly toppling behind him. Your Highness, surely you jest. The weddings? Now. Today? We've scheduled the ceremonies for the solstice. There are rituals, vows to be inscribed, garments to be sewn. Musicians must rehearse the ancestral procession. Zuko turned his head slightly. Not fully. Just enough for his eye, burned, sharp, golden, to cut Hanu down mid-sentence. I don't have the time. Hanu blinked, caught off guard by the finality. Zuko stepped closer to the dais, his voice low, but amplified by tension. I will be departing this island soon. There are forces moving in the outer seas, movements I can't ignore. I will not be delayed by pleasantries, tradition, or your village's schedule. He walked past the couples, gesturing for the aides to begin clearing the feast tables. The marriages are binding by my decree. What remains is ceremony. So we will hold ceremony. Now. Hanu's brow furrowed, his voice turning from panic to protest. But your Highness, families must be notified. Robes must be blessed. The temple priest is still preparing the shrines. Then he'll bless them here, Zuko snapped. In this hall. With fire as his altar and Kyoshi's own warriors as witness. He turned to Commander G. Send runners. Have the officiants brought immediately. All 5 marriage pairs are to be sealed before nightfall. Those not ready to honor their vows will be removed from the arrangement. G nodded, stepping into action without hesitation, already signaling to Rin and the aides. Hanu stepped forward, his voice harder now. Prince Zuko, this is not how we do things. These are our daughters. Our traditions. You can't just. Zuko spun to face him fully now. The fire was in his eyes. Not as flame, but as something worse, will. I already did. The silence returned, heavier than before. Zuko stepped onto the center dais, lifting his voice so the hall once again bent to it. You want to survive. I gave you that. You want your children protected. I gave you that. You want freedom from Earth Kingdom raids and Fire Nation purges. I gave you all of that. His tone sharpened. But you don't get to ask for everything. Not now. Not after what's already been spilled. He turned to the couples again. These unions are more than oaths. They are the nails in the spine of an empire. You will walk from this hall joined, or you will not walk out with my protection. Hinero's hand twitched. Her mouth opened to speak. But the look she caught from Akari silenced her. Mayor Hanu stared hard at Zuko, jaw clenched, fingers gripping his sash. For a moment, the fire of a father, a statesman, a man whose people had just bent the knee to a foreign crown, flared in his eyes. Then it faded. He bowed. Slow. Bitter. But full. As you command, Your Highness. Zuko didn't nod. He simply turned away. Aides and soldiers began clearing space at the center of the hall. Furniture was removed. Flower stands repositioned. Silk runners, green and red, were laid over the newly polished stone. The musicians returned quietly to their instruments and began a slow, somber march tune instead of the festive fanfare originally planned. The brides and their partners were escorted aside to be redressed in the ceremonial robes already prepared, albeit intended for a different day. What was meant to be weeks away was now crashing down on them like a tidal wave made of orders. Zuko stood again near the throne, hands folded behind his back, watching it all come together with the quiet control of a man who had already calculated every outcome. Chapter 13, Daughters of Earth and Sons of Flame. The Hall of Clouds buzzed with uneasy movement. Silk runners were being repurposed into ceremonial carpets. Soldiers rearranged benches and tables with the urgency of a fortress under siege, and servants moved in tight, nervous orbits, arms full of red wine, incense trays, and half-prepared blessing scrolls. But outside, just past the open veranda beneath the flowering eaves of the garden hall, where the sound of the sea wind filtered through pine and plum trees, Suki sat alone on a low stone bench. Her hair had been half-tied for ceremonial dressing, the left side still loose, strands catching against her cheek. She wore a plain green robe, not yet changed into anything formal. Her eyes had not moved from the horizon in the last hour. She barely noticed the footsteps approaching, until the scent of lacquered armor and the familiar tension of Kyoshi boots reached her. You look like a statue, not a warrior. Hinero stood at the edge of the stone path, arms crossed, lips curled in mock grin. That, or you've gone into some kind of meditation trance. Suki didn't look at her. Maybe I'm hoping if I stay still long enough, they'll forget I'm here. Hinero stepped closer and dropped onto the bench beside her without grace, her armor clinking faintly. No chance. You're the prize in this farce. And even if you weren't, someone like you doesn't exactly fade into a crowd, Suki. Suki turned to her slowly. Her voice was low. Everything's moving too fast. This morning we were rebuilding the shrine. Now we're about to be married off like bargaining chips. Hinero snorted. About to? I'm getting chained to some overeducated fire rat who probably organizes his socks by philosophical school. Suki blinked. You mean Lee? Who else? Hinaro rolled her eyes. He quoted military etiquette while trying to give me a comb for the ceremony. Said it would elevate the decorum of our union's presentation. I almost used it to stab him. Suki gave the faintest ghost of a smile. It didn't last. They sat together in silence for a moment, broken only by the far-off sounds of drums being tuned and a wedding arch being hammered into place with less than spiritual care. Then Hinaro leaned in. Her voice dropped. Tell me something. Why is the prince in such a hurry? This isn't just about consolidation. He could have waited. Done it properly. Gave it time to seem like respect, not command. Suki shook her head. I don't know. I haven't seen him. Not since the first time they came. Not since that meeting. You were the one he asked for, Hinaro said, her voice edged with something sharp and protective. You think he's going to demand a private ceremony? Claim you separately from the others? Suki didn't answer. But she didn't deny it either. Then. That is not your concern. The voice came like an arrow. Cold. Crisp. They both turned sharply as Lee approached from the side path, his uniform immaculate, his posture stiff as a post. He looked more scholar than soldier, ink-stained fingers, eyes sharp and dry as legal parchment. The prince's motives are not your subject of discourse, he said, gaze fixed on Hinaro. And your departure from my presence was not sanctioned. Hinaro scowled. I'm not your prisoner, bookworm. You are my assigned companion under martial oath, Lee replied flatly. You do not walk off without acknowledgement. Especially not to whisper beside her. Suki stood slowly. Lee, it's fine. She just wanted. No, it is not fine, Lady Suki, Lee said, adjusting the collar of his outer robe. You are not just any Kyoshi warrior. You are the daughter of Akari. You are the one the prince personally requested. Your time should be in his presence, not being frittered away in idle chatter that serves no directive. I wasn't frittering, you bureaucratic vulture, Hinaro snapped, rising to her feet. I wanted to talk to her. Alone. Something you clearly haven't figured out how to be. Lee tilted his head slightly. Whatever communication you wish to perform can be done under my observation. Any sentiment of privacy is subordinate to duty. You listen to yourself speak, ever? Hinaro muttered. No wonder the pirates died of boredom. Lee didn't blink. This is not about me. It is about her. He turned to Suki now, and for a moment, the mechanical nature of his speech faltered, just slightly. The prince has not been in a receptive temperament since arriving. He did not rest on his voyage. He has not consulted his aides. And he has issued a sequence of commands with no prior briefing. This behavior, historically, denotes instability. It would be prudent of you to present yourself to him soon, before your absence is interpreted as defiance. Suki exhaled slowly. You think he'll take offense? I think, Lee said carefully, that Prince Zuko is no longer the boy I remember. And that if he considers you his, then he will interpret silence as refusal. And refusal will be punished, Hinaro finished for him, stepping between Lee and Suki. Yeah, we've all seen the new crown prince stomp around like a god. Doesn't mean I have to play shrine maiden to his ego. Lee's voice sharpened. Mockery is unbecoming of your rank. And blind obedience is unbecoming of your brain, she snapped back. He stepped forward, very slightly. Everything about this arrangement hinges on structure. Defy it, and you defy the architecture of survival we've been granted. That is not just foolish. It is lethal. Do not test the patience of a man who can burn this whole island to the ground in a matter of mere minutes. Hinaro looked at him, really looked, her fury simmering. Then she laughed, bitter and breathless. You're not a man. You're a ledger. Lee's jaw twitched. Suki laid a hand gently on Hinaro's arm. That's enough. They both stopped. For a moment, The three stood frozen under the shadow of the blossoming eaves, birds silent in the trees. Suki turned to Lee. "I'll speak to the prince when I'm ready." Lee didn't nod, didn't scowl, just stared. "Then be ready soon," he said, adjusting his cuffs. He does not wait. He turned and walked away, cloak catching on the wind like a page turning violently. As his footsteps vanished down the garden path, Hinaro exhaled like she'd been holding it for hours. "Remind me to poison his tea at our wedding." Suki didn't laugh. Her eyes were on the direction Lee had gone. "Do you think he's right about Zuko?" Hinaro said. "I think he might be." Suki looked down at her hands. Calloused. Steady. Strong. But they were shaking. The Hall of Clouds had been stripped of celebration and repurposed into something quieter, tighter. The wedding arch had been erected near the back, just in front of a lacquered mural of Kyoshi herself, towering in green robes with fans crossed. Ritual drums had been silenced for the moment, their players dismissed to the edges. Amidst the rustle of robes and the scent of burning cedar, Zuko stood beside the central pillar, the firelight casting long shadows across his face. His cloak had been exchanged for his field jacket, black and red with deep golden seams. His crown circlet had been set aside. He no longer looked like a prince playing diplomat. He looked like a commander preparing to move. Commander G. Warrant Officer Kyujin. Ensign Lee. Sergeants Barin and Ren. Zuko's voice rang out, clear, firm, utterly unreadable. The five men approached from the far side of the hall, dressed in semi-formal tunics and sashes, each with their rank displayed on the shoulder. They stood in a straight line before him, forming an unbroken row of red in a sea of green banners. Zuko regarded them a moment. Then spoke. "You are here because you were chosen. Not by Kyoshi. Not by her elders. Not by ritual. By me." None dared speak. Even Kyujin didn't smirk this time. "These marriages are rewards. They are not punishments. They are assignments. Extensions of my trust. This island was nearly erased. And now it will be rebuilt. By fire and will. Each of you will take a partner from this land, not for pleasure, not for conquest, but to anchor it." He paced once in front of them, slow and controlled. "Tonight, once the ceremonies are complete, I depart. There will be no banquet. No formal speeches. No dancing." His tone dropped. "I do not have time for dances." Kyujin shifted uncomfortably. Zuko turned to G first. "You will be in charge of the Kyoshi base in my absence. Civil, military, and foreign affairs. You answer to no one except direct command from my seal or voice." G bowed his head, firm. "Yes, Your Highness." Zuko nodded. "Keep the supply chains discreet. I want surplus quietly redirected here to Tutanaki and North Ember. Do not request from the capital. Nanhai will be a place I won't be able to move freely." G's jaw flexed slightly. "Understood." Zuko turned to the group as a whole again. "In 2 weeks' time, on the winter solstice, I will return. Before then, this island must be functioning. Civil order, training rosters, infrastructure repairs underway. Any rebellion, any riot, and I will treat it as betrayal." None of the men flinched. Even Barin and Ren, seasoned veterans who usually carried themselves with casual dismissal, now stood with iron backs and narrowed eyes. Zuko's gaze drifted to Lee, who stood last in the line. "You," he said, voice lowering. "You'll be coming with me." Lee's posture shifted. "Barely." "To Tutanaki, I presume?" Zuko didn't answer. Lee hesitated. "If I may, Your Highness, Hinaro has displayed unpredictable behavioral patterns. She challenges hierarchy openly. She has little respect for rank or system. Living her here alone would be." "She is." Zuko tilted his head slightly. just stared at him. Lee went silent. His words caught in his throat, swallowed under the weight of the Crown Prince's silence. Then, slowly, Lee spoke again, this time quieter. In retrospect, what you're saying is that if I am to accompany you, my wife will be doing so as well. There was a pause. Then Kyujin burst out laughing. Loud, sharp, undignified. He slapped Barin's shoulder. Oh spirits, he called her his wife. Barin snorted. Hope you're good at dodging dinner knives, Lee. Rin crossed his arms, his low voice amused. I give it 3 days before she commandeers his bunk and throws his books out the porthole. Even G cracked a dry grin. Make sure she doesn't break your glasses, Ensign. Lee blinked. I do not wear glasses. Kyujin howled louder. You will when she's done with you. Zuko let the laughter settle, his expression unmoving. Then, at last, he spoke again. She is a wild card. The room sobered slightly. She is also fiercely loyal. And intelligent in her own way. And above all, she is Kyoshi born. If I return here without her having seen the world on shaping, she will remain a thorn. He turned to Lee again. I need more than just obedience in the South. I need someone I trust who can challenge me, when it matters. Someone other than Rin. And for that, I need you. Lee's posture stiffened. And that means you bring your wife. The weight of those words landed differently now. Not as a threat. Not as a joke. But as a binding reality. Lee lowered his head. I understand, Your Highness. I will ensure that her presence is accounted for and integrated into mission protocol. Kyujin coughed. Translation, I'll keep her from killing me in my sleep. Barin laughed again. Rin smirked. Or maybe she'll kill for him instead. Zuko turned and walked back toward the flame pedestal at the head of the room. His cloak flared slightly with the motion. When you swear your vows tonight, he said, not looking back, you're not just swearing them to each other. You're swearing to me. To this new world I'm building. He stopped beside the fire basin and let the silence draw long. Do not fail your wives. His voice dropped. Because if you do, you've already failed me. Chapter 14, Black Sails, Red Sky. The sun had descended into a deep orange bruise just above the ocean's edge. The light spilled in long, bleeding streaks across the black rock coastline, catching in the wet edges of stone like the gleam of polished obsidian. The water whispered quietly against the crags, soft, deceptive. Zuko stood at the edge, hands behind his back, his silhouette crowned by that sinking fire in the sky. Beside him, Ring crouched by the little skiff they'd used to sneak ashore days ago, tight-bodied, efficient, checking its lines for stress fractures. Behind them loomed the squat shape of the metal patrol ship, a narrow chimney still letting off the faintest curls of white smoke from its evening maintenance cycle. The air was cool now. Bracing. With just a whisper of coming winter in it. They'll have noticed by now, Rin said, rising from the skiff and wiping his hands on his sash. Tutanaki's command post, I mean. You left with 2, came back with an extra pair. Then vanished again. Zuko didn't answer at first. He narrowed his eyes toward the sea. Let them wonder. Only so long before they report up the ladder, Rin added. Zuko nodded once. Bunch of idiots. Just then, footsteps behind them, careful on the uneven rocks, armor clinking faintly beneath worn boots. Rin turned first, smirking before the shapes even resolved fully. G led the way, cloak fluttering gently in the breeze, a leather satchel slung over one shoulder and his hair freshly tied back, though his face looked like it had aged another year in the last few hours. Behind him came Lee, crisp and perfectly composed even here on jagged ground. His posture never slouched, not even when navigating a narrow outcrop slick with salt. And last came Hinaro, grumbling under her breath, very much not in her Kyoshi warrior uniform anymore. She wore Fire Nation field attire, the sleeveless officer-style coat cinched high, red sash tight at the waist, and tight-fitting black trousers tucked into dark boots. Her hair was pinned back into a high topknot, the attempt at regulation form undercut by the multiple strands falling loose against her jaw. She tugged at her collar like it was trying to strangle her. "This thing itches," she muttered, eyes narrowed, yanking at the seam near her ribs. "And who in their right mind designs clothes without pockets? What am I supposed to do with my hands? Fold them like a noble's wife and wait to be told when I can breathe?" "You are breathing now," Lee answered coolly. "And projecting with impressive volume for someone claiming to be strangled. I swear, if you quote military garment protocol at me again." "I wasn't going to," Lee said, with the faintest sniff of self-superiority. "I was merely going to observe that discomfort is often the result of unfamiliarity, not flaw. Many new officers report similar complaints. Typically resolved within 24 hours. "I'll resolve it with a bonfire," she muttered. "On your bunk." G sighed aloud as they reached the black sand strip leading to the patrol ship. "I've had wounded soldiers complain less than the two of you do married." Rin let out a short laugh and raised an eyebrow. "Already fighting like an old couple. Didn't waste a single day, huh?" G smirked. "If they're already threatening property damage, we'll call it a success." "I can still hear you both," Airoh growled, tugging her sash so hard the knot slipped. Lee straightened his back. "Our disagreements are purely surface level. A typical adjustment curve." "Oh sure," Airoh muttered. "You make it sound like a bad weather report." "Statistically," Lee replied, "a strong majority of Fire Nation naval marriages show significant verbal friction within the first 72 hours, especially in arrangements of duty-based union. We are, in fact, well within the bounds of normalized behavior." "Spirits above," Rin muttered. "He even quantifies arguments." Zuko exhaled slowly, turning away from the horizon for just a breath. "Enough." The tone was gentle, but sharp enough to freeze the ripple of humor among them. Rin went silent. G straightened his coat. Even Airoh folded her arms instead of throwing another jab. Then Zuko tilted his chin slightly, eyes narrowing at the sea. "We have company." All heads turned. There, just at the edge of the orange-blue light, a shape had begun to emerge. No paddleboat. No merchant bark. A ship, massive, dark, sharp across the water like a drifting blade. Its hull was thick, armored at the bows, and its masts were lined with tattered black sails that reached like claws into the sky. There were no signal flags. No lanterns lit. It was gliding toward them like a ghost. No sound. Just shadow. G's voice cracked the silence. "Isn't that?" But he didn't finish. Rin did. "Su." Zuko's lips thinned. "Captain Su." The name dropped like lead into the dusk. "I guess it was about time," Zuko added, softly. "It's been a while since we ran into him." The wind seemed to shift. The waves came gentler, too gentle. Lee stepped forward, squinting. "Should I signal the base?" Reinforcements from the main guard tower could arrive within 4 minutes if the wind favors them. Zuko turned his head. "Why?" Lee blinked. "Forgive me, but your highness, our last encounter with the Tsu pirates nearly ended in death. Statistically, our squad suffered 80% incapacitation. 4 naval ships were sunk. A quartermaster's division annihilated. I had assumed, based on standard risk assessment, you might desire strategic support." "He's right," G muttered. "The last time we crossed paths with Tsu, we barely got out alive." "And I lost a ship," Rin added. "A good one." Airoh frowned, scanning their faces. "You guys just wiped out 2 pirate crews on this island. Fire and blades in the street. You've got soldiers, firebenders, a prince, and you're worried about 1 ship?" Lee turned to her, voice measured but sharp. "If those that attacked had belonged to the Tsu pirates, Kyoshi Island would not be standing. With or without our presence. What we faced in the village was an insect swarm. This." He nodded at the looming vessel, which was now inching closer, its sails rippling like wings of a waiting predator. This is a dragon. Even Hinero went quiet then. Zuko didn't speak for several seconds. He watched the ship draw closer. Watched the sails breathe. Watched the hull rock gently like a coffin drifting on black ink. This was not in his calculations. He had planned for uprisings. For Azula's interference. For Nanhai's inspections. Even for the White Lotus. But not Tsu. The last time they'd met, it had taken firebending beyond discipline. It had taken luck, blood, and betrayal. Tsu was not like the others. He did not fight for gold. He fought for something else. Zuko's hand rested quietly on the hilt of his sword. The sky darkened another shade. The sea, once quiet, now whispered like an audience waiting for the curtain to rise. The massive pirate ship had slowed, anchoring just beyond the breakers. From its side, a smaller paddle boat was lowered, wood creaking against rigging as 4 arms steadied it into the waves. 5 figures stood aboard it, small in silhouette but growing clearer with every push of the oars. The tiny vessel cut across the dying light, gliding toward the rocky beach like a knife across wet cloth. G shifted first, crossing his arms and watching with narrow eyes. "What do you think he wants?" he muttered under his breath, voice just above the surf. Rin didn't look away. Tsu never wants just one thing. That's the problem. Sometimes it's gold. Sometimes it's territory. Sometimes it's just to see who flinches first. Or bleeds first, G added, voice dry. Beside them, Lee adjusted the edge of his uniform coat, eyes never leaving the approaching boat. Whatever his intent, I must stress the statistical recklessness of greeting him without a full garrison. We are operating with a severely reduced perimeter security force. The remainder of our company is busy with the wedding, Rin finished. Ironic timing. Lee pressed on. With respect, Your Highness, I recommend we signal the hall and call down the second company. At least 10 men, minimum firebending capability in case. Be quiet. Zuko's voice wasn't loud, but it cut like drawn steel. Lee froze mid-sentence, mouth still open. Zuko turned to him slowly. The dying sun lit one side of his face in orange, the other shadowed in dark firelight. I said be quiet. Lee closed his mouth and swallowed. Zuko stepped forward, arms behind his back once again, the wind catching the tips of his coat. You're worried. Good. That means you're thinking. But stop panicking. He didn't look at Lee when he said the next part. I'm here. That's all the backup we need. The paddleboat came closer, almost within range of leaping onto the rocks now. The creak of its oarlocks echoed through the dusk. Then Zuko turned his head again. Not toward Lee this time, but toward Hinero, who had been gripping the edge of her sash like she meant to unspool it into a whip. Hinero. His tone shifted. Lower. Commanding. She blinked, the tension in her hands frozen. Whatever happens in the next few minutes, Zuko said, you are not to speak. No outbursts. No reactions. Not a word. She opened her mouth. Closed it. He turned to Lee next, voice like carved stone. Keep your woman quiet. Lee nodded. Understood. I mean it, Zuko added, softer now, but with far more weight. No matter what's said. And then, they arrived. The paddleboat scraped against the rocky shallows, the front corner bumping against stone. A heavy-booted man stepped out first, grabbing the mooring line and pulling the vessel inward like it was made of cloth. Captain Tsu. Just as Zuko remembered him. Towering, broad-shouldered, with a neck like a tree trunk and arms thick with tattoos of fang coins, cracked helms, and curling waves. His brown mane of hair spilled loose behind his back, caught in the sea air like a dark flag. Rings dangled from both ears. A saber sheathed across his back shimmered with dull black iron. And between his fingers, clenched loosely, was a thick cigar, smoldering slowly. Smoke curled around his jaw as he stepped forward onto the stone, boots splashing through shallow tidewater. The 4 pirates behind him followed. 2 of them were what one might expect, brutes, muscled like oxen, each carrying twin axes strapped to their backs, shoulders wide enough to blot out sky. Their eyes were dull, unfocused, the kind of men who only needed one order: kill. The third was wiry thin, with hollow cheeks and sharp, darting eyes, like a rat that had learned to wear boots and speak in words. His ribs could be counted through his shirt, and his belt was a tangle of knives. His movements were twitchy, like someone who expected to be stabbed at any second, and might stab first just to feel less nervous. And then there was the fourth. He stepped from the paddleboat like he descended from a royal ship. No armor, just a loose black coat cinched at the waist, revealing a silver-embroidered vest beneath. His hair was jet black, long and flowing, reaching past his shoulders, and perfectly brushed. He had a clean jaw, an elegant nose, and deep, dark eyes that looked through people instead of at them. He was not smirking. He was not smiling. But his hand, always, rested on the hilt of the curved sword at his waist, thumb just beneath the guard, as if waiting for someone to speak too loudly. He was not young. Not old. The kind of man who had bled enough to no longer feel anything at all. G muttered under his breath, "Well. Spirits above." Zuko didn't turn. "Well, he's new. You know him?" G nodded once. "That's Iroh. Former captain of the Midnight Corsairs. They say he buried his last crew for blinking during a duel." Zuko didn't blink. The 5 pirates stood before them now, still, like wolves that had been allowed into a garden and were trying to decide if it was a trap. Then Tsu exhaled smoke and smiled. "Zuko." Zuko stepped forward by a single pace. "Tsu." The pirate nodded once, wide cigar still hanging between his teeth. "Didn't think I'd find you on a beach playing sentry. You've moved up in the world." "You've stayed exactly where you always were," Zuko said. Tsu grinned wider. "Where I like it." Behind them, Rin stood loose but ready. Lee's eyes flicked between Iroh and the thin pirate, cataloging weapons, foot positions, pressure angles. Hanero hadn't breathed in 10 seconds. Then G stepped forward, half a grin on his face. "Well, damn. Iroh. Didn't think you'd crawl out of whatever corner of the world you disappeared into." Iroh looked over at him, eyes calm. "G. Still alive, I see." "You as well," Iroh replied flatly. "Unfortunately." The 2 didn't move to shake hands. But they didn't draw blades either. Tsu blew another cloud of smoke. "Relax, boys. If I wanted your heads, I'd have taken them before I docked. This ain't a raid." Zuko's eyes narrowed. "Then what is it?" Tsu's grin faded just slightly. "That's what I came to tell you." Chapter 15, The Fire Prince. The wind had died. Only the slow churn of seafoam filled the silence now. On the blackened coastline of Kyoshi's eastern ridge, 2 small groups stood across from one another, the rocks damp beneath their boots, the sun finally dead beyond the horizon. No moon had risen yet. Just the red glow of Zuko's engine ship behind him and the smoldering cigar in Captain Tsu's teeth. The 2 sides stood in a loose crescent. Zuko, G, Rin, Lee, and Hanero facing Tsu, Iroh, the 2 brawlers, and the scrawny youth with blade-like shoulders and 2 sharp eyes. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Tsu grinned. "Nice place you've got here, Zuko. Quiet. Isolated. Pretty little beaches. Stone paths." Zuko didn't blink. "You rode into my territory uninvited. That doesn't entitle you to compliments." Tsu chuckled, deep and gravel-rich. "Just making conversation. Never know how long these things are gonna take. Then get to it." Tsu stepped forward, boots crunching over seaweed and grit. "All right, fine. Straight talk it is." He turned, slowly pacing in a wide arc. "I was out east a few weeks ago. Picking through some forgotten coastline village no one cares about. Good raid. Light resistance. Got me a few maps, some brandy, a Fire Nation steel box, which you're welcome to try and steal back later, by the way, and a lot of rumors. He gestured lazily at the island behind them. Funny thing. None of those rumors mentioned anything about Kyoshi Island being under new management. Zuko remained still. Su grinned again. Not Fire Nation management. No. You. Prince Zuko. The exile. The failure. The golden son who got his nose broken and now comes back swinging like a politician with a sword. G's fingers tightened at his sides. Rin didn't flinch. Zuko didn't smile. That's a bold accusation. Su raised a brow. Is it? He turned his head. Rat. The thin youth stepped forward, nearly tripping over his own feet, but catching balance with an unnatural smoothness. His eyes scanned the group with quick, bird-like flicks. When he spoke, his voice was reedy but confident. Hall of Clouds. 2 nights of preparation into 1 hour of rushed weddings. 5 arranged marriages. No public registry. All records destroyed before the feast. He turned to Zuko directly now. Your soldiers bowed before the ceremony. So did the villagers. They called you prince. Not guest. Not lord. Prince. In the shrine square. Su looked back at Zuko, grin returning. You want to keep playing dumb? Zuko exhaled slowly. His hands remained folded behind his back. You went through a lot of trouble to confirm what you already knew. Gotta be sure before you play with fire. Su took another drag of the cigar. So go ahead, Your Highness. Drop the mask. You're not hiding anything now. A pause. Then Zuko stepped forward, just a little. His eyes were dark. Not angry, cold. Measured. Fine. He looked at the island for a long moment, then back to the pirates. Yes, I took the island. It's mine. Not under the Fire Lord's command. Not under any court or colonial wing. Not even my uncle knows. Hinaro twitched behind him. Zuko kept going. These people? He gestured with his chin toward the distant treeline and the village hidden beyond it. They're pawns. Stubborn. Weak. Compliant when threatened, loud when ignored. But they follow orders. He glanced over his shoulder briefly, just long enough for Hinaro to see the calculation in his eyes. I'll breed their culture into something loyal. In 2 generations, there won't be a Kyoshi warrior who doesn't carry fire in her veins. Their traditions? Their sacred shrines? I'll repaint them red. Hinaro took a step forward. G noticed. Rin tensed. Zuko didn't turn. They bow to me because they're too broken to stand. They married into me because I gave them something better than dying in a street. And they'll stay mine, until I burn the name Kyoshi off their tongues and they only say mine. Zuko, Hinaro whispered, breath caught between fury and disbelief. But before she could take a full step. No. Lee's voice, close and sharp. He had stepped closer to her, hand discreetly brushing hers, just once. Not in comfort. In signal. Do not speak. Not now. Her jaw trembled. But she stopped. Zuko didn't glance back. Su clapped once, loud and slow. Well, damn. You finally stopped pretending. Zuko gave him nothing. Su exhaled smoke, then turned his head toward his crew. So here's where we are. You've got an island. You've got yourself a bunch of ceremonial wives, some bruised villagers, and a few officers playing house. He stepped forward now, toe-to-toe with Zuko. You also have a secret. A very, very expensive secret. And secrets, Zuko. He smiled wide. Our currency. Zuko's eyes narrowed. Name your price. Coin, of course, Su began. Access to the docks. Silence bought in gold. Maybe passage rights. I'll even throw in a trade agreement. Then he glanced past Zuko, right at Hinero. And one of the girls. The beach went still. Zuko didn't blink. Excuse me? Su shrugged. One of the Kyoshi warriors. Doesn't matter which. Maybe her. He nodded directly toward Hinero. She looks fiery. Lee stepped forward half a pace. Rin tensed. Ji's hand twitched near his belt. Zuko said nothing. Hinero didn't breathe. Su grinned again. Relax. I'm not asking for marriage. Just a gift. A gesture of goodwill. Your little colony pays tribute, your secret stays buried. Lee spoke, calm but sharp. You mean ransom. Call it a cultural exchange, Su said. Iroh shifted, speaking for the first time. His voice was low, polished. Su doesn't take anything for free. He likes balance. Rin scoffed. Yeah? And what do you offer in return? Su turned back to Zuko. You know the sea, kid. Rumors travel faster than fleets. My silence is the only thing keeping a dozen opportunists from smelling blood. You want to build something here? He leaned in closer, smoke curling between them. Then you better start paying your taxes. Zuko's eyes flickered with something dangerous. Not rage. Calculation. He stepped back, slowly. No deal. Su's brow twitched. Didn't say it was negotiable. Zuko's voice cut low and sharp. I didn't say it was either. They stared at one another across the cold black stone, the wind finally stirring again. Su took another drag of his cigar, exhaled it toward the sand, and grinned wide. Well, he said, looks like we've got ourselves a standoff. The silence that followed Su's last sentence was sharp enough to slice the wind. But Zuko's voice, calm and cold, cut it cleaner. This isn't a standoff. The waves rolled lazily against the black rocks. The red glow from the metal ship's smokestack pulsed gently behind the prince, casting his outline in flickers of molten gold. I was considering your offer, Captain. Weighed it. Balanced it in my head. Zuko took a slow step forward, his boots crunching the loose gravel beneath him. Su didn't flinch, yet. I thought, maybe giving you one Kyoshi warrior wouldn't break the spine of what I'm building here. Maybe it would buy me time. Another step. But then I thought again. Zuko now stood barely 3 strides from Captain Su. His voice sharpened with each word, not louder, but honed like a drawn blade. Why should I? Why should I bow to an old legend? A man with a ship and some sea-worn monsters? This waters may have been yours once, but not anymore. The wind shifted. A dry heat began to rise from the rocks around them. You should have stayed away, Su. Zuko took the final step. And now he stood before the towering pirate captain, a prince staring up into the weather-worn face of a man who had ruled the coastlines of the Eastern Sea for decades. They were inches apart. Zuko's voice dropped to a near whisper, but it carried. You shouldn't have come here. Su's nostrils flared. His lips parted into a grin that wasn't a grin at all. Is that a threat? Zuko's answer came low and dry. It ain't a damn party invitation. The tension in the air twisted like a taut rope. Then, Zuko's gaze sharpened, his brow lowered, and with absolute clarity he said, Kneel. The word rang out like a lightning strike. Ji's eyes widened. Rin's mouth parted. Even Lee froze. Captain Su tilted his head slowly, like a beast regarding something small and foolish. I kneel to no man, he growled. Neither does he, said Iroh, stepping forward. Or me, added the rat, his voice twitchy with forced bravado. We don't kneel. Not to kings. Not to gods. Zuko's tone didn't shift. Kneel. And then, the air changed. It didn't just heat, it pressurized. The rocks beneath their feet began to radiate warmth. The mist from the tide hissed as it touched the stones. The tension wasn't metaphor anymore. It was fire. Su's grin faltered. Then, with a blur of motion, he drew his saber. The curved blade came up fast and stopped dead at Zuko's throat, the tip glinting in the fading light. But Zuko didn't flinch. He didn't breathe. He didn't blink. He just stared. Eyes locked on Su. A stare full of weight and death and disdain. "What say you now, boy?" Su sneered, inches from his target. Zuko said nothing. His right hand came up slowly, with eerie control. And then, he touched the flat of the saber. A hiss. A shiver. Then a crackling sound, like metal groaning under the weight of its own pain. The saber began to glow. Not orange. Not red. White. The steel beneath Zuko's fingers blistered, warping in shape. The air sizzled. The smell of burnt oil and something worse, flesh, drifted into the air. Su gritted his teeth. A thin hiss of pain slipped out between them. Iroh took a step forward. Slowly. Controlled. His hand brushed the edge of his sword. Zuko turned his head just slightly. That was all. Just a glance. And Iroh stopped. Behind Zuko, Ji lifted his right hand, a flame roaring to life in his palm. Rin mirrored the motion on the left, a spinning disk of fire already dancing across his knuckles. Even Li, reserved and controlled, had ignited a thin arc of fire along his fingertips, his expression grim, no longer calculating, committed. Across the rocks, the two pirate brutes drew their axes, teeth bared. The rat crouched low, two curved daggers glinting in either hand, his breath sharp and eager. No one moved yet. But the heat was rising fast. Su's blade trembled in his grip, glowing now from hilt to tip. His skin hissed against the handle. Still, he did not back away. And then, a whisper from Iroh. "Oh shit." Su's eyes didn't move. "What?" "Look at the sky." Everyone looked up. Except Zuko. The sky above was darkened from the west. The moon still hadn't risen. But there, hovering just above the ocean, a few meters behind Zuko's head, was a massive sphere of fire. 5 meters wide. It hovered like a second sun, perfectly still, its outer edges roiling with heat waves, pulsing in slow, terrifying rhythm. It gave no sound, but it didn't need to. Its existence burned the air around it. Even the pirates stopped breathing. Even the sea was quiet. Zuko's face didn't change. He was still staring at Su. Still unmoved. Still holding the burning saber, even as smoke now curled from the captain's hands. The realization came slow, but it came. Su looked down. Then back up. And it sank in. This fire, this sun, was not a trick. Not a signal. Not a prepared scroll trap. It was him. Zuko. Zuko, who had said nothing. Who hadn't even looked up. Who had raised the sky without moving a muscle. Su's throat moved. He didn't speak. And then, "Kneel." Zuko said it once more. The air boiled. The stones cracked. And the world held its breath. Chapter 16, Ash and Authority. The world didn't breathe. The fireball still hovered, a miniature sun, 5 meters wide, pulsing in the sky like a wrathful omen, casting long, flickering shadows across the blackened coastline. The heat it gave off had no wind to disperse it. The rocks beneath their boots steamed. The ocean hissed and recoiled. Even the scent in the air had changed, iron and salt, blood and scorched leather. And at the center of it all, Zuko and Captain Su, their hands locked on the glowing saber, neither man yielding. Zuko's palm still pressed flat against the flat of the blade, his skin smoking, the metal pulsing with raw heat. It had begun to glow white, trembling faintly, warping under pressure. Su's knuckles bulged, the leather grip fusing into the skin of his fingers. Pain lanced through his palm and up his forearm. He could feel it. Muscle tightening. Bone heating. Tendons beginning to scream. The saber was turning against him. But he would not let go. Not yet. He stared down at the prince, sweat starting to bead at his brow despite the sea chill clinging to his back. Zuko did not flinch. Did not sweat. Did not blink. Just stared. The silence stretched again. The heat wrapped tighter. In the corner of his mind, Zuko could feel it, the stillness of the moment, the memory of his uncle's voice, the moment before a flame is not silence, it's decision. This was his moment. He wasn't pretending anymore. He wasn't asking. He was declaring. In his mind, Sue's thoughts twisted. What the hell are you, boy? That ain't normal fire. That's bending fed by something deeper. Rage? No. Not rage. Focus. Like you've already accepted burning with the world. His mouth was dry. Every breath scalded the back of his throat. He could feel the saber hissing at his grip, the sizzle of flesh fusing with steel. But he still didn't pull away. He had bent to no man in 30 years. He had held the Southern Strait against 3 fleets. He had slit the throat of his own lieutenant for bowing to a governor once. You kneel now and you'll never stand again. But still, the weight in the air was undeniable. The fire in the sky wasn't just heat. It was presence. It was a claim. The kind you couldn't ignore. The kind that wasn't asking your permission. He's not bluffing. Behind him, he could sense his crew shifting, Iroh still stone-faced, but watching. Watching Zuko, not him. That stung more than the saber hilt. Sue's jaw clenched harder. His voice came low, gravel grinding under pressure. You've made your point. He took a step back. Zuko let go of the saber. The moment he did, Sue dropped it. The blade clattered to the rocks, half melted, the grip scorched and smoking. The wrapped leather had seared into the imprint of Sue's fingers. He stared at it. A weapon no longer. Just wreckage. Zuko still hadn't looked away. He didn't move when Sue pulled his hand back, flexing it slightly. The skin across his palm had blistered, red and raw. Every flex sent fresh flashes of agony up his wrist, but he held his expression flat. I don't kneel. Sue said it low, through clenched teeth. Zuko didn't reply at first. Then leave. Sue looked up. What? Zuko's voice didn't waver. Leave my island. Take your crew. Take your ship. If I see you here again, you burn. He turned away. Not fast. Not arrogantly. But with absolute confidence, as though the conversation was over. Because, in his eyes, it was. That almost enraged Sue more than anything else. But then he looked at his hand again. At the saber. At the fireball still hovering in the sky, flickering like a god's unblinking eye. It still hadn't dissipated. Still hadn't cooled. Still hadn't needed his attention to stay alive. That terrified him. No bending master he'd seen, not in the Earth Kingdom, not among the pirates, not even the Daily, had ever maintained an expressionless posture with a weapon like that hovering overhead. Zuko had made a second sun, and then ignored it. He heard Iroh step closer behind him. Sue didn't turn. Iroh's voice came low. Barely audible. He's not who he used to be. Sue grunted. No. He's worse. There was a long pause. And then, from behind them, a shift. G stepped forward, dropping the flame in his palm but keeping his eyes sharp. You came here wanting to test him. Now you know. Lee, beside him, hadn't moved since Zuko's command. But now, he spoke quietly, we could end this now, Captain. But the cost would not be in gold. Rin gave a shrug, heat still dancing along his knuckles. Frankly, I was hoping you'd swing again. Haven't had a workout since the last pirate decided he had balls. The rat licked his lips, but didn't speak. Even he knew the temperature had changed. Only Hinaro looked ready to burst. Her fingers were white around her sash, her jaw trembling with the effort of silence. Her eyes were locked on Zuko's back. She wasn't looking at him in awe. She was looking at him like he betrayed something sacred. But she said nothing. Lee's hand rested just against hers. Not tightly. Just a reminder. They were still at war. Even if no one had moved. Su bent down, retrieved the smoking hilt of his saber with his uninjured hand, and slung it across his back without a word. The pain in his palm was bad. But the pain in his pride was worse. Still, it wasn't time yet. He turned to Zuko's back and let out one last cloud of smoke. I'll leave. This once. He stepped back toward the small boat. But know this, Zuko, you may have the heat. He looked to the sky, where the fireball still hung like a suspended threat. But fire burns out. Eventually. When it does, we will be there. I will show you just who I really am. Zuko said nothing. Su climbed into the boat. Iroh followed silently. The rat gave one last side glance at the prince, then the warrior girl, then boarded. The two brutes hauled the boat back into deeper water. The oars dipped in. And slowly, they drifted back into the dark. The moment the paddle boat was gone past the first tide break, Zuko finally moved. His hand lifted toward the sky. He closed his fist. The fireball above flickered. And vanished. The heat remained for a few seconds. Then came the cold. The real cold. The kind that settled in after something ancient had passed. G exhaled first, long and ragged. Spirits above. Rin stretched his neck. My back is killing me. You know how hard it is to stay coiled in a fighting stance for that long? Lee, ever composed, nodded once. That was sufficient display of deterrence. Zuko said nothing. Then he turned, finally, to face them all. And he looked at Hinaro. She didn't flinch. But her expression hadn't softened. And her eyes still burned with something other than awe. Zuko didn't explain himself. Not yet. He simply said, "Let's go." The heat was gone. But it hadn't taken the pressure with it. The five of them moved slowly across the black sand, climbing the path that led up toward the cliffs that overlooked the eastern inlet. Wind curled in now where fire had once ruled, and the silence between them was brittle, the kind of silence that knew it wouldn't survive the next minute. Zuko walked ahead. Alone. His back straight, his hands behind him. The air around him no longer glowed, but something deeper clung to his shoulders, a gravity, a presence, a weight that had no shape but dragged behind him like a shadow too large to belong to one man. Ji, Rin, and Lee hung a few paces back, exchanging glances but offering no words. Hinaro had walked in silence since they left the beach. Her posture was stiff, breathing shallow, the fire in her chest climbing steadily toward her throat. And finally, when the trees returned around them, and they were alone beneath the canopy of pine and fern, she snapped. What the hell was that? Zuko didn't stop. She pushed forward. You said all that back there like it meant nothing. You called us pawns. Tools. You said you'd erase our name. That we'd be yours. That you'd make Kyoshi bleed fire. Still he didn't stop. Do you believe that? She hissed. Do you actually think that? Or did you just say it to flex your little prince muscles? Zuko's foot caught a root. He stepped over it cleanly. Not now. No, now. Hinaro moved beside him, stepped in front of him. Forced him to stop. You don't get to act like that and then walk away like a damn ghost. Zuko stared at her. His eyes weren't hot anymore. Just tired. Still. Move. Answer me first. He didn't. So she kept going. Is that what we are to you? All of us? The warriors, the villagers, Suki, me? Just pieces in a puzzle you get to reshape into a crown for yourself? The wind picked up through the trees. It smelled of pine sap and distant smoke. Zuko sighed once through his nose, then looked away. It was a bluff. She blinked. What? He finally looked back at her. Most of it. Not all. Just enough. That's not, she stammered. You don't get to say things like that and brush it off as strategy. I didn't brush it off. You didn't deny it either. Zuko stepped toward her, not fast. Not angry. Just closer. I said what I had to say. Because if I hadn't, he would have taken one of you. Or two. Or worse. He would have returned with more ships. You don't know what Su does. He doesn't raid for treasure. He raids for reminders. His voice dropped. So I became the reminder. Hinero's breath caught. Her heart was pounding in her chest and in her ears. Her fists clenched. But what if he believes it? What if they all believe it? Zuko didn't blink. Then I'll make it true. She reeled. Are you listening to yourself? He took another step. Now he was close. Not close like Tsu, closer. No weapon between them. No fire. Just words. His voice wasn't loud. Who's going to stop me? Hinero stared at him. Zuko kept going. Your mayor? Already bowed. My commander? Married. Your elders? They gave their daughters away like trade goods. He leaned forward, just enough to lower his voice to a whisper only she could hear. You? She held her ground. I could burn this forest right now. I could call down another sun. And you know what? They call it a blessing. Her lip curled. Is that what this is to you? Power? Worship? Are you building a throne or a shrine? Zuko didn't smile. Does it matter? Yes, she hissed. Why? Because if it doesn't, then you're not better than the monsters you pretend to protect us from. That landed. Not hard. Not like a blade. But like a truth he wasn't prepared to carry yet. His jaw worked once. Then he stepped back. Slightly. Only slightly. But enough. He looked up through the trees. The stars had finally broken through. Scattered and cold. I don't want to be just a monster. Then stop playing one. I want to be the one monster other monsters are afraid of. She blinked. What the fuck? Because monsters, he said, voice low and steady, win. They stood in silence again. The trees watched them. Finally, she stepped aside. Zuko walked past. He didn't apologize. She didn't ask him to. But her hands trembled as she let him go. Chapter 17, A Future Enemy. The sea was black velvet under a bruised sky as the small paddle boat scraped back up against the side of the pirate flagship. Wind rocked the larger vessel gently, its tattered sails swaying like the wings of carrion birds, each one hanging limp in the breathless dusk. The anchor still held firm in the deeper shoal, and only a few of the deckhands lingered topside. Most had already assumed their captain's excursion would last longer. They were wrong. From above, two lookouts peered over the edge, and the moment they caught sight of the returning skiff, they froze mid-breath. Captain Su stood in the bow, one hand gripping the scorched remains of his sword hilt, the other clenched so tight around the rail that the wood cracked. His massive frame was coiled in fury, and though he said nothing as the hoist net dropped down to receive them, the sheer weight of his presence sent a ripple of fear down to every crewman within eyesight. No one spoke. No one dared. Even the brutes behind him, now quiet as statues, moved with exaggerated care, as if loud footfalls alone might set their captain off. Iroh followed at his captain's side, jaw tense, his gloved hands resting idly at his belt, but his eyes sharp. He said nothing. Didn't need to. The tremor of contained heat in the air, the residual heat of that impossible flame still clung to their skin and clothes. It hadn't cooled. Not fully. As Tsu reached the deck, a group of deckhands began to approach. "Back off." It wasn't yelled. But it didn't need to be. The words came out with such force that the air itself seemed to hesitate. The pirates scattered, heads down, none daring to look at his hands or his face. Tsu didn't even glance at them. He stomped across the planks, boots ringing like war drums. His broad shoulders cleared the path ahead of him. The ship's deck groaned beneath his weight as he reached the iron stairs that led down into the hull. Iroh followed without a word. They descended. Down past the main gun deck, past the mess hall. Past the rows of hanging hammocks and supply crates, each one rattling slightly as the ship adjusted with the waves. The hallway toward the captain's quarters was dim, lit only by oil lanterns bolted into the walls. Their flickering orange light cast long shadows behind the two men, one a furnace of rage, the other a blade sheathed in silence. The hallway was lined with trophies. Half-sunk helms, swords rusted into hooks, an old map nailed to a door with a dagger through a cursed island name. Tsu ignored them all. He reached his door and shoved it open hard enough to make the hinges scream. Inside, the captain's quarters were exactly as unpolished as expected. Wide, cluttered, and stinking of old sweat and gunpowder. A thick table in the center was stained with ink and rum, covered in a half-scorched map of the Eastern Sea. A hanging lantern rocked from the ceiling beam above, illuminating the curved walls of the ship's bow. A simple cot, unmade. A shelf of knives and a tangled display of decorative chaos. A broken flute lay in a corner near a pair of cracked boots. Tsu stormed in, growling under his breath. "Shut that damn door." Iroh stepped inside behind him, not flinching. He shut it. Quietly. No slam. Just the click of the latch. Tsu dropped the burnt saber hilt onto the table with a loud clatter. Then, finally letting the pain crawl across his expression, he grabbed his burned hand and pulled back the strap of leather that had melted into the skin. The flesh underneath was raw, blistered, ringed in black scorch marks. Parts of the strap had fused into the tissue, creating grotesque ridges where skin and sword had become one. The back of his knuckles had split. Steam still curled faintly from the surface. "Give me that damn bucket," he growled. Iroh didn't ask. He'd already brought it in, a metal pail half filled with cool seawater, drawn fresh minutes ago, before they boarded. No words, no ceremony. He set it down in front of the chair. Tsu wasted no time. He dropped into the seat with a grunt of pain and plunged both hands into the water. The reaction was immediate. A hiss, like steel dipped into a forge. The surface of the water shivered, not from heat, but something more. For a moment, Tsu's eyes fluttered, the pain dulling as the shock of cold wrapped around the nerves. His body leaned back, jaw unclenching slightly. Relief. Raw and honest. His mouth parted in a breath that he didn't know he was holding. Then his body adapted. And the pain came back. Sharper now. He didn't scream. Didn't groan. Just breathed. Deep. Even. The veins in his neck pulsed visibly. And then. A flicker. The water glowed. Just for 2 seconds. A faint blue shimmer, deep and soft, spread across the top of the pail like a silk sheet pulled over the surface. It didn't ripple. It didn't shine. It pulsed. Then it vanished. As if it had never been there. Tsu pulled his hands out slowly. His eyes dropped. The skin was whole. No burns. No blisters. No melted leather. Just flesh. Clean. Smooth. Perfect. He flexed his fingers once. No pain. Iroh leaned in slightly, his voice under his breath. Astonishing. He had seen it before. He had watched Tsu use this gift once, when they lost 2 crewmates to a firebending ambush on Whale Skull Isle. He had assumed it was a trick, an illusion, or rare medicine. But now, there had been no herbs, no chance, no scrolls, just pain, and then healing, waterbending, and not the kind that was taught in northern tribes. No forms, no discipline, no meditative grace. This was primal, ancient, like the sea itself healing its own wound. Su exhaled and sat back fully into the chair. One boot kicked the doorframe behind him in frustration. Silence hung for a moment. Then, cold, clear command. Our next move's already been decided. Iroh looked at him, eyes steady. If the boy prince thinks he can play king on an island full of fishermen and paint-wearing girls, he's got another thing coming, Su spat. You saw what he was doing. The ship. That wasn't a display. That was an exit. Iroh tilted his head slightly. You think he was leaving? I know he was. Our little visit interrupted it. He wasn't expecting us. That little junk skiff? Iroh scoffed. You can't be serious, Captain. He has access to fleets. Command of warships. That thing couldn't ferry a funeral. That's the point, Su snapped. He didn't want anyone to know he was leaving. No flags. Little to no crew. Just enough metal and engine to slip away. Quiet. Unseen. Iroh leaned forward, arms crossed. So he's hiding something. Su grunted. He's hiding everything. The island. The marriages. The fleet. That fire. He flexed his healed hand. His eyes didn't match the calm in his voice. If he's willing to risk sneaking out under our nose, he's not heading to a parade. He's going somewhere he doesn't want the world to follow. And he won't leave with us sitting right off his coast, Iroh muttered. Su nodded. No. He'll wait. Pretend to sleep. Let his guards laugh and drink. Then when the night star's high, he'll leave. And that's when we move. Iroh's voice dropped. You want us to follow him? I want to know where he goes. Who he meets. What he's planning. Iroh gave a quiet breath of respect. And after that? Su's grin returned, barely. Then we decide what kind of king he really is. The sky had turned to glass. No moon. No clouds. Just the cold shimmer of a few thousand stars, scattered like shattered bone across the vast dome of the heavens. The sea below was mirror dark, gentle in the way that made men nervous, too calm, like it was listening. The small metal ship creaked as it cut across the water, its engine low, barely more than a faint grumble beneath the waves. The vessel was just large enough for its 4 passengers and a few crates tucked near the engine housing. No markings. No flags. Even its exhaust stack had been dampened to reduce visibility. Just smoke swallowed by the night and the smell of salt. Zuko stood at the bow, his arms crossed, wind teasing his loose hair. The stars glittered above him, but he didn't look up. His gaze was fixed ahead, on the void where the horizon had yet to take shape. Rin leaned against the side rail, peering into the distance with squinted eyes. The man's brow furrowed, lips pursed, his instinct twitching. Then, we've got company. Zuko didn't react. He didn't need to. Lee, seated cross-legged near the navigation console, didn't look up from the map in his lap. Company? Define parameters. Rear arc, long range. Maybe 2 clicks behind us, Rin muttered. No lights. But I saw the wake. Whoever it is, they're trailing with purpose. Lee finally looked up. Speculation? It's Su, Zuko answered calmly. Even the sea seemed to pause for a beat. Hanero looked up from her seat near the engine housing, frowning. How do you know? Zuko still didn't turn. Because it's not about the island anymore. His voice was quiet, but definite. Back on that beach, I didn't humiliate a pirate. I humiliated a legend. He didn't take that saber swing for gold. He took it for ego. That kind of wound festers. Lee adjusted his collar, eyes narrowing. His grudge is personal. Fixated. That would redirect his priorities away from the island toward the individual source of the perceived injury. Rin nodded, looking off into the dark again. So he's following you. Zuko nodded once. Exactly. Should we lose him? Rin asked. We can't, Zuko said simply. Not in this worthless piece of crap. He thumped the edge of the ship's outer hull with the side of his fist. It rattled slightly in response. This thing isn't built for speed. It's built for silence. And subtlety. Then what do we do? Hinaro asked, rising and moving toward the front. Just let him tail us? Zuko finally turned to look at them all. Let him follow, he said, voice cool. Within a few hours, thanks to Lee's navigational shortcut, we'll be arriving back at Tutanaki. No one the wiser that we ever left. Lee adjusted the ring on his index finger with methodical calm. According to my calculations, we are now 38 nautical minutes ahead of where we would be had we taken the primary route. I anticipate we will complete the full crossing in under 8 hours total, a significant improvement over your 20 yesterday. He tapped the corner of his map. I took the liberty of recharting the tidal flows using archive ferry routes abandoned during the Great Siege. Their current patterns remain viable for stealth navigation. Rin smirked. Which means Zuko's gamble worked. Zuko's eyes drifted back to the horizon. It always does. But then, Hinaro's voice cut the air again. I still don't get it. Zuko turned his eyes just enough to show he was listening. Hinaro didn't hold back. That fireball. That sun. Whatever it was. It could have destroyed them. That ship. His crew. Probably all 5 of them at once. She took a step forward, hands on her hips, the breeze tugging at the hem of her borrowed Fire Nation field uniform. So why didn't you use it? Zuko looked at her. He said nothing. Not a word. Just smiled. A small, cool, unreadable smile. And turned away again. That silence cracked something in her chest. Damn you, she spat. You smug, manipulative. Enough. Lee's voice snapped like a whip. Not loud. Not sharp. But final. Hinaro turned on him, rage lighting in her eyes, but stopped. The way he looked at her. It wasn't cold. It wasn't mocking. It was terrifying. Like looking into the eyes of someone who had done the math, counted the cost, and still said yes to fire. Lee spoke slowly, with each word cut from polished obsidian. That is the crown prince of the Fire Nation. Heir to the Phoenix throne. Do not mistake his silence for surrender. Or his restraint for mercy. His voice dropped further. Do not mistake his kindness for patience. Hinaro's breath caught. Lee wasn't done. You speak because you are afraid of what you don't understand. But fear is not license. Not on this ship. Not on this sea. He leaned forward slightly. And certainly not in front of the one who built the sun that still lingers in your bones. She didn't answer. Not this time. The cold weight of his words anchored her. Even the wind seemed to keep its distance. Rin watched the whole exchange in silence. His eyes drifted back to the water, but the thoughts behind them had grown heavier. Hinaro's question echoed in his head. Why didn't he destroy them? That fireball, whatever the hell it really was, had been massive. Controlled. Balanced in the sky like it had waited for orders. He'd seen it. Felt it. Rin remembered standing behind Zuko, the fire still in his knuckles, body tense and ready to launch himself into a war. But Zuko hadn't given the order. He'd stared Tsu down. Let him walk. Left a living rival who could easily become a bigger threat later. Why? The question sat in Rin's gut like a stone. The wind tugged at the sail lines. The sea whispered nothing. And still, no answers. There were parts of the prince's plans, goals, visions, that none of them had been shown. Would they ever be? He wasn't sure. He glanced back at Hinaro, who now stood silent near the starboard rail. Her fire hadn't dimmed, but something inside had shifted. Even she felt it. They all did. Time passed. Hours blurred together into dark, cold quiet. The stars wheeled slowly overhead. No words were exchanged after that. Just the soft thrum of the engine, the gentle slap of the waves, and the endless stretch of night. Lee adjusted course as they moved through a deep pass between two sleeping reef columns. Rin kept watch behind them. Hinaro stood apart. Zuko stayed at the bow. No one had slept. They didn't need to. The tension was enough to keep them wide awake. And then, just past the 8th hour, Lee's voice finally broke the silence. Landfall ahead. All eyes turned forward. Through the veil of starlight and shadows, a familiar jagged outline began to rise from the waterline. Dark cliffs. Low towers. The angular rise of watch huts and the smokestacks of Tutanaki's industrial harbor. Just like I said, Zuko murmured, eyes narrowing. We were never gone. Chapter 18, 5 Children. The stars still clung to the sky when the signal skiff drifted back into the outer mist banks of Tutanaki, its hull whispering across the surface of the water like a rumor carried on windless breath. The moon was gone now, swallowed by the horizon. Only the metallic silhouette of the base loomed ahead, ugly, silent, unchanged. The skiff cut its engine early. Zuko had made the call an hour out. Approach silent, he'd ordered. No wake. No lights. No sound. They rode the final stretch. Lee held the oar, arms moving with controlled, efficient rhythm, his breathing steady as ever. Hinaro sat beside him on the port side, wrapped tightly in her Fire Nation-issue travel cloak, her gaze distant but restless. Rin stood near the tiller, eyes scanning the approach, his posture relaxed, but not idle. And at the front of the skiff stood Zuko, his silhouette cut against the jagged shape of the dock pylons ahead. Tutanaki hadn't moved. Not in body. But in expectation, maybe. It was nearly 4 in the morning. They reached the same abandoned pier from which Zuko and Rin had departed barely a day before, the same spot where vessel number 12 had been moored like a rotting buoy in a ghost yard. But now, there were 4 new eyes watching the dock from the 3rd-tier tower. Not guards. Dockhands. Too groggy to be alarmed, too curious to look away. One of them nudged the other as the skiff bumped quietly against the pier's edge. Hey. Is that the same boat? Dunno, this island is really freaking me out. The ship vanishes and then... Shut up, it may be haunted. Zuko's cloak swirled as he stepped lightly onto the dock, his boots catching only a trace of dew slick against the steel. He turned once and offered a gloved hand to Hinaro, who hesitated, not from weakness, but unfamiliarity. She took it. Her boots thudded against the steel. Then Lee and Rin followed. Lee adjusted his collar, brushing travel dust off his dark red uniform sleeves, posture returning automatically to its upright, self-possessed stance. Hinaro glanced around as they walked, eyeing the grit-stained walls, the crude iron architecture, the black piping that ran along the ceiling of the outer ramp corridor. This place felt wrong. No beauty. No heritage. Just function and fog and coal smoke. It reeked of corrosion. What is this place? She whispered. Rin answered without turning. Tutanaki. Forgotten by time. Abandoned by glory. A stronghold nobody wanted. A stronghold? Technically. Zuko spoke next. A long-gone post. Weapons testing. No formal chain of command except whoever's still breathing that week. She glanced at the rusting walls, the dim walklights, the boarded side gate. Charming. Lee sniffed slightly. Its aesthetics are industrial, not ceremonial. which is to say, intentionally uninviting. You'd be surprised how effective ugliness is at repelling bureaucracy. Zuko smirked faintly. They passed a small corner office with a half-lit command post window, the glow of a single oil lamp flickering inside. No motion. The graveyard shift was either asleep or working half-heartedly through their guard rotation. When they reached the inner gate, Zuko stepped forward and knocked once. Firm, rhythmic. Not loud. A voice grumbled from the inside. Then the door opened a crack. Lieutenant Qian's bleary face peeked out, his uniform wrinkled, his boots untied. The moment he recognized the silhouette in front of him, he stood straighter than a broom. "Why, Your Highness?" Zuko stepped past him. "Open the gate." Qian stumbled out of the way, scrambling to pull the latch. Rin brushed past with a casual nod. "Miss us?" Qian blinked rapidly. "You were. I thought, weren't you back on your ship busy over there, sire?" "No longer," Zuko replied coolly. Behind them, Li and Hinaro stepped into view. Qian stared. "New personnel?" "My officers," Zuko said plainly. Li offered a precise bow. "Ensign Li, sir. Fire Nation Academy class of '94, elite graduate standing. Personal attaché to the Crown Prince." "And her?" "Privately trained. Transferred under royal command." Hinaro bristled slightly but said nothing. Qian's eyes widened a little. "But I thought I wasn't aware of." "You're not supposed to be," Zuko interrupted, moving down the corridor already. Li and Hinaro followed wordlessly, their steps perfectly in sync, though Hinaro's face twitched once, still stung by having her identity reduced to a logistical footnote. They entered the command hub without ceremony. The door was half open, the watchman inside nearly falling out of his chair when the Crown Prince appeared in the doorway flanked by three strangers in travel garb. Zuko didn't slow. Log the return time. All surveillance records from last 12 hours go to Ensign Misa. Tell her we'll review the West Quadrant anomaly after sunrise. "Yes, Your Highness." The prince led them into the officers' hall. Its iron bulkhead doors groaned faintly as they passed, the steel floors creaking under new boots. Only now did the few night shift officers begin to murmur. "Wasn't that? Who's the girl? Didn't they just arrive the other day?" Rin didn't glance back. "Ignore them." Li did the opposite, he stared directly at the ones whispering, his gaze cutting through them like a cold tide. By the time they reached the interior barracks, Zuko had already assigned their sleeping quarters. Li. Northern bunk hall, west wing. Corner berth. You'll manage intel relay and strategic modeling. Li nodded. Understood. Hinaro, adjacent quarters. You'll answer to no one but me. Shadow Li for now. Learn the system. She blinked. I'm not a clerk. No, Zuko said flatly. But you'll pretend to be one. You both have duty to perform for the next few hours before we depart for Nanhai. Rin chuckled under his breath. I'll check on communications after sunrise, Zuko continued. We reconvene at midday. Until then, rest. Captain, Rin said with a smirk. Permission to sleep until the next World War? Granted, Zuko muttered. And with that, the party dispersed into shadow. Zuko lingered at the upper floor for a moment, alone now. He leaned on the rail overlooking the cold inner harbor. The stars above Tutanaki were fewer now. The wind had picked up. He felt their eyes. Not just Sue's. Someone else. Something else. But he didn't move. The sea didn't frighten him. Because Zuko was building something larger than fear. Morning came slowly to Tutanaki. The gray sun rose through a sky of pale steel, casting dull light over the island's corroded watchtowers and the haze of lingering coal smoke. The wind was biting but calm, stirring only the tattered Fire Nation banners on the eastern flag posts. The scent of salt, smoke, and engine oil wafted heavy through the base. No one suspected a thing. Zuko had returned as quietly as he had left. No ceremony. No announcement. As far as the garrison was concerned, the Crown Prince had simply spent the night in seclusion, overseeing communications or inspecting engine maintenance in the lower yard. The lie required no effort. The island's nature made such absences normal. Now, the outpost stirred with renewed urgency. Zuko had called the same men who had arrived with him originally, the skeleton unit of seasoned personnel, the ones who had helped him establish control over the neglected base on day one. Deck engineers. Quartermasters. A pair of skilled non-commissioned logistics hands. He met with them personally at the southern hangar, where his sleek, black iron warship had been quietly refueled and prepped for departure. Inspection, maintenance, supply assessment, Zuko ordered flatly. We're heading for Nanhai within the hour. I want every crate weighed, every bunk accounted for, every man briefed. The officers saluted without hesitation. No questions. No delay. This was no longer a forgotten post. The Crown Prince had breathed command into its rusted lungs. Meanwhile, across the far courtyard, beneath the shade of a neglected windmill-turned observation deck, Lee and Hinaro stood alone, away from watchful eyes. The others in the outpost gave them a wide berth, not out of respect, but because no one quite knew what to make of them. The ensign and the Kyoshi warrior. Married by order, joined by politics, and tied by nothing resembling affection. Lee had his arms crossed, eyes narrowed toward the open sea. His hair was neat. His boots polished. Not a single thread of his uniform was out of place. Hinaro leaned against a cold railing, arms folded, her sword resting at her hip. Her expression was unreadable. After a long silence, Lee finally spoke. I've recalculated the sleeping quarters. You'll have your own bunk. Separate. I assume that's preferable. Hinaro snorted lightly. That's the first smart thing you've said since we got here. Lee turned his head toward her. There is no expectation of intimacy. No obligation. I assume neither of us are under illusions. Nope, she said flatly. You're the lucky bastard who gets to say you're married to a Kyoshi warrior. And I get to pretend I'm married up. Everybody wins. Lee didn't flinch. I never expected romance. I made promises to myself before I ever laid eyes on you. About the kind of man I would become. Let me guess, Fleet Admiral? Yes. He said it without pride. Without drama. Since I was 5 years old. Before I even knew how to hold a sword properly. Before I knew how to speak to anyone outside a scroll. That goal has shaped every waking decision since. Hinaro studied him now. And marrying me fits into that? Strategically, he said. Yes. She smirked. Well, you're all charm. Lee blinked once, as if confused by the sarcasm. I want 5 children. That made her pause. Excuse me? Ideally. 5. To secure legacy. At least 3 from you. I would prefer all 5, but I understand the constraints of military mobility and childbirth spacing. If necessary, a concubine can be appointed to bear 2. Hinaro stepped forward, eyes narrowing. Say that again and I will take your damn head off. Lee didn't step back. This is not an insult. It's planning. Succession is serious. I do not make decisions emotionally. That includes who raises my family. You think this is just some breeding roster? She snapped. You think I'm just a field with a flag stuck in it? You picked the wrong woman for this arrangement. I didn't pick you, Lee said calmly. The prince did. That stung. He kept speaking. And whether or not you like it, I am your husband. Not a romantic. Not a lover. But your husband. She clenched her teeth. I swear on my mother's grave, if you ever treat me like property. You'll kill me, Lee finished, unfazed. Yes. I assumed as much. A long, hard silence. Then she whispered, almost bitterly. I'm only here for Suki. She's going to join the prince in 2 weeks. After the solstice. I need to be close when that happens. Lee nodded. A strategic position. Understood. She's not going to survive long if I'm not there. You know what this place is. What this man is. Her voice lowered. I'm not doing this because I believe in his cause. I'm doing it because she's walking into a war, and she thinks it's a wedding. Lee's eyes narrowed slightly. Then we are aligned. We both serve someone else's survival. You, for Suki. Me, for the Fire Nation. No, she growled. You serve yourself. You just hide behind empires and medals. And with that, she turned and walked away. Lee said nothing. But his eyes followed her for a long time. Across the outpost, Zuko met with Lieutenant Chien one final time in the command chamber. Ensign Misa stood at her usual desk, files in hand. The dock shift has been rotated. Communication codes updated. Nothing unusual to report, Misa said briskly. Zuko nodded. Chien. Yes, Your Highness? You've done better since I arrived. Marginally. Chien tried not to look offended. Zuko looked him dead in the eyes. You are to hold this island until further orders. No outside messages. No impromptu inspections. If the capital sends word, stall. If Kuvok asks, lie. If my uncle appears, tell him nothing. Yes, sir. You and your ensign will maintain performance metrics for all active personnel. Reinforce the internal reward system, food, breaks, station upgrades. Start punishing insubordination. Use isolation and labor detail. Nothing theatrical. Just sharp. Understood. You are dismissed. Chien hesitated, saluted, and left with Misa close behind. A minute later, Rin stepped in, adjusting his sleeves and looking slightly cleaner than he had in days. You sure you want to leave this place with Chien in charge? Zuko nodded. I've given him just enough pressure to act. Not enough to rebel. Still a dump, Rin muttered, scanning the dusty desk. It's better than 3 days ago, Zuko said. That's not hard, Rin smirked. Then he looked at Zuko more directly. You sure about leaving Suki behind? You could have had her now. Zuko didn't answer immediately. Then, no. Not yet. Why not? Because the solstice will be volatile, he said. Azula's questions are already circling. Kuvok's probably waiting for a full report since my departure from the capital. I don't need more pieces moving. So Suki's safer back on Kyoshi? She's safer out of the picture. Zuko's eyes narrowed. But only for now. By mid-afternoon, the Black Iron warship had been fully loaded and began a slow process of disengaging from the dry dock. Steam hissed from its pipes. Flags were hoisted. Ropes were drawn. Zuko stood on the main deck as the vessel finally peeled away from the outpost. He watched Tutanaki shrink in the distance, a fortress built on rust and secrecy. Now cleaner. Sharper. Better than when he arrived. Chapter 19, What We Leave Behind. The ship rolled gently over a calm stretch of the eastern sea. The wind was mild and carried only salt, and the sun dipped low enough now that it bathed the warship's iron deck in rust-red light. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction, and the distant shape of Nanhai was still many hours away. In the private officer's dining chamber, a small, candlelit room off the central corridor of the ship's second deck, Zuko, Rin, Lee, and Hinaro were seated around a square lacquered table. It was the first proper meal they'd shared since leaving Tutanaki. Roasted sea duck. Bitterroot vegetables. Dried rice with sour plum slices. Simple but warm. No one spoke at first. Hinaro ate like a soldier, quick, efficient bites, eyes mostly on her plate. Lee sat upright, fork and knife arranged at geometrically perfect angles as he picked through his rice. Zuko leaned back in his chair, watching them quietly. Rin, across from him, chewed slowly, observing. The tension was immediate. Zuko finally put his utensils down. So, everyone looked up. He looked at the married couple with a single lifted eyebrow. Did you two already consummate the marriage or something? The words landed like a cannonball. Hinaro choked. The rice in her mouth shot halfway down the wrong pipe. She sputtered once, cheeks flushed crimson, and glared at him. What the hell is wrong with you? Lee blinked slowly. Not yet, he said, completely missing the tone. I did inform her that I intend to sire 5 children through her. She disagreed. Vehemently. She also suggested she might kill me in my sleep. There was a pause. Then, Rin exploded. He leaned back in his chair, slapped the table, and laughed so hard that his chopsticks clattered off his plate and bounced across the floor. Spirits, boy! You don't waste a single damn second. Zuko stared, stunned at first. Then the image settled in Lee, ever serious, politely suggesting 5 offspring as part of a long-term marriage policy. Zuko burst into laughter too. Full laughter. Head thrown back. Not princely, not poised, just real. By the spirits, you said that to her? Just like that? Hinaro stood abruptly, her fists clenched at her sides. Fuck you all. She stormed out, slamming the door so hard behind her that a gust of warm air stirred the candles. Rin nearly fell out of his seat. Lee blinked, now looking slightly puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Rin's laughter doubled. He leaned forward, thumping his fist on the table, tears forming in his eyes. Zuko managed to hold his composure long enough to sip his tea, then snorted into the cup and started laughing again. You, Zuko tried. You really are the dumbest genius I've ever met. Lee looked between them, expression as stoic as ever. I approached the subject with honesty. Should I not have? Rin wiped his eyes. Kid, there's honest, and then there's strategic suicide. Zuko chuckled. What exactly did you tell her? Lee adjusted his cuffs. That 5 children is the optimal number for legacy transmission and generational continuity. I'd prefer them all to be hers, but I offered her flexibility with a concubine for 2 if medical or psychological strain presented itself. Rin fell back into his chair, breathless again. You really just said psychological strain? Spirits preserve us. Zuko shook his head, still grinning but now more composed. Lee. Yes, Your Highness? You have to understand something. Conversations about legacy and children, they're not business transactions. Lee tilted his head. But the marriage was. It is. There's no romance. She said so herself. That may be true, Zuko said, but women don't separate those things. Not the way you do. Rin nodded. Exactly. Even if it's political, you don't bring up baby-making like you're outlining a cargo manifest. Lee looked confused. But I am. Zuko sighed. And that's why she wants to kill you. Lee paused. I see, he said, slowly. It should have been addressed in private. Then shared over time. Yes, Zuko said, rubbing his forehead. Or never. Preferably never. Rin leaned forward, his grin sly. And if she doesn't care about privacy? She's not the kind of woman you want children with anyway. Zuko smirked. Ain't that the truth? There was a beat of silence. Then Zuko raised an eyebrow again. Go talk to her. Lee stood. Should I apologize? Yes, Zuko and Rin said at the same time. Lee gave a shallow bow and left the chamber. The door closed quietly behind him. A second passed. Then Zuko and Rin collapsed into laughter again, nearly knocking their chairs over. Zuko leaned forward, bracing himself against the table. By Agni psychological strain? What the hell, man? Rin wheezed. I can't breathe. I swear I can't breathe. They laughed for a good 2 minutes before finally tapering off. Zuko exhaled, running a hand through his hair. The warm candlelight danced across his face. The laughter faded slowly, leaving only soft breathing and the creak of the ship around them. Rin leaned back, still grinning. You know, for all the idiocy, at least the boy has his priorities right. Zuko looked over. The atmosphere shifted, not sharply, but the air felt denser. Rin glanced at him. I figured I'd have kids by now. Wife. Maybe a second. Definitely a first. I'm in my 30s. I should have left something behind already. Zuko's smile vanished. The quiet pressed in. You don't have any kids? He asked. Rin shook his head. Not one. Zuko's tone changed. Low. Commanding. Not cold, but heavy. That's not acceptable. Rin blinked. What? Zuko's eyes locked on his. Who did you have in mind? Rin didn't answer. Not right away. Because for the first time since he joined the Crown Prince's side, he had no idea what to say. The lower corridor of the ship groaned softly as Lee moved along its narrow hallway, the walls humming with the dull rhythm of the engine beneath the floorboards. Lanterns flickered on hooks above, swaying slightly with the ocean's pulse. He reached the port side alcove where the auxiliary observation room sat and used, bare metal benches, a wide porthole of dark sea, and a silence heavy enough to stop thought. Heir was there, sitting on the bench with one knee drawn to her chest, elbow braced, her chin resting against her knuckles. Her other hand held a cold teacup, untouched since she'd left the dining room. She didn't look up when the door clicked open. Lee stepped in, quiet. Intentional. She noticed. Didn't move. You're persistent, she muttered. I was told I should apologize. She snorted lightly. Didn't think you'd actually try it. I usually take advice from people smarter than me. She looked at him now. And you think that's the prince? Lee stepped forward, carefully. Yes. Heir set the cup down on the metal bench, eyes narrowing. Well, I don't. Lee didn't respond. The silence lengthened. Only the quiet groan of the ship's hull filled the gaps between them. Then she finally exhaled. You said 5 kids. Yes. She looked at him, and her voice cracked slightly. Do you even care what I want? Lee stood motionless. I do now, he said honestly. She laughed, a small, broken thing. Her voice turned bitter. That's comforting. She stood abruptly and walked to the porthole, hands behind her back, looking out at nothing. The dark sea. The blank void. I didn't survive all of this just to become a damn hen, she whispered. You know that? Lee stayed silent, waiting. I watched my parents burn, she continued. Saw my brother get stabbed in the stomach trying to stop a tax officer from taking our last grain sack. Her throat caught. I was 12. Lee's gaze shifted. But still, he said nothing. I ran. Hid under the belly of a hay cart and stowed away across 3 provinces. Kyoshi Island was the only place that didn't ask questions. They gave me a fan and a purpose. She turned now, eyes glossy but hard. And now I'm just some idiot's wife. No family. No freedom. And 5 children. Like a breeding sow. She laughed again, but it was hollow. I don't want kids. Not in this world. Not for a war that'll take them. Not for a country that never gave a shit about mine. Lee spoke now. Quietly. With clarity. I did not know that. I'm sorry. She stared. And for a moment, the fury dimmed. But only a moment. I didn't ask for this, she whispered, voice now trembling. I didn't either, he said. They stared at each other, the air thick with it. But, Lee continued, being my wife may not be such a curse. Her eyebrows lifted. Really? I don't mean it the way you think. He took a slow step forward. I empathize your pain. But I understand service. And I've seen what it looks like to stand beside someone worth serving. She blinked. You mean the prince? Lee nodded. He frightens me. The way he moves. Commands. His presence. It's like standing too close to the edge of a cliff and not knowing if he'll pull you back or push you off. Hinaro tilted her head slightly. Listening. But it makes you loyal? She asked, voice dry. I've served under officers more experienced than him. None command the way he does. I used to look down on him, you know. That surprised her. Lee's face darkened slightly. 3 years ago. His exile. His hunt for the Avatar. It seemed childish. Desperate. I thought he was weak. Obsessive. He looked out the same porthole now. But the past few weeks, almost 2 months, have changed everything. The way he carries himself. What he's willing to do. He frightens me. But he also makes me believe we can win. That something larger is at play. And if we stay close to him, you'll see it too. Hinaro was quiet. Then she shook her head slowly. You're saying being your wife comes with perks now? Lee looked at her. Yes. You're insufferable. Perhaps. She sat down again, her hands resting on her knees. I didn't want children, she said again. Because I don't want to bury them. I do not understand that, Lee admitted. But I see its logic. She scoffed. Of course you do. The purpose of life is replication. Legacy. Biology doesn't reward isolation. The cycle depends on succession. She closed her eyes. And there it is again, she muttered. The walking scroll speaks. You are strong. Capable. That makes you valuable. Our children aren't happening anytime soon, she snapped. Lee paused. Noted. She stood again, this time face to face with him. I don't know what this is. I don't know who you think you are. But don't ever presume I'll just give in because some crown prince told me to marry you. I don't presume, Lee said. I calculate. I adapt. And what do you calculate now? That you are hostile. But not indifferent. She stared at him hard. He looked back. And you're stupid, she said finally. But maybe not hopeless. He tilted his head. That sounds vaguely promising. Then he added, I still believe 5 is the ideal number. Her fist clenched before he even finished. And before he could brace. She slapped him. A hard one. Clean across the face. The crack echoed in the quiet chamber. Lee staggered half a step back, blinking. Her voice was ragged now. Go to hell. She stormed out, her cloak flaring behind her, boots clanging on the floor like thunder. He stood there alone, his cheek burning, one hand still half raised where the impact had landed. He blinked. That could have gone worse. A few minutes he door to the prince's dining chamber creaked open again. Lee stepped inside. The room was still dimly lit, the candles down to stubby flickers now, casting tall shadows on the iron walls. Zuko sat exactly as before, shoulders relaxed, elbow on the table, sipping a still-warm cup of bitter jasmine tea. Rin, sprawled with a casual lean in his seat, looked up first. The moment they both saw Lee's face, they noticed it. The mark. Faint, but obvious. A pink-red hand-shaped glow blooming across the left side of his face. Rin squinted. Is that? Zuko narrowed his eyes. She hit you. Lee blinked, as if surprised it required acknowledgement. Yes. There was a pause. Rin made a sound. It was somewhere between a snort and a suppressed cackle. Wait, wait. He leaned forward. She slapped you? Like, full force? Yes, Lee said. Standard open palm strike. Good follow-through. Impressive speed, but her stance was slightly unbalanced, likely emotionally driven. Zuko stared at him. Lee. Yes, Your Highness? Sit down. Lee sat. Zuko set his cup down gently. What did you say to her? I told her that 5 children was still my goal. She seemed to respond favorably earlier when I admitted she was not hopeless. Rin slapped the table again, laughing. Spirits, kid, you can't help yourself. Zuko shook his head. That was your takeaway? After she nearly cried on you? She seemed emotionally disoriented, Lee admitted, rubbing the side of his face. I thought some levity might smooth things. Levity? Zuko asked. Yes. Mild reassurance. Framed as humor. Rin was doubled over, his cup forgotten. That wasn't humor, you fool. That was an engraved death wish. Lee looked mildly puzzled. Is it inappropriate to frame a 5-child plan within a domestic dispute if the outcome is already assumed? Zuko leaned forward, both elbows on the table now. Lee. What about this? He gestured vaguely toward Lee's cheek. Suggests to you that anything is being assumed? Lee straightened. She didn't use her fan. That's a concession. Rin buried his face in his elbow. Zuko sighed into his palm, shoulders shaking. You're going to die in your sleep. Possibly, Lee admitted. But I believe her threats are 30% performative. 30, Rin repeated, wheezing. Zuko finally gave up and let the laughter take him. You. Stars above, you're something else. Rin wiped his face with a napkin, still chuckling. I've fought earthbenders with boulders for brains. None of them walked into enemy territory like you. Lee blinked once. I thought sincerity was ideal in early marital dialogue. Zuko raised a hand. Lee, I'm going to offer you advice as your superior, and as someone who once thought a duel was an appropriate form of flirting. Lee waited. Zuko leaned in. Don't talk about children. Ever. Especially not in numeric breakdowns. Even if mathematically practical? Lee asked, genuinely confused. Yes, Zuko said firmly. Especially then. Rin refilled his own cup with a shaking hand. Man's out here asking to be roasted in his own quarters. Lee tilted his head, as if sincerely reflecting. Perhaps I should have introduced the idea of offspring gradually. Over a series of discussions. Zuko lifted a brow. Yes, starting in a few months. Not 5 minutes. There was a long, soft pause. Lee looked down into his cup. She really is terrifying. Rin burst out again. I told you. Zuko added, smirking. She's Kyoshi trained. She's had more training in knife techniques than you've had romantic thoughts. Lee didn't respond. Zuko watched him. The flush in his cheek. The slight furrow between his brows. You like her, don't you? He said quietly. Lee blinked. She's formidable. Intelligent. That's not the same as affection. Rin grinned. That's exactly how it starts, actually. Lee hesitated. I believe I may need a new approach. Zuko nodded. Step 1, stop talking about babies. Step 2, Rin added, tell her something that matters to her. Not to your stupid family tree. Like what? Lee asked. Zuko shrugged. Ask her what she wants. Just one thing. Doesn't have to be deep. Could be something stupid like tea. Or silence. Or punching you again. Rin held up a hand. Actually, maybe not the last one. Lee looked between them, absorbing it. I see. He stood slowly, nodding once. I'll try again. Later. When I can walk in a straight line without attracting further violence. Rin leaned back in his seat. That's the spirit, soldier. Zuko smirked. Dismissed. Lee turned to leave, quietly, efficiently. As the door clicked behind him, Zuko and Rin fell into silence. Then, a deep breath. And Zuko nearly doubled over again. Rin followed immediately. The laughter came harder this time. Zuko pressed his hand over his mouth, shoulders shaking. Psychological strain. Rin, he said it again. Rin was crying. He's gonna need actual strain therapy at this rate. They laughed until the tears came again, wiping their faces with sleeves, unable to stop. Chapter 20, Smoke Before Landfall. The morning sea rolled beneath them like a living thing, deep and iron gray, with white caps shattering against the prow of the black-hulled ship as it surged toward the coastline. The Fire Nation banner snapped violently overhead, the wind carrying with it the scent of ash. Nanhai's jagged shoreline came into view just after dawn, a mountainous horizon torn between jungle green and cliff-shadowed brown. The waters here were known to be dangerous, sharp reefs, unpredictable tides. But now, even before they reached the first harbor tower, something else fouled the air. Smoke. Rising. Curling black. Not chimney smoke. Not coal. Burning wood. Oil. Flesh. Rin leaned over the starboard rail, his sharp eyes narrowing. Well, that's not ominous at all. Zuko stood beside him, arms folded, face unreadable. The wind tugged at his long coat. Behind them, sailors scurried to position. No official order had been given yet, but men had a way of sensing tension in their commander's silence. I told you, Rin added. You slip out of the capital in the dead of night like a thief and show up a week later. Kuvok's going to be waiting with a scroll in one hand from your father and a saber in the other. Zuko exhaled once through his nose. He can ask his questions. Sure, Rin said, but I doubt he'll like your answers. Neither will she. That pulled a faint twitch from Zuko's brow. Rin smirked. You think Azula is going to just greet you with open arms and a fruit basket? I think, Zuko said coolly, she'll wait until nightfall to poison me. Lee stepped up from behind them, arms folded behind his back, perfectly composed despite the rock of the deck. We may also need a unified statement regarding our delay. There will be no statement, Zuko said. Lee raised a brow. In that case, I suggest we each recite a different version. The illusion of incompetence is sometimes more effective than conspiracy. Rin chuckled. That's, honestly, not a bad idea. But the humor died quickly. Because by now the smoke was thick, and screams, faint at first, were riding the wind. Zuko turned sharply toward the portside bay, his golden eyes narrowing. In the distance, the Fire Nation side of the Nanhai port was visible, barely. The docks were choked in dust, flames, and moving figures too chaotic to track from this range. Explosions bloomed between the silhouettes of warehouses. Bolts of earth shot from the ground. Fire lit the sky. It wasn't a raid. It was a siege. Zuko's expression didn't change, but something in the air around him did. Looks like we're under attack, he muttered. From who? Lee asked, stepping forward. I thought this side belonged to the Fire Nation. Zuko didn't answer right away. He raised a hand instead, high and sharp. Battle stations, he bellowed. The crew responded instantly, training kicked in before thought. Banners lowered. Armor was buckled. Catapults were prepped. I'll get an arrow, Lee said, already turning for the hatch below deck. Zuko nodded once. Make sure she's armed. And angry. Lee didn't need to be told twice. As the ensign vanished down the stairs, Zuko turned to Rin, who was already unslinging his bow from the side mount. Estimate? Zuko asked. Too chaotic for numbers. But it's not just bandits. I'm seeing organized formations. Zuko's jaw clenched. Earth Kingdom? Definitely. And someone's directing them. The warship surged forward, slicing through the waves. Already, ships in the harbor were sinking, smoke trailing up from their shattered masts. A Fire Nation supply vessel crumpled at the front, a massive earth spike skewering its midsection. Zuko's fists tightened at his sides. So this was his welcome. Not Kuvok. Not Azula. Not an intense interrogation of his whereabouts this past few 50 hours. But battle. Perfect. He turned toward the bridge crew, voice calm but commanding. Prepare for immediate landing. Secondary dock approach. Clear a fire line with mid-range artillery. I want the southern piers open for deployment. Aye, Prince Zuko. As men rushed to execute the order, Zuko returned his gaze to the burning shoreline. The Fire Nation side of Nanhai, the supposedly secure side, was a furnace of war. And he had arrived right on time. The deck beneath his boots vibrated with movement. Orders were shouted, armor clanked, and steam hissed from the belly of the ship as the catapults rotated and prepared to fire. Zuko didn't move. He stood at the prow, the sea wind pressing against his front, the blackened docks of Nanhai rising ahead like a war-soaked mural. The chaos of battle was already devouring the port. Fire met stone, screams met silence, smoke met sky. And he could feel it. The pull. The old ache behind his ribs that had been stirring since before. Since before Kyoshi. Since before he had been born into this world. It's been too long, he thought. He turned toward Rin, who was already setting up bowmen along the upper deck railing. I'm heading to the front, Zuko said calmly. Rin looked up, surprised but not enough to argue immediately. You're going down there alone? Zuko gave a faint smirk. Wouldn't be the first time. You should wait for backup. The port's a war zone. I'll see it for myself. Rin's brow furrowed. At least take a full unit. Zuko raised a hand to cut him off. You're in command while I'm gone. The archer's lips parted for another objection. But then he saw it. The gleam in Zuko's eyes. The restraint thinning at the edges. He sighed. Try not to die, Rin muttered. We just got here. Zuko turned away from him and faced the coastline again. But this time, his posture changed. His back straightened. His breathing slowed. He drew in air through his nose, slow and deep, like he was drinking the heat itself. He closed his eyes. And the world quieted. Behind the veil of sound and flame and chaos, he found her. The sun. High above. Unbothered. Radiant. She warmed the crown of his head. Kissed the back of his neck. Filled his lungs like divine fire. He smiled faintly. Thank you, he whispered to nothing in particular. Perhaps whatever move of luck that he did in his past life that resulted in being born in the body of this boy prince. Then, with a sharp exhale, Zuko shifted his feet. The motion was simple, one knee bent, hips turning. He dropped his center of gravity. Then launched. In a burst of blazing heat, fire exploded from the soles of his boots, a twin rocket of orange and gold that cracked the air like thunder. The ship's deck beneath him scorched black in an instant. The wind roared past his face as he shot into the sky like a comet. Sailors below gasped. One of them dropped his pike in stunned silence. Zuko soared upward. The port blurred beneath him. Flames. Collapsing towers. Stone walls. Soldiers clashing in narrow alleys. And then, he began to descend. He angled his feet downward and redirected the flow of flame beneath him, twisting midair. The boost turned into a controlled arc, propelling him across the final stretch of ocean like a missile. The ground rushed up to meet him. And then... impact. He slammed into the earth with the force of a falling dragon, knees bent, one fist driven into the cracked stone ground to stabilize his landing. A concussive shockwave of heat and debris erupted outward, dust lifting in a massive ring. Everything within 10 feet shook. For a breath, the battlefield froze. Fire Nation soldiers, already in retreat near the collapsed storehouses, stopped mid-motion. Earthbenders holding makeshift barricades paused, eyes wide. And then he stood. The Prince of the Fire Nation. cloak burning at the hem. Eyes glowing. Face stone calm. He shifted his stance, a perfect firebending form. Left foot forward, back foot pivoted, arms drawing wide. His elbows aligned like the stroke of a master calligrapher. Then he struck. A massive crescent arc of flame surged from his outstretched arms. It burned like a wave across the front line, ejecting 3 Earth Kingdom fighters from cover, sending them crashing into nearby crates and overturned carts. A 4th tried to brace with an earthen wall, too late. The flames split and curved around the shield, slamming him from both sides with a burning shock. Zuko advanced, every step deliberate. Another earthbender charged, flinging a jagged boulder directly toward his chest. Zuko spun left, let the stone pass behind his shoulder, then countered with a whip of fire from his right heel as he turned. The flame traced a perfect line across the enemy's chest plate, igniting his vest and sending him reeling. Another soldier lunged with a hammer of compressed stone. Zuko ducked, grabbed the weapon's shaft mid-swing, and channeled fire up his forearm. The weapon melted in the soldier's grip before he was kicked back by a searing blast to the torso. By now, the Fire Nation troops had rallied behind him. They surged forward, morale reignited. Zuko didn't stop moving. He became a storm. Every gesture a burn, every pivot a blast. When he moved, the earth shook, not from his strength, but from the commanding rhythm of his motion. He was a firebender trained in the palace but now moved like something else entirely. Something older. Something more dangerous. And yet, deep inside his chest, a voice whispered, "Firebenders versus earthbenders." Finally. A dream from another life. A fantasy made real. He didn't speak it aloud, he never would. But he felt it. This was what he had always wanted. The last of the Earth Kingdom soldiers within the harbor perimeter fled into the smoke, scattering over the ruined stonework. Some were dragging wounded. Others limped. None of them looked back. Zuko exhaled slowly. Steam rose off his forearms, his breath thick from exertion. Around him, Fire Nation troops stumbled forward, some limping, others bloodied, all wide-eyed at what they'd just witnessed. But none spoke. Not until a younger soldier, face soot-streaked, helmet cracked, stepped up and dropped to one knee. "My prince," he panted, "we didn't know you were arriving this soon." Zuko turned to him, his expression unreadable. "Who's in command here?" The soldier rose and gestured behind him. "That would be Lieutenant Commander Donji, sir. He has been overseeing port operations until your arrival." Zuko didn't flinch. "Where is Kuvok?" A voice answered from behind. "Harbor repairs. Up the coast." Zuko turned and saw him. Donji. A man in his early 30s, his armor dusted but not cracked. Short-cropped black hair, streaked faintly with early gray, a square jaw, and a nose that looked like it had been broken at least twice. His eyes were sharp, not angry, not afraid, just measuring. He saluted. "Lieutenant Commander Donji. Welcome to Nanhai, Your Highness." Zuko stepped forward. "Where is Kuvok?" Donji's voice remained even. The main fleet was hit by a rogue storm before entering the province. Admiral Kuvok made the decision to shelter at Base Keita along the northern coast. Last message estimated repairs would be done in 48 hours. Zuko's gaze narrowed. Donji added, "Princess Azula remained with the admiral." Zuko didn't respond to that. Not yet. Instead, he glanced around the battlefield, the broken walls, shattered carts, smoldering flags. "You're relieved?" Donji blinked. "Sir? I'm assuming command of all Nanhai Fire Nation operations. Effective immediately. All communications, strategy, and reinforcements go through me. Is that understood?" There was a moment's pause. Donji's jaw tightened, but he bowed without hesitation. "Yes, Prince Zuko." Zuko gave a small nod, then swept his gaze across the smoke again. "How long has this been going on?" 2 days, Donji answered grimly. hit and run attacks at first. Then coordinated charges. They took out our watchtowers and disrupted the docks. Half our artillery was buried by a landslide before it ever fired. We've sent for help. To who? General Rouleau. He's posted near the Jade Pass. We sent 2 messengers. Neither returned. We think the lines are compromised. Zuko's eyes narrowed. Then assume no help is coming. Donji nodded. We've been holding what we can. Zuko folded his arms. And who's leading them? Donji opened his mouth to answer. But a voice beat him to it. A booming voice, heavy as thunder and twice as raw, echoed across the harbor. I am. The words struck the air like a drumbeat. Then the ground shifted. From the far edge of the rubble-strewn courtyard, the earth cracked and pillars of stone rose like ancient gods awakening. 1, then 3, then 7, forming a platform of hardened stone. And then something landed on it. The impact thundered across the port. Soldiers stumbled back. A nearby tent collapsed from the aftershock. Dust lifted. Even Zuko took half a step back, instinct pulling at him. And then the dust cleared. He stood there. General Fong. 7 feet tall, if he was an inch. Towering. Bare-chested, save for the thick leather straps crisscrossing his torso. His skin was bronze from sun and war. A single green-wrapped skirt hung around his waist, the cloth tied at the left hip with a thick emerald sash. He wore no shoes, his feet gripped the earth like claws. His body rippled with muscle, each one coiled like stone carved by a storm. A jagged scar ran from his shoulder to his ribs, pale against the rest of him. He crossed his arms. So, he called out, voice like shifting mountains. The boy prince finally joins the battle. Zuko stepped forward, his gaze cold, shoulders squared. General Fong. Long time. His voice was low. Controlled. Lethal. The general grinned, teeth like broken white stone. Not bloody well long enough, he replied. And the war resumed. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 6. Peace.